there, Smokey Bear shows up and hugs me.
So you noticed some wildfire hazards and moved your bonfire to a safer location.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Smokey, all right. He likes it when people help prevent wildfires. It hits him close to home. Not everybody gets the hug, my friend. So that's pretty special to get a hug from Smokey Bear.
So it was him. Guys, I told you it was Smokey.
Okay, well, congratulations, my friend. And thanks for calling. There are many ways to prevent a wildfire. Learn how you can do your part at SmokeyBear.com.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Sponsored by the U.S. Forest Service, Ad Council, and your state forester.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. Waking up every day, lifting him from the bed to the wheelchair to the car to get him to therapy on time. It's no small task between the doctors and the diagnosis, but nothing can disable this love. This is my big brother, my hero. He's part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. See, there's no time for tired. This starts again tomorrow. He'll be waiting for me. I wake up for him. I know he needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community, or call 877-333-5885. Caregiving Resource Center. Support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
People been saying to your friend, get a different face. And posting on their feed, they're super ugly. The things they say to them online are cruel and they're not true. So tell your friend, I'll stand up for you. Don't worry, I know what to do. Tell the world I see with an emoji to stop the bullies.
Know someone who's being bullied online? Send the witness emoji. It looks like an eye in a speech bubble, and it's in the symbol section near the clocks in your phone. You'll let the world know it isn't cool, and you'll let your friend know you care. Learn more about the witness emoji at eyewitnessbullying.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
The World Series is tied 1 game apiece after Toronto's 11-4 blowout victory in Game 1, powered by a 9-run 6th inning off the Dodgers bullpen, and Game 2's reversal in fortune where Yoshinobu Yamamoto pitched his second consecutive complete game in the Dodgers' 5-1 win. Game 3 is tonight in L.A. with Max Scherzer on the mound for the Blue Jays and Tyler Glasnow for the Dodgers. It was an eventful day for different reasons for both New York football teams, with the Jets winning their first game of the season and the Giants losing their star rookie running backs Cam Skattebo to a gruesome dislocated ankle and presumably for the rest of the season. While the Giants couldn't catch a ball or a break against Philly, the tears Justin Fields said he shed during the week motivated him to his best game of the season in Aaron Glenn's first win as an NFL head coach. And before we whip around the rest of the NFL and dial it up to 11, we will dive deep into the NBA gambling saga that has taken the country by storm on another fully loaded, prime time, brand spanking new, live, Monday night edition of Jabba and the Mouth.
A significant. They're going to have a ton of money to spend. Why not put it in one of the top 3 offensive players in the league? We're going to be looking at Aaron Judge and saying that he can't win the big game. Michael Jordan said, I played 82 games. You don't see LeBron doing that.
This is a game where you got to go perform.
I told you, Giant fans, and Saquon Barkley, at this point, I'm gonna fight them all. A 7-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off. Take it down. Say whatever you want about Patrick Mahomes. He's the best quarterback in the NFL. Really? And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. Oh, I'm in the pit seat. That's what I call it. It's winter time here in the studios of the Worldwide Sports Radio Network. You're listening to a new show, an episode of Jabba and the Mouth. I am your host, the one and only Errol Marks. My co-host, the flame up. I keep saying theme. Flamethrower, Jabba Chamberlain, and Speedy Petey. 631-672-3108 is the number to call. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba and the Mouth every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. It's been a crazy, crazy weekend. It really has been. It's been back and forth. The weather, it's raining. I was over there in Salem, Massachusetts for Saturday. It was interesting. The weather was up and down. It drizzled a little bit. The clouds were out. The sun was out. It was in its 50s. I actually liked the weather. Brittany did not. Jabba was hanging out at the Nebraska game and hanging out because his World Series buddies were out and about celebrating their 20th anniversary. So I'm sure Jabba has some stories. It's been crazy. It really has been. And it hasn't been a letdown with sports because, as you heard from Fish, the Jets won their first game of the season. They're now 1-7. Ooh, the Giants lose Cam Skattebo, but they still lose. And again, the Jets are still sitting at number one. If the season were to end today, the Jets still draft at 1, even winning on Sunday. But and then you have the Dodgers and the Blue Jays. I picked the Blue Jays to win this series in 7 games. I just wanted to go that route and hopefully go 7 games because no matter what happens, it will be fun all the way through because you would love to see a Canadian team win. You would love to see an American League team win.
Who wants to see a Canadian team win?
I do. I want to see a Canadian team win. The last time we've seen a Canadian team win was 93. It's been a long time. So why not see a Canadian team win? And again, I want to see the Blue Jays win because I can't stand the Los Angeles Dodgers. So I don't like the deferred money. I can't stand Shohei Ohtani. So, so my goal here is to root on the one and only Blue Jays all the way through. And we'll get into that in just a few moments, but I'm excited. It's been crazy. And again, I didn't even get a chance to watch all the games on Sunday. I was really I went to 2 different parties on Sunday after driving home from Mohegan Sun. So we went to Salem on Saturday afternoon. We took a boat. We drove 2.5 hours up to Salem. You know, it only takes 3 hours to look around because we've been there a million times. So, and she loves it. She loves the costumes. She loves that Halloween feeling. I am not a Halloween fan. You will never see me dress up for Halloween. I think I've done it once. I was Maverick and my friend was Goose. I think that was the only time I dressed up for Halloween for a Halloween party. That was actually pretty funny. I did one of these crazy dances. It was one of
Do you like scary movies though?
Love them. Love them.
See,
love horror.
You can call me whatever you want. I'll be the first person to admit it. I'll own it. I don't do scary movies. I don't do haunted houses. I don't do none of that.
Really? You don't like the scary movies?
Nope. I you know what? I'll own it. But I just have never been a scary movie person. I don't know.
I got a movie for all you people, all the fans out there. If you want to see a scary movie or a really good story and weird ending, go check out Weapons. That movie is crazy. That is a crazy movie. It's on HBO right now, HBO Max. It's called Weapons. The storyline is crazy. The whole thing, kids disappear off the face of the earth. This class disappears, and everybody was blaming the teacher on the reasons why the kids disappeared, but it has nothing to do with that. So it's got so many twists to the story. Go check it out. It's called Weapons. It really is good. My friend Ray told me about it. I checked it out. It was creepy. I actually was driving home and listened to it. Yes, I wasn't watching it. I was listening to it all the way home from Atlantic City when I went to see Khaled it actually is a really, really crazy movie. So, and I had Brittany at the tip of her toes. She couldn't even watch it anymore. She fell asleep because she got so creeped out from the movie. It is a really good movie. So go check it out. It's called Weapons. So, and no, I was not driving and watching television, okay? For any of the fans out there thinking that I'm doing illegal stuff, I'm not. What happens is, to keep my eyes open, and I tell this to people, you have to find something to pay attention to. Some people listen to music. Music puts me to sleep. I'm a DJ, so I do not listen to music when I'm driving. So what I do is I put on movies, and it keeps me up because I'm listening to it, and I don't put on movies that I've already seen because my mind works in very mysterious ways. So I have to.
You don't do like podcasts or anything? You do movies?
Movies. I can't sit and listen to podcasts. They're all horrible. I'm just speaking the truth
Or what
here.
about like books on tape?
No, I can't do that. I can't. I'm not a reader, okay? And I know everybody tells me
technically reading.
I know, but it is kind of reading. I mean,
Well,
if you're
yeah,
listening to those audio books, it's reading. You have some, and you get to pick whoever you want to read to you. You can pick Samuel L. Jackson to read a story to you. I don't want to hear Samuel L. Jackson read a story.
If you get some of those dudes, that's a serious, like, put me to sleep. Like, some of those guys could just be like, sorry, rumble strips.
Yeah. I can't watch any of that. It's boring. And then everybody tells me, well, go listen to podcasts or go watch podcasts. I can't. Anybody that speaks about sports, and that's all I want to listen to when it comes to podcasts. And I like murder mysteries and serial killers. So I've checked out some of the stuff that goes on YouTube. I listen to some of the documentaries, but I know all the stories about the serial killers. I can write stories about them. Everybody thinks I'm nuts. My friends tell me I'm crazy. But that was something that I was always interested in when I was a kid. If I wasn't going to do anything in sports, I would love to be a detective or an FBI agent. But that never came to fruition. And I honestly have no interest in doing that now. But I'm going to tell you this right now. I speak to my friend. He's a detective in the city. And I give him ideas on how to pick people and find people on the streets. I give him ideas. And he uses some of my ideas to use his informants and all that stuff on some of the movies that I watch. There it is. I'm a killer right there. I look like a zombie. I look like a demon over there. Speedy, what do you think about that?
Freaky.
But you always say I'm a freaky person.
I do.
So I would be a freaky demon. I don't think you want me, crawling up in your bed or coming under your bed or something like that. What do they call him? The boogeyman? The boogeyman?
Boogeyman?
The boogeyman. Yeah.
Isn't that's a scary movie too, I think.
I didn't think it was scary. I don't think any horror movies are scary. I actually think some of them are just so funny. I laugh at it. I really do. I'll watch a scary movie and just absolutely die laughing. I'm like, are you kidding me? Is this what's going to scare me in this movie? I'm waiting for it all movie. It takes like 30 or 40 minutes for the scary part to happen. And I'm like sitting there, I'm like, okay, when's it going to happen? When's it going to happen? It's a buildup. And then they have these white noise movies, and when they go to sleep, you see them get picked up. And I'm like, get out of here. What are you trying to sell me here? Something I've never seen before. And I've actually seen ghosts for real life. I actually, in Massapequa, and I'm not going to get into the story, but there is a story that Massapequa was built on an Indian reservation. And it's a town where there's a lot of spooky things that have happened. The House of Horrors is right over there. Amityville House of Horror, which I think was taken down. I'm not sure. Somebody told me it was knocked down. I don't quote me on it, but I was told that it was knocked down. But Massapequa, I used to live there. And my sister and me rented a house. She lived on the top and I lived on the bottom. And I used to, I was a DJ, obviously, but I also managed a gym. And I used to travel back and forth. I wouldn't get home until late, 2-3 o'clock in the morning. And like I said, I don't want to get into the story because we got a lot to get into today, but I saw a ghost. And I could tell you on air or off air, one of these days, I'll tell you the full story, but I sincerely saw one. And people don't believe me. I don't care if you don't believe me. Nevertheless, I actually saw one. And that was the one time I kind of would tell you I almost crapped my pants, but that's a whole nother story. Anyways, at 8:45, we will be talking to New York Mets and Army football public address announcer Colin Cosell. He'll be joining us. He was on our show a couple of weeks ago, but he was in the airport
Battling an Uber.
Yes, and an Uber throws. So we really didn't get a chance to really interview him and have a little fun about the Mets. And I'd love to hear what his take is with the World Series. Did he think the Blue Jays were going to come back for a 2-0 deficit? So Colin will be joining us. He loves coming on the show. We love Colin. Also, the grandson of the great Howard Cosell. And if you don't know who Howard Cosell is, well, then you don't know media and you don't know sports.
He did a great impression on him the last time we had him on.
Yes, he did. Howard is the face of media and broadcasting from the 60s, the 50s, the 70s. And you asked Muhammad Ali, who was his favorite person to interview him, and he said Howard Cosell. A lot of people, Gordie Howe said it, a lot of different people, and Howard was one of the best in the business. So Colin, he works for the New York Mets, he works for Army, and he's a friend of ours. So I'm excited to get him on the show. I'll have him laughing. I got a bone to pick with him with the New York Mets too, so it'll be fun. But speaking of fun, heading into tonight's game and game 3, the Los Angeles, Dodgers and the World Series between the Dodgers and the Blue Jays, it is all tied up 1 game apiece. The Blue Jays struck first and took game number 1, 11-4 after scoring 9 runs in 6 innings off with Dodgers relief pitcher Dalton Vaccaro. What is it? How do you pronounce his name?
Alejandro
Kirk. And Addison Barger, who had a pinch hit grand slam, all homered at home with the win for the Toronto Blue Jays. Game 2 was a different story. The Dodgers starting pitcher Yamamoto threw his second straight complete game in the playoffs, shutting out and shutting down Toronto 5-1 in a victory, allowing only 1 run and 4 hits with 8 strikeouts. It is the first complete game in the World Series since Johnny Cueto, I remember that, Kansas City, if I'm not mistaken, did it with the Royals in 2015, and the first back-to-back complete games in the playoffs since Curt Schilling did it 3 times in a row for the 2001 Diamondbacks. I know Java doesn't want to hear about that. Game 3 starts shortly with Max Scherzer, yes, the great Scherzer, getting the start for the Blue Jays, and Tyler Glasnow for the Dodgers, as the next 3 games will take place tonight, tomorrow, and Wednesday, all at Dodgers Stadium, before heading back to Toronto for Game 6, Game 7, if necessary. You know, we could go back and forth on this series and what we think is going to happen. I expect this series to go 6 or 7 games. I think that the Blue Jays have enough offense, and we haven't really seen the best of Bichette. Now, Bichette comes back. He has been really 80% at best, maybe 75%. We heard Bichette say it doesn't matter where he is at. I heard his press conference after game number 1, and they asked him, where do you see yourself? And he says, what does it matter? I'm going to go up to the plate and I'm going to swing at the ball. It doesn't matter if I'm 100%. It doesn't matter if I'm 70%. I'm going to be up there and I'm going to try to hit the ball as hard as I possibly can. So we all know that Bichette is going to go out there and speak freely on who he is and what he is capable of doing in a game. But the fact is, we haven't seen the best of Ohtani yet. We haven't seen the best of Mookie Betts or Friedman yet in this series. The offense of the Dodgers has not been very good in this series. Now, in game number 2, they hit a couple home runs and they pulled off a win 5-1, but they didn't dominate like the Blue Jays did in game number 1. And I'm going to tell you this right now. If the Dodgers do not hit for over 7 or 8 runs in every single game, this Blue Jays team is going to be in every single one of these games. This is a good offensive team. You saw what they did against the Yankees. You saw what they did against the Mariners. Coming back from the Mariners deficit 2-0, this is a good team. This is a very confident team. This is a team that has the ability to put up big runs and dominate in the later innings. We've seen the offense that this Blue Jays team could pick apart pitching. And they did it again. They did it against Max Fried. They did it against every one of the Yankees, Schlittler. They did it against all the Rodon. I remember that because I watched those games pretty consistently from inning to inning, pitch by pitch, inning by inning. This is a good offense. they're hitting on all cylinders. And usually when this happens, you ask the Texas Rangers, when they're hitting on all cylinders, they're very hard to beat. I remember against the Arizona Diamondbacks a couple of years ago, the Texas Rangers, and they got good pitching. Obviously, they got really quality pitching from an ex-Yankee, 2 ex-Yankees in that rotation, but it was their offense. It was the providing offense that they got, extra innings from their shortstop, their second baseman, and their outfield. They had a tremendous amount of offense in the World Series, and I think that was the reason why they beat the Diamondbacks. And they got good pitching as well. I'm not going to lie about that. You need pitching, but you need offense. And again, the Dodgers have both with the money that they have invested, the deferred money they have invested in every single one of these players. And again, everybody's going to bring up Ohtani and what he did to close out the way he did against the Brewers, hitting the 3 home runs, the 10 strikeouts, the 6 innings, world beater, and winning the National League MVP heading into the World Series. The fact here is, career-wise, Ohtani is a career 200 hitter in the playoffs. He is not a great hitter in the playoffs. Now, that doesn't take away his greatness. That doesn't take away what he can do on a baseball field. It doesn't mean that he can't go up and pitch in extra innings if they need pitching. If he's going to start in any of these games, he is going to be quite capable of striking out the side, pitching 10 strikeouts in a game. He's that type of player. The fact here is, this series was practically called off. It was pretty much over before the series even started. Everybody had the Dodgers winning this series in 5 games. And after the Blue Jays won game 1, I don't think it's going to be that easy. And the Blue Jays had a chance to win game number 2. As a matter of fact, it was 1-1 going into the 7th inning. The Blue Jays pitching has been quality. It's not like they've been dominated and the Dodgers have been dominating at the plate. They have not been. They have not been hitting as much as we thought they were going to in this series. Like they did against the Yankees. They completely dominated the Yankees offensively last year. The Yankees could not compete with the Dodgers offensively. As a matter of fact, Freeman killed the Yankees last year. Mookie Betts, when he got a chance to hit, and he was hitting, he killed the Yankees. Ohtani couldn't kill the Yankees because Ohtani couldn't hit against anybody in the playoffs last year, except in the first, I think the first series, he was actually hitting close to 400. These teams are very well matched very well throughout this series. I do believe this series could go 6 or 7 games. I don't think it goes 5. I think the Blue Jays have too much confidence in the players that they have right now. Too much ability with guys like Vladimir Guerrero that can play offensively sound the way he has throughout the playoffs, hitting 347 in the ALCS and winning the American League MVP going into the World Series. And then you see what the Dodgers can give, especially in the middle of this lineup and really throughout this lineup. I just think that this is very evenly matched. I know a lot of experts did not believe it was going to be evenly matched. I also believe that the pitching is very evenly matched too, even though the names don't really cross over to say, when you look at Dalton Varsho, and then you look at guys like Ohtani or Yamamoto or any of these guys, Glasnow or Snell, these guys are all-world MVP, Cy Young winners. If you look at it, Ohtani, every year he's a borderline Cy Young winner. Snell has won Cy Youngs. Glasnow has been up for a Cy Young in the American League. We've seen this. Yamamoto has been a consistent pitcher since he's come into the league, especially in the second half of his career. He's been in the league for how many years? 2-3 years. He doesn't really start off very strong in the beginning of the season. And then in the second half of the season, the guy's a completely different pitcher. So we know what the Dodgers can provide offensively and defensively. We know what they can provide offensively. But again, it's not a surprise with the Dodgers. It has been a surprise with the Blue Jays throughout the playoffs. I had so many New York guys tell me, especially broadcasters that I spoke off air and listened to their shows, that as soon as the Yankees and Aaron Judge hit that 3-run home run and the Yankees won that game, that the series was over. And I said, wait a second. The Yankees win a game and the series are over? The Blue Jays were up 2-1 when that happened. So I didn't get that. And I took shots at a lot of analysts and broadcasters here in New York for what they said, because they thought the Blue Jays are a choke artist organization. They don't really provide enough offense to get over the hump. But this is a different Blue Jays team. They proved it in the Mariners series when they were down 2-0. And they have the board, and we know what the Mariners have. They have one of the best catchers in Cal Raleigh, and probably an MVP or maybe MVP candidate, because I've already told you Aaron Judge is winning it. Everything that I've heard, he's going to come away with most of the first ballot, voting for first ballot MVP. So I think that obviously when you look at this series, you can go back and forth on who's going to provide the offense. We haven't seen enough of Friedman. We haven't seen enough of Mookie Betts yet. I think we haven't seen the best of the Dodgers. So what we want to see is the Blue Jays figure it out and get this series back to Toronto in Game 6 and Game 7. I think the advantage goes to the Blue Jays if they have the home field advantage. The Blue Jays are very hard to beat in Toronto. And if they could keep this series 3-2, maybe them, or even 3-2 the Dodgers, and you go back home and you have the last two games at home, the advantage definitely goes to the Blue Jays.
You were talking about different teams that have made the World Series recently, and I think one of the common themes you see, and you brought up the Royals too in 2015, is a lineup that doesn't have an.
Well, I brought up Johnny Cueto,
right? But there's a common theme.
And Jabba Chamberlain, he was a part of that team.
I know, and there's a common theme where those teams don't have easy outs in their lineup. I think besides Arizona, like all the other teams you brought up, maybe their 8 and 9 hitters might have been, but like every other team did not have an easy out. And I think the Blue Jays are kind of justifying that, where when they score in bunches. And I always said the Dodgers' postseason kryptonite has usually been the middle of the game. Like if innings 5 through 7 is the times if the Dodgers are going to be vulnerable, that's when it's been. Even before Dave Roberts was there, when they had Don Mattingly and they had the great starting pitching with Kershaw and Greinke there, and they were vulnerable in the middle of games when they played the Cardinals and they played the Giants, teams like that. And you saw it even against the Padres too, when the Padres beat them in 4 games a couple of years ago.
And I want to say something, because I'm reading what Fish is saying. I never said Dalton Varsho is a relief pitcher. Nobody said that, Fish. And that again, something Fish is not listening to. I never said that. No, I did not, Fish. You could say whatever you want. You can go back and listen. I never said he was a relief pitcher. I said that they can use him in relief in this series, like we've seen other teams do in the World Series. You starting pitching in relief. Yes, I did. And I don't care what you said.
Yeah. And I was going to reference that point with the Blue Jays too. We've seen them use starters out of the pen in ways they're comfortable enough. Bassett, they did at the end of the series. We've seen that do that with Scherzer. Scherzer's done that in many teams throughout his career. The Nationals tried it. The Dodgers tried it when he got traded over there. So it wouldn't be surprising if John Schneider continues to do that kind of creativity. Now, we've seen them make mistakes by not using their higher leverage relievers at certain points during the Mariner series, and maybe at certain points during Game 2 of this World Series too. But like Errol, like you were saying, the Dodgers' top of the lineup, outside of the 1 home run by Ohtani in the first game, has not really gotten it going. It's been Will Smith. It's been Teoscar Hernandez. And those are the consistent guys that the lineup depth of the Dodgers need. But the Blue Jays lineup depth has been right on par with them in terms of the consistency aspect. Now, Vlad's obviously going off. Springer really hasn't had the great series so far, but still that kind of track record does favor the Blue Jays for the time being, even though the Dodgers have more depth. It's just a matter of the Dodgers' dominant starting pitching come back to form, like you saw Yamamoto do again, which is insane. Like that's 2 years in a row. This young kid has been phenomenal later in the postseason. I think the only bad game he's had is the second game against the Mets in the NLCS last year. It's insane the run he's on. And tonight, Glasnow, we've seen him be vulnerable later in the stretch innings. So that's where the Dodgers have to, or the Blue Jays have to get to it. Inning number 5, inning number 6, if they want to win this game in this series.
Yeah, I mean, it's the names that you see with the Dodgers, obviously, but you don't count the Jays out because of exactly what they can do in Game 1 when they scored all those runs in 1 inning. They didn't swing and miss at an 0-2 pitch, and they have guys that can just step up and put quality at bats. And there's going to be runs scored. I was talking about this morning. There's going to be runs scored no matter what from both sides, and it could be the same way with homers. It could be manufacturing. And it's just how the pitching comes into play. If you can get to the bullpens early, if they, if they can get guys to go deep in the game. It was funny how we were talking about, just getting to a bullpen and whatever they showed the Snell when he came out with 73 pitches left, and then the Dodgers go ahead and take over the game. So they have the ability as a Dodgers lineup to go ahead and change the game with a swing, and there's multiple guys that can do it. We've seen guys, obviously, with the names that they have, but not really do what they're expected other than, obviously Otani in the one game. But Will Smith's been the consistent, little engine that could by just, being behind the plate, being consistent and strong. And then Yamamoto coming out and doing things that we've very rarely seen. And I think it was the last time, as other than my dear friend Go Fly a Kite, Stick It Where the Sun Don't Shine, Kurt Schilling, and he did it 3 times. So it's interesting to see how this is going to play out. Which Max Scherzer do you get? I mean, this is his 5th World Series game, and it is literally going to be interesting knowing Max and being a teammate of his and being, on the other side and seeing how he gets locked in. Is he going to be able to get deep in this game? How deep will they let it go? Will they let him face it 2-3 times? I mean, you literally got to pry the ball out of the dude's hand. So we'll kind of see how he fares, whereas Velo is kind of his 94, 96. It averaged 95.3 last start, which is good for him, but also too that you can't let that, be, get on the fastball and then it flattens out your breaking stuff. And Max needs to do that to get these guys off of his heater. So, and then you got Glasnow, who obviously young arm, power arm, great curveball, and then the moxie of Max. So it's going to be kind of from a pitching standpoint tonight, and obviously moving forward, because there are going to be runs. Let's see. This could be, Max's last hurrah. He loves pitching, loves seeing, these lights turn on, and he's done it for a long time. This could be his last one, and he goes out and he's going to lay it on the line, definitely. So I'm excited to see this one, and I'm glad we're gonna get at least 6 games, and I hope we get 7. I love Game 7s, and so we'll see how this one plays out. If it gets back to Toronto, like Earl said, Toronto's tough at home. The Rogers Center is a different animal there. They'll be out in LA. It's the World Series. They'll show up. They'll show up late to be seen and leave early just so they can be seen and avoid traffic. As Max just about wears one in the face because the sun.
So I want to say something. It was Varlin and not Varsho. So I mixed up the names. Speedy, on the other hand, Speedy shouldn't have put that in the read-off. But that's Speedy doing stupid things, because I've seen many stupid things Speedy does. And that's
By the
why,
way, Varlin is pitched like almost in every game.
Yeah.
That dude's arm is just going.
Yeah, so I meant Varlin, not Varsho. But nevertheless, I think that the Blue Jays have the opportunity in this series to, and a lot of people don't think that the Blue Jays had a chance in this series, that what the Blue Jays have done throughout the playoffs, from jumping from the Yankees, and it all started with the Yankees and then going to the Mariners. I did not think the Blue Jays had a chance against the Mariners. I wanted to see the Mariners and the Dodgers. I didn't think that the Blue Jays matched up very well against the Dodgers. Now, when you look at the rosters and you look at what Vladimir Guerrero is doing throughout the playoffs, and now you have Bichette back. Now, we'll see what Bichette is in the first 2 games. In game number 1, I think he got a hit. In game number 2, I don't even think he got a hit. So you want to see a little bit more from Bichette. If he can add a little bit more offense to this lineup that they didn't have throughout the playoffs, maybe this is a different team. And Bichette is a really good defensive player. This is one of the best second shortstop. He plays second. I think he's a shortstop, but he's been second base and shortstop. You can move him all over the infield. So Bichette is a really good player. Remember, he's a free agent at the end of the season. So he has an opportunity to make a lot more money, and he wants to prove himself. So him coming back, and somehow the Blue Jays pull off a win and they knock off the Dodgers where nobody expects. We all know Vegas has the Dodgers plus 200 or 210 or something like that. If somehow, minus 210, if somehow the Blue Jays win this series, and Bichette has a big part of that, Bichette's going to get himself a lot of money. It doesn't matter if it's with the Blue Jays. It could be with somebody else in the National League or American League team that's looking for an infielder that can play defensively as well as he can and can hit for power and average as well. The problem with Bichette is the guy never stays healthy. You look at his background in his career in the last 3 or 4 years, the guy never stays healthy healthy for 162 games. That's been the big problem for Bichette, and why Bichette probably didn't get his money over the last 2 seasons when you saw Vladimir Guerrero and Bichette wanting Ohtani. Remember that story? Ohtani was going to come to Blue Jays. Now, a lot of people believe that was where he was going, and then he kind of did a flip, so whatever they call it, a trickaroo. He goes over there to Dodgers, signs with the Dodgers, and that was why they told the Blue Jays, Bichette and Vladimir Guerrero said, don't sign us, get Ohtani, and then worry about us after that. And what happened was,
if they didn't take deferred money, think about this, though. If Ohtani goes to they don't get Vlad.
True.
I don't know. It's to me, I know with the Mets wanted Vladimir Guerrero Jr. And if he ever became a free agent in the offseason and the Blue Jays waited, there's no way the Blue Jays re-sign him, because I believe the Mets would have given him $500, $600, $700 million if need be, because Soto, Lindor are very, very close. They train in the offseason with each other. So I did believe, a lot of Met fans believed that Vladimir Guerrero Jr. was going to the Mets. And then they made sure before the season started, or really the first week of the season, that they were going to seal the deal with him. And that's why they gave him $325 million guaranteed, because that was sealing the deal for him. I don't think any team would have given him that deal. And the Blue Jays did, because they wanted to make sure that they were going to keep him. So and what he's doing right now, it would have gotten him more money. Could you imagine? Blue Jays didn't sign him. He goes to the World Series, and he's their borderline World Series champion. If they win the World Series, that adds an extra probably $70-80 million to the contract that the Mets or any other team would have given him or offered him in the offseason. There's no way the Blue Jays would have kept him.
Don't forget about the alternate rumor, too. The Blue Jays were very much in on Soto last offseason, too, up until it probably got to the $700 million mark that the Mets and the Yankees did. They were right in with it because, like you mentioned many times, Vlad and Soto are very good friends.
Very good friends. And so is Lindor. They train, all three of them train in the offseason together. And I've heard that many, many times. It's not just them. There's another one. I forget who also trains with them in the offseason.
They all train together. It's either in Dominican or Florida, Puerto Rico. They all, like, a bunch of them all train together.
Maybe? Fernando Tatis?
I don't remember. No, it's not Tatis. Okay. Machado. I think it was Machado. They all train together. All four of them train in the offseason with each other. They're all good friends. And I'm not saying they would have gotten Manny Machado, but I really do believe the Mets would have had Vladimir Guerrero Jr. right at their fingertips if that ever happened. But the Blue Jays made sure they sealed the deal. And he's their young superstar, and that's where they're keeping. I think that's the guy they wanted to keep. I do not believe the Blue Jays are keeping Bichette. I think he goes to free agency, and he will work the money, whoever offers him or whoever wants to pay him a significant lump sum of money. He had a great season, Bichette. Then he went down in the second half of the season and was out for a significant amount of time, and that's the Bichette, story. And his father was like that. If you remember his father, when he played baseball with Colorado, he could never stay healthy, ever.
If you remember his father, he DH'd a lot too. And in today's game, the DH doesn't make as much money as the guy who can play the field when they go to the contract signings. And I think that's going to be, unfortunately, the situation for Bichette. Obviously had a really good productive season at the bat for the first time in a few years, really. He was on this great trajectory. I mean, we talk about it a bunch when we bring him up. He had that weird knee injury that he never really fully recovered from, it looks like. And, he just lost that elite athleticism that we all thought he was going to have. He's still a good player. Yeah, he's still a good player. But as guys like that with lower half injuries get older, you generally don't see it get better. And it's going to be someone playing a lot. And at shortstop, they're already playing him at second base because I think they're obviously making a comment by playing him at second base that his range is no longer the same as it used to be, going left and right. So they're going to move him to another spot where
also that Jimenez hit really well though too, because he wasn't really
right. And I think the other thing, Speedy, is those guys have been at the bat, getting all the at bats, getting all the timing down. He hasn't been hitting. Getting your timing back in the World Series doesn't sound easy to me. You know, like that's even if you're a really good hitter and had a good season, that's going to be tough for anybody to try to get their timing back and then be an important part in the middle of the lineup against the pitching staff. Let's not forget are all elite starters. I mean, look, they have to win tonight, in my opinion, because they get an Ohtani next game, and then they're going to throw another great pitcher at him after that, and then another, and then another. They have to take this game so they can get back to Toronto, because I agree with you. I think they're a good home team.
I think the pressure is on the Dodgers. I think there's more pressure on the Dodgers to win tonight than it is the Blue Jays. Because if the Blue Jays absolutely. What do the Blue Jays have to lose? What do you mean no way? Vegas has the Blue Jays losing this series in 5 games. In 5 games.
If the Blue Jays lose tonight, let's talk it out then. So let's talk it out. If the Blue Jays lose tonight, that means they got to deal with Ohtani tomorrow night. So that's staring down 3-1 right in the face. As opposed to the Dodgers, they dropped down to 2-1 and they got Ohtani. And they're very confident that they could even it up.
Hold on 1 second. So
I'd rather be the Dodgers in that scenario.
Because
Ohtani is
Because Ohtani's
yes.
on the mound, he's unhittable. He's unhittable.
He certainly looked like it last time he was on the mound.
It's one game, and it was the Brewers.
It was his most recent game. The Brewers are the number 1 team in the NL.
The Blue Jays, it doesn't matter. They're a young team. The Blue Jays have veterans and better hitters in the middle of their lineup.
All right, I'm not going to say that you're not wrong about the better lineup.
So you're gonna come out here and you're gonna say, well, if the Blue Jays lose tonight, it's over. They need to win tonight's game. That's a crock of you-know-what. That's a crock.
Of course, it's not over. I just think you look back at a series, and whoever gets the momentum heading into the second part of the series is a big deal.
The pressure is absolutely on the Dodgers. Throughout this series, it's on the Dodgers. There's no chance in hell that any of the pressure is on the Blue Jays. The Blue Jays weren't even supposed to be here. Everybody and their mother had the Mariners winning that series. They came back 2-0. I remember when they were down 2-0, I was at Applebee's with Speedy. Everybody on the bar says the series is over. Over. And I saw Vladimir Guerrero when he was interviewed at the end of the game by Baseball Tonight. I remember it. And he says, what do people say? 2-0, no team's come back from a 2-0 deficit? It's absolutely probable that this could happen. And and what did they do? They came back from a 2-0 deficit and then winded up winning the series. So to sit here and say, well, you know what? The Dodgers if they win tonight, the series is over. The pressure's on the Blue Jays. It's not on the Blue Jays. It's all on the Dodgers. All on them. There's no argument to that. Because
I disagree.
I disagree with you. Because the Dodgers know they're going to win this series. In their minds, they think, how are we going to lose this series? When we look at this series as a whole, we have Glasnow, Snell, 2 guys, one of them that's won 2 Cy Youngs, another one that's been up for Cy Young in the American League multiple times. Then we have Ohtani. We have Yamamoto has pitched 2 complete games. The last guy to do that was Kurt Schilling, who, by the way, won a World Series in 2001 against the New York Yankees. I mean, come on. When you look at naturally the numbers and you look at the players that they have, there's no possibility that the Blue Jays or any of their fans believe they actually can win this series. But guess what? They do, because they came out and they dominated in game number 1. In game number 2, they took that game all the way to the 8th or 7.5 innings before the Dodgers went up. And I think they were up 3-1 in that inning. And then in the next inning, they gave up 2 runs. Yamamoto pitched well. To say that Ohtani is dominant and that he's unhittable, the only time we've seen that is in the final game of that series against the Brewers. And by the way, I look at Ohtani, and every time you put Ohtani on the mound, that scares me as if I was the Dodgers, because it's just another inning and another pitch that could put him on the sidelines or put him in a position where he can
come on, get out of here. That's nonsense.
Dude, he tore his UCL how many times?
Yeah, but he did it, and he's recovered from it. He's not going to automatically tear it again. It doesn't work that way.
He tore his UCL twice. Okay,
but he's
usually
all right, but he's not hurt.
Usually, when you tear your UCL that many times, you're not the same pitcher. You're not. Now, again, Jabba will say, well, that's not true. Jacob deGrom came back from 2 torn UCLs. And again, I'm not comparing Jacob deGrom to Ohtani, but Ohtani is an everyday hitter, and when he goes up to the plate every single day, you're putting yourself at risk every single day to get hurt at
what can we say, Errol? What can we say? Otani's a gambler. What can we say?
boy, yeah. As Jabba doesn't believe it. Proven until
look, I just think they're staring down 3-1 because of the gauntlet that they're going to face. They were lucky enough to get up against the bullpen and get Snell out of the game early. I think that's the recipe, is to take a lot of pitches and try to get to that Dodgers bullpen. That's a little weaker. Tanner Scott got hurt at the end of the season. He's not on the roster. They had another pitcher at a family thing that he's not on the roster in the pen. I mean, it's
his blow is big. I mean, his family, obviously, all the best to him and his family. But yeah, it just obviously no timing is great for anything to happen to your family, but that's a big blow for them to feel. Obviously, Tanner Scott was huge, but and coming into this, not only dealing with him being gone, but emotionally, going through what he's going through as not only a teammate but a friend too is adds up. You know what I'm saying?
I think this series is anybody's series, and I don't even think if the Dodgers win tonight, I don't think this series is over. Not for a long shot. Not for a long shot, but I do believe that if the Blue Jays win tonight, this is going 6, probably going 7. So I actually think it's going 7, not 6.
Do you think when you say like there's more pressure on the Dodgers is because of like the way they've constructed their lineup and how they've done it? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the talent, the deferred money. They set this up to win multiple championships, not just 1, not just 2, 3 or 4. If you look at this roster right now, and you look at the talent right now, the pitching staff that they have, Sasaki is in the bullpen right now. Sasaki didn't have a great season. Yamamoto's first year was
he may never start again, by the way.
He looks like he's a good closer.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm speaking from experience, dog. You might as well stay at this point.
Well, maybe they will. But nevertheless, I think that they're in position to win multiple championships. And everybody and their mother believe the Dodgers are going to run away with this. I don't believe the Blue Jays believe that. I think the Blue Jays believe they can compete with them. And with the middle of the lineup, if they can get Bichette to get themselves, get on base, even walk and get on base and get these guys in high pitch counts, you could get the starters off the mound as quick as possible. And by the way, Max Scherzer is not a terrible pitcher. Now, he's not the same pitcher he once was, and the Cy Young winner that we saw with the Nationals and the Detroit Tigers, and remember the Arizona Diamondbacks. But this is still a quality pitcher, and if he can get into the later innings, the 6 or 7 innings, and he could stay on the mound and keep this to 1 or 2 runs, why couldn't the Blue Jays win this game? So I think the Blue Jays are much more confident after what they did in game number 1, and I don't really think they have any pressure on. If the Dodgers win this series, everybody expected it. If the Blue Jays win game number 3 or game number 4 and get this back to Toronto and take this to game 7, where do you think the pressure is going to lie? It's going to lie on the Dodgers. The Dodgers are the ones that have all the pressure on them because they're expected to win. As Las Vegas and DraftKings and FanDuel, everybody has them up -210, -250. And when you have that kind of number and you're looking at those numbers, what do the Blue Jays have to lose? As you heard Vladimir Guerrero Jr. say, we have nothing to lose. We're out there. We're going to play, and we're going to play all the way to game number 7 if need be. And that's what you want to hear from your best player. And that's all I'm going to say about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's however you look at it from where the pressure is. I mean, you're in the World Series. It's on everybody at this point. Yeah, okay, you can look at it from that view. Yes, they're supposed to get there. Yeah, they're not supposed to get there. So you can kind of look at it either way. I think it goes 6 or 7 games, honestly, because I think there's going to be a situation where they blow an inning out and somebody goes and shoves. That's kind of going to be the nature of the beast with these two teams. And, you've seen it already, and I think that's kind of how it's going to play out for the rest of the time.
I agree with you.
I'd love to see it go 7 games. I love a game 7, especially when it's like literally win or go home. There's like no round afterwards. It's like either you're going home or you're going to celebrate and be hammered for the next 3 days.
So here's my problem with the 7 games. I feel like this team might be better than the team that beat the Yankees in 5 last year. And because Ohtani was hurt, if you remember, with the separated shoulder slide in the second base in that series, they got a full-strength Ohtani. he's pitching. I just think they're better. If they win tonight, then you get Ohtani 3-1. I think there's a really, you think I'm the only one who has a love fest with Ohtani? The guy is the best player in the world when he's pitching. When he's pitching like this and hitting.
Judge. We've gone
when
over there.
Ohtani is pitching like this and hitting, it does more to win a game than what Judge does. It's just a fact.
Could you remember the last time Ohtani hit 3 home runs in a game and had 10 strikeouts? Could you remember?
It was the other day.
Never. That was the only time he's ever done it.
Well, of course. No one's ever done it before in the history of baseball. What kind of a compare that to?
How many times has he hit 3 home runs in a game?
He doesn't have to hit 3 home runs and have 10 strikeouts to win.
It was an all-world game. He's not going to do that again. It's almost physically impossible.
Well, he doesn't have to, is my point. They have enough guys around him that.
Making it out to be, well, if he pitches like that.
But he is at full strength, and they didn't have him against the Yankees last year.
Why are people making this argument against the Brewers? Okay, yeah, they were young. Why are you? They're in that situation. Yeah, they didn't hit very well, but you're downplaying the fact that the Brewers were in that position. Like I heard this argument on MLB Network too, which makes zero sense to me. You're discrediting the fact of what he did is absolute asinine.
Let me ask you a question. Remember last year? Remember when the Mets eliminated the Brewers in the playoffs? Everybody had the Brewers winning that series. Remember that? Remember that?
But it doesn't. You're there.
Did the Brewers hit in that series? Yes or no?
No, the Brewers haven't in the series. I'm not saying they have.
Exactly.
But what are you taking away from it?
I'm not taking away from anything. I'm just telling you.
You can't
never see Ohtani do that again.
It's never going to happen again. He already did it. Obviously, he could do it again. Can Aaron Judge do what Ohtani did? No. Sorry, he can't.
He doesn't pitch.
That's my point. So he can't do what Ohtani does.
Here's what I'm going to tell you. Here's my point.
Ohtani can hit just as many homers.
Aaron Judge is an everyday player. He plays in the outfield. He's a great.
If Ohtani wanted to play every day, he could play every day.
I disagree. What makes you think that he could go out? What makes you think he could go out in the outfield and do what Aaron Judge does?
But if he didn't pitch, 100% he could do it. And then he would steal more bags than Aaron Judge. He would hit just as many home runs.
I have to see it. I have to see it because he might be a different player if he's playing out in the outfield every single day.
100%. But to what you're saying is he's not a pitcher. So Aaron Judge can't do what Ohtani does. Ohtani can do what Judge does.
But really? Because if you look at
the numbers, hit 50 homers. He hasn't sold more bags.
If you look at the numbers, that's not true. If you
look
at
he physically in 1 year can do what Judge does. I'm not taking anything away from either of them. But what you're saying is an absolute stupid ass argument. Because just because you're saying Judge isn't a pitcher, Judge can't do what Ohtani does because he doesn't pitch. Ohtani can go out.
That doesn't take away from what I think Aaron Judge is as a player.
I'm not taking anything away from him.
I know you
can't sit here and say that.
What you're saying, no, Fish, please let me finish what I have to say. I'm going to tell you this, and you made me lose my whole consent of what I wanted to say. Go ahead, Fish. Go ahead, spit out what you were going to say because I completely lost what I was going to say. Go ahead, spit it out.
I wasn't going to say anything. I just got back in with the internet getting crashed.
You were about to say something, and
when you've been wrong this entire take about your take on Ohtani not helping the Dodgers from being a better team than they were last year when they didn't have him.
Pop him out, Speed.
How could he not be?
I don't want to hear you, Fish. That's your opinion. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
Hold on. You say your piece. Hold on.
You won't even listen? That's embarrassing. Why don't you want to try to argue against my take?
I don't want to hear your take. Your take.
Why? It's a logical take. There's nothing controversial about what I'm saying. It's a very logical take.
Really? Here's my logical take.
He was hurt last year.
It was one game he pitched in the playoffs, and he pitched 10 strikeouts in 6 innings. And
he's a 10-WAR guy when he's pitching.
10-WAR guy. What does that mean? What has he done in the playoffs besides that game that he pitched?
Okay, so what has Judge done in the playoffs besides 1 year?
Yeah, that's fine. He hit 500 this year.
Okay, so how are you discrediting one postseason to one game?
Has he done that? Has he done that? The answer is no. That's my opinion here. Okay, So you're going to tell me that Shohei Ohtani could do the same thing Aaron Judge done?
I'm telling you, the Dodgers are a million times better with this version of Shohei Ohtani than last year's version.
Good.
Therefore,
Good.
they're going to be better against
All
this
right.
Blue Jays
When
team
the
than
Blue
they
Jays
were against the
beat them,
Yankees. Even
when the Blue Jays beat the Dodgers, I don't want to hear your
that's
yapping and all
fine.
that.
I'm saying it
I
comes
don't wanna
down
hear
to
it.
tonight. It's a
I don't
big
wanna hear
deal to get ahead of Ohtani.
Well, guess what? I disagree with you. If the Blue Jays lose tonight, they can beat Ohtani and take it right back to Toronto and win in 7 games.
Yeah,
and that's
anybody
it.
can be beat. We're not saying that. Anybody can be beat. We're not saying he can't.
I'm just saying, I think this might be a better team than the team they had last year.
I disagree.
Okay, so if you're saying whatever, and I'm just going to go based upon stats, right?
Yeah.
Why is Ohtani's playoff OPS better than Judge's?
Let me ask you a question, Jabba. Who was if you look at the Dodgers and the Dodgers team last year, you look at the Dodgers right now, look at the Dodgers last year. Who the Dodgers last year, their record last year in the regular season, did they not have a better record going into the playoffs than they did?
Regular season doesn't matter.
You say that, but I disagree. It means a lot. It shows me the momentum a team has going into the playoffs.
Okay, so now you're talking out of the other side of your mouth because now you're talking, it does matter, but then you're shitting on the Brewers. Come on, figure it out. One way or
well,
another.
the Brewers. What are you talking about? The Brewers were up and down.
You're saying the regular season matters, but then you're saying, it only matters what Ohtani did because the
Brewers in the second half of the season were up and down. They were not good. In
the regular season doesn't matter, or
the top record in the NL.
So what? They had a great first half. In the second half, they weren't as good as they were in the first half. They were absolutely unbeatable in the first half.
It was more like the middle of the season. They had this crazy hot stretch.
It was the second half
over the summer.
Season. It was the second half of the season when the Brewers started having a losing streak. I think they went on a 10 or a 9-game losing streak.
They won like a bunch of games in a row, and then they lost a bunch, and they kind of came back down to earth and let the Cubs catch back up. But look, no one's saying the Brewers were ready to face that team. They got swept, obviously, and no one's saying that the Blue Jays aren't a much better team than the Brewers are currently. No one's saying that. I'm just saying this Dodgers team might be a lot better than even the team that beat the Yankees in 5. So I'm saying Dodgers in 5.
I disagree with you, and they're not winning in 5.
They win tonight. I think it's 5.
You want to bet? You want to bet? Put your money where your mouth is. I bet you $50.
I don't want to bet.
I bet you 50.
There's no point. Honestly, I'm so insulted by you taking me off the screen instead of answering. I'm not going to take this bet.
That's fine. The New York Jets finally got their first win of the season versus the Cincinnati Bengals in a shootout, scoring 23 points in the fourth quarter to win the game, 39-38. Breece Hall had a great game for Gang Green with 133 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns, and had a passing touchdown to Mason Taylor on a trick play at the end of the game, which is the game-winning touchdown. Justin Fields, a week after being benched, got his start due to obviously Tyrod Taylor having a knee injury, and had 244 passing yards, 31 rushing yards, and a touchdown. After the game, Fields opened up on his emotional difficulty he went through during the week, receiving criticism from many different Jet fans and even from Woody Johnson, who took shots at him for not being a complete passer. Head coach Aaron Glenn, after his first game and his first win as an NFL head coach, yelled, and obviously from their sidelines, effing grit in the locker room to the team and after the game. Glenn said he was proud of Fields and that he's built the handle thing. It's handled things very, very well. He was still unsure over who would be starting quarterback for the Jets coming back from their bye week. The New York Giants fell after defending Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles, beat them 38-20, getting revenge on Week 6 loss to the Giants at MetLife Stadium. Former Giants running back Saquon Barkley looked like the offensive player of the year like he was in 2024 form. Again, after his 150 rushing yards and a touchdown, including breaking off the 65-yard touchdown run on the second play of the game. For the Giants, the game turned as hard and badly as running back Cam Skattebo. His ankle turned after it was dislocated in the game, and it was tough to look at in the second quarter. The ankle injury will likely end Skattebo's rookie season after getting that horrendous injury. There were numerous missed calls by the referees that went against the Giants, including the tush push that should have been a fumble recovery by Kayvon Thibodeau, which made Coach Brian Daboll a little bit upset and a little bit more hotter on the sidelines. The Eagles, who were without receiver A.J. Brown in the game, were head into the bye week comfortable at a 6-2 record, while the Giants are host the 5-3 49ers at MetLife Stadium. I don't know who's writing this garbage. Honestly, this is just absolutely garbage. Here's what I'm going to say, and I'm going to tell everybody how I really feel about the Jets. The Jets should not have won this game. I don't care how and what Justin Fields said at the end of the game. I feel bad for Justin Fields. He got attacked by ownership and obviously Woody Johnson. We've heard Chris Johnson in many different podcasts over the last couple of weeks say that maybe Justin Fields is just not fit to play in the NFL. Breece Hall had a good game. Breece Hall, really what the Jets were doing was promoting and putting him out there because they're looking to move him at the trade deadline in the next couple of weeks. I don't know what they're going to get for him, probably a third-round talent. The Jets right now are in position to get the number 1 pick. If you're in position to get the number 1 pick, why the hell are you trying to win these games? The Bengals, win or lose, Joe Burrow won't be back until week 10 or week 11. They're not making the playoffs the way the AFC is really starting to fall into place. Now, obviously, Ed, what's his name again? Ed, from the Buffalo Bills. Ed Oliver going down. It affects the Buffalo Bills, and maybe the Buffalo Bills might not be a contender this year because of losing a guy that can stop the run as well as Ed Oliver can. And the problem really for a lot of these teams, the Jets and a lot of these AFC teams, is stopping the run. If you look at the Baltimore Ravens, they've had a problem stopping the run. They're usually really good at it. The Bengals this year, stopping the run. The Jets, stopping the run. All these teams, stopping the run. Even the Kansas City Chiefs, all season long, really, except the last 2 games, their problem was stopping the run. And now you look at the Jets, winning this game, they've got 2 winnable games left. They could beat the Cleveland Browns after their bye week. They could beat the Saints in a couple of weeks. And they put themselves in a bad position to fail because right now the Jets are sitting at 1. If they win those 2 games, they can fall out of the top 5, maybe even fall out of the top 10, the way everything is lined up. This win is not a win for Aaron Glenn. Now, I know Aaron Glenn said effing grit and whatever he says, and I love his enthusiasm. I don't think Aaron Glenn was going to get fired no matter what happened. They could go an 0-for this year. The Jets were going to keep Aaron Glenn. There's no way with a new GM and the way this roster is set up, because they pretty much took Robert Saleh's team and his roster, and he didn't really have much. The Jets really didn't have a real offseason of bringing in free agents because there was really no money. Their salary cap was really invested into Garrett Wilson and Sauce Gardner. So the Jets didn't bring in free agents. They really didn't bring in any Aaron Glenn guys. So that would be this offseason. And that's what I believe the New York Jets were going to do. They were going to give Aaron Glenn the opportunity to build his team and maybe his quarterback. Your position now where I'm worried because this is very Jet-esque. I remember. Now, I'm not saying Trevor Lawrence is any good, but I remember that season where everybody thought, oh, the Jets are going to get Trevor Lawrence. They're going to get the number 1 pick. This guy can change a team, a roster, and this guy is the next Andrew Luck. And what did the Jets do against the Rams? I remember that game. They win the game. A game they shouldn't have won. They win it just very Jet-esque, just like this Bengals game. They win it at the end of the game. And this has been the Jets' forte for years. It's been a big problem for the New York Jets. It bothers me as a Jet fan. I am not happy watching and really comparing this Jet team to any of the Jet teams over the years. And Aaron Glenn has not been as bad as Robert Saleh, even though his record would probably argue that. If you look at every single game, he's been in every single game but the Cowboys and the Buffalo Bills. The games have been close. The Jets really should have 3 to 4 wins right now. If you were to ask me right now, my argument to the New York Jets is the Jets should be, what is it? They're 7 games in. The Jets should be 4-3. That's where the Jets should be. They choked in the Pittsburgh game. They could have beaten quite a few other teams, and I'm not going to mention the teams, but you could just look at the scores of those games. They should have beaten Miami, even though they lost 27-20. Miami's not a good team. But again, this is very Jet-esque. And the only reason why the Jets are still drafting at 1 is because their schedule is one of the top 5 easiest schedules in football. And the teams right below them are some of the harder schedules. So right now, the Jets are sitting pretty at 1. What happens if the Jets pull off a win after their bye week against the Cleveland Browns, who have really nothing to play for? What are they going to play for? They got Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders. That's all. We're trying to figure out who their starting quarterback to be next year. That's all they're playing for. The Jets, and you know Aaron Glenn, he's playing for his life. Because everybody, every single fan on social media, every single radio show, every single broadcast, everybody was picking on Aaron Glenn that he's not the guy. What were the Jets thinking? The guy doesn't know how to play. He doesn't know how to play call. He doesn't know how to call the game. He's put in a really bad position in the fourth quarter. He doesn't know how to call a timeout. This Jet team, look at their star wide receivers yesterday. It was Johnson and Williams. Who the hell are they? I don't even know who they are. They're on their depth charts. They were 5-4 on their depth charts going into the season. Watching the Jets is humiliating. It's not something as a fan. If you're a Giant fan, at least you have something to watch. I mean, you had Skattebo, you had Dart, you have a good front 7, you have Dexter Lawrence. I mean, the Jets, we don't even know if this defense is going to be the same next year. Why? Because this isn't Aaron Glenn's defense. You can see it's not Aaron Glenn's defense. We've heard Quentin Williams' name being brought up in trades. Quincy Williams' name being brought up in trades. Breece Hall's name being brought up in trades. Every single one of these guys, Jamie Sherwood's name being brought up in trades. This whole defense, besides Sauce Gardner, has been brought up in trades. This is not going to be the same Jets team next year. And that's why I have always believed that Aaron Glenn was never going to lose his job, even if he went 0-for. And for him to win this game, exciting. If you're a Jet fan and you want to jump for joy, and I want to say something. I do believe the Jets were playing for Nick Mangold. I do. Everything that we've heard from the players after the game, and really from, Rex Ryan and what he said before the game on NFL Countdown on ESPN. And we know what Rex Ryan thought of Nick Mangold. I know what I thought about Nick Mangold. This guy's a Hall of Fame center. Mawai was a Hall of Fame center for the New York Jets. And Nick Mangold, he only played for one team, the New York Jets. Mawai played for Miami, and he played for the Jets. And he played for, I think, another organization. Titans. Nick Mangold was a Jet his whole career. This guy was a Hall of Fame center. And to hear the loss of Nick Mangold at the age of 41, I think the Jets play for him. I think Aaron Glenn, who knew Nick Mangold, and a lot of these players, Garrett Wilson, who trained and actually saw Nick Mangold at the facility in the off seasons, year in and year out. Sauce Gardner, who got a chance to meet Nick Mangold. All the coaching staffs that knew Nick Mangold. He was a Buckeye, okay? We all know Wes and what he said about Nick Mangold and the special player that he was for the Buckeyes. This guy was an all-world New York Jet. And losing him before the game and the announcement that the Jets and the organization lost a great player and a great personality like that, I think the Jets absolutely played for Nick Mangold in the fourth quarter. You saw that. The trick play by Breece Hall, throwing it to Mason Taylor, was sensational. It was fun to watch. It really was. But Jet fans, this is not good. any Jet fan sitting here today and thinking that it was, it's not. I'm not happy watching the New York Jets win that game. That's why I didn't watch it. I didn't care for it. You Jet fans sitting there and we won our first game. You're 1-7. How many games do you think you're going to win? And this is just very Jet-esque. As far as the New York Giants are concerned, they were never beating the Eagles. They were never going to win 2 games against the Eagles in the same season. The last time, I think it was 2022, this Eagle team is too good, too talented, even without A.J. Brown. And you were not going to have another game like you did in game number 1 where Saquon Barkley couldn't run the ball. There was no way they were stopping Saquon Barkley back-to-back games in a 3 or 4 week span. There was no way in hell. Saquon Barkley is too dominant and too good of a player. Giant fans know that. The fact that Cam Skattebo went down the way he did, it was disgusting. Horrible to watch. Horrible to watch a kid like that. All the fans love this kid. It's not fun to watch somebody go down like that and in the pain that he went down and out for the season. For everybody, the one thing that fans were looking forward to week in and week out, I know that from Fish, I know that from Speedy, I know that from Mr. Poops over here, is Cam Skattebo and Jackson Dart. The special players that they are and the type of players that they could become for the New York Giants in the family of the New York Giants organization. That was hard to watch. Even more harder to watch Kevon Thibodeau not recover a fumble. Okay? This guy is an absolute disgrace. Okay? I don't know what you're watching, fans, and you think that this guy deserves any kind of money in the offseason. This guy thinks he's going to get paid a significant amount of money. He is a free agent at the end of this year. Giant fans, if the Giants bring this idiot back, I'm going to tell you this right now. Abdul Carter is a million times better than Kevon Thibodeau. I don't even know why anybody thought that this kid was going to be a good player. This was Joe Shane's first draft. I'll never forget it. He had 2 top 10 picks, and both of them aren't going to last with the New York Giants more than 5 years. And you think that this guy deserves to keep his job? Honestly, the Giants right now, they're going to win probably another 3 games. I'm not 3 games. Probably another game or 2. I think they can win 4, maybe 5 games, depending on how everything falls together. The Giants have no running game now. Tracy can't stay healthy. You lost Skattebo for the season. Who are you going to bring off the scrap heap? Now, you're going to say Singletary? Give me a break. Motor? They have nothing. They have no running game. They have no wide receivers. They lost Neighbors. Darius Slayton, well, I never thought any highly of Darius Slayton. I mean, they got some, they got some weapons in some kind of way. I mean, if you want to say, Jackson Dart is put in a bad situation. I don't know if any Giant fan is happy to watch the rest of this season and how it's going to fall together. Now the trade deadline's around the corner. If the Giants think that they could, somehow sneak into the playoffs, I don't see it anymore. The only way they sneak into the playoffs if they won last week, which they should have, because I knew they were going to lose this game against the Eagles. The Eagles are, I'm telling you guys this. This is the best team in the NFL. I'm going to tell you this right now. I don't think anybody can argue this right now. This is the best team in the NFL. You will see after their bye week, when they come back, they're gonna go on a 4 or 5 game winning streak. I just don't think there's any team in the NFC. I thought the Packers were going to be good, adding Micah Parsons. The Packers, Jordan Love looked sensational last night. He did, and Tucker looked fantastic too. They look great. A tandem like that, but you're not going to see that week in and week out. I have Jordan Love on my fantasy team, 2 of my fantasy teams. Am I going to bet that Jordan Love is going to take me to the promised land in those fantasy leagues? No. That was a game that he wanted to prove himself against Aaron Rodgers. And he did. He proved himself. He outplayed Aaron Rodgers. That NFC North that we thought was going to be good, Minnesota's not good. The Packers are up and down. Chicago's up and down. The Lions are the best team in that division. They should win that division. A division that I thought was the best division in football is really up and down. It's not really that good. You know what? I think the division that really stands out to me is the Buccaneers division. Even though Atlanta lost against Miami, and we'll talk about that a little bit later in the show, the Eagles are the best team right now in the NFC. You want to say that the Rams? I don't trust the Rams. They're young. They got a young defense, and again, the players that they have in Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua. Puka Nacua is in how many years? What was it? 3 years in the NFL?
Third year.
Third year. How many times has he been injured? How many times has he been injured? He's been injured a couple of games here and there every single season he's played. He puts up the numbers, but is he going to stay healthy? Is he going to be 100%? Now, nobody's 100% going into the playoffs, as we've heard many players say. I don't trust any of those teams. The only team I do trust is the team that won the Super Bowl last year, and when on all cylinders, are unbeatable. And we haven't even seen the best in Jalen Hurts yet.
Yeah, it's one of those instances where we looked at the passing game with the Eagles, and it was about to get going at some point. And it wasn't. This game was just A.J. Brown not even being there. He got Smith getting going. Jahan Dotson caught a touchdown in that game. And Saquon finally got back to the form that he did. And that was what was missing. I think it was the play calling with the offense. We saw that in 2023. It really hurt the Eagles, and now you're seeing them at full throttle. The Giants, yeah, just keep your players healthy at this point because you're already got a worst case scenario, and I think CTE issues with Dart potentially too that I worry about as well. Brian Dable, if he's able to keep his job, just go with a quick game offense at this point. As far as the Jets are concerned, yeah, I'm not going to say this win means anything for them. Maybe trade deadline strategy, like you're saying, Breece Hall, trade him, Quinnen Williams, see what you can get for him. Don't sell low on Quinnen Williams, but see if you can sell high on him and maybe get good value with that too. But definitely a good emotional win for Nick Mangold as well. Nick Mangold, one of the best centers I've ever seen, if not the best center I've ever seen. Very sad what happened to him, and the Jets really rallied around that. And I agree with you on Glenn. Glenn is a gritty coach. It takes a lot for a coach to be fired in year one. Aaron Glenn, even though he's losing, has not done anything
He
wrong.
is just like Dan Campbell.
Yeah.
He is just like Dan Campbell. I don't care what anybody says. Jet fans got to stop this. Stop all this garbage, all over social media saying fire. They have signs up they're making signs up like memes now. Fire Glenn. Fire Glenn. It makes no sense. After 1 year, Robert Saleh's roster. It's Joe Douglas's roster. It's not even Mogi's or Aaron Glenn's roster, and everybody has them out. Everybody has them out already.
Yeah. Quickly, before we have our guest in, I just want to mention, like, it takes a lot. We're like Urban Meyer with the scandal with the Jaguars, the Texans, all the stupidity they did with the Rooney Rule, trying to hire these, like, basically phantom coaches that were to keep their job. Arizona with Steve Wilkes, like you were talking about a few weeks ago, a lot of players didn't like Steve Wilkes, so he had to get fired. Like, it takes a lot. Aaron Glenn has not really fit any of those boxes.
Steve Wilkes is getting fired.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about Steve Wilkes was the head coach of Arizona.
He's as good as fired.
Yeah.
The Jets are going to fire him at the end of the season. Aaron Glenn's one of those guys that won't fire him in the middle of the season. That's what Bill Parcells would do. Bill Parcells would wait until the end of the season and he'd disband guys. He'd get rid of guys. He is not going to fire him in the middle of the season. It's not. Dable did that with Wink Martindale, right? I think it was. Yep. He did that. Dable's different, and he is also a Bill Belichick disciple. Was he Bill Parcells too? I'm not even sure. I don't remember, but maybe he's a part of that tree. But Aaron Glenn is not going to fire Steve Wilkes until the season's end. I believe Aaron Glenn will take over the reins of the defensive coordinating at the end of the season. He is not getting fired. For all that Mike McCarthy, I've been hearing names of Mike McCarthy, and the chants at the game the other day was Mike McCarthy. I don't want to hear it anymore. The Jet fans need to stop this. Give this guy a chance to succeed. You're not going to succeed jumping from one coach to another.
No, I mean, you guys covered it. I don't see you can't fire him in the first year based upon the fact that he doesn't even really have his dudes in. Obviously, crappy situation with when you have to rally around something like that. I mean, that sucks. Obviously, all the best to him and his family and the organization as a whole, because Fish is going to touch on later and how he impacted that whole organization. And yeah, the energy the young guys that the Giants had look forward to, and Cam. First you had Neighbors, now you have Cam, and as somebody that's done the same thing to his ankle, hopefully best case scenario there's nothing wrong with his tibia and fibula, but if there is, it's going to be a little longer. If it was just an open dislocation where they snapped it back in, maybe a couple screws here and there, it won't be as long as you think. But if there was a fracture in the fibula and tibia, it's going to take a little bit longer. But obviously, nothing came out like that. So yeah, and they weren't going to stop Saquon back to back, and he goes out, and then it's funny how they were just talking about his longest run of the year been 18 yards, and he busts out a 65 to go ahead and start off his day. So yeah, it was an interesting day for both teams, that's for sure.
I will say this: Kev says that the Colts, if they were to match up in the Super Bowl, he'd have the Colts beating the Eagles and running over the Eagles. I don't believe that.
That'd be your dream, though. Danny Dimes versus Saquon.
I would love to see that, and that's my prediction right now. If you were to ask me right now, who are the two best teams in the NFL, it would be the Indianapolis Colts and the Philadelphia Eagles. I think those are the two best teams in the league. And wouldn't that be fitting for all you Giant fans to see that in the Super Bowl in San Francisco? I don't know if that's going to happen. I would love to see it because I know Fish can't stand Saquon Barkley. He can't stand Danny Dimes, as he has his middle finger up right now pointing at me. And I know all you guys, all the Giant fans do not want to see it. Kev is a Giant fan. He don't want to see it. Nobody wants to see it. But it would be very fitting to me to see the two guys that I've been rooting for ever since they've moved on from one team to another and see them in the Super Bowl. And that means one of them are going to win the Super Bowl. So it'd be fun to watch. But I think the Eagles are the best team right now in the NFL. I don't think there's an argument. And A.J. Brown needs to keep his mouth shut. And if A.J. Brown could just stay on the field and be even 80% healthy, this Eagle team with a healthy Saquon Barkley, almost impossible. This defense hasn't even played at its top game. Think about this. This defense is way better than they've played. Jalen Carter, who was one of the best defensive linemen in the league last year, has not been the same player he was last year. Just think about this, what he's going to be and what this defense is going to be when the whole team starts to play as well as they did last year in the second half of the season. Watch out for the Philadelphia Eagles. I'm just saying. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, he has been on our show quite a few times. We love him. And he's got one heck of a personality. So many stories. The grandson of one of the greatest broadcasters of all time, Howard Cosell. We will be talking to New York Mets and Army public address announcer, Colin Cosell. But first, Mr. Fish himself, our Sports Minute.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, everybody. Aaron Fishman here with your Sportsman. I got a couple of stories for you before we get into the scores this evening. The AP Top 25 is out for the last week of October, and the top of the polls remains unchanged, with Ohio State at the top spot once again, followed by Indiana, Texas A&M, Alabama, Georgia, and Oregon. Number 7, Ole Miss flip-flopped with undefeated number 8, Georgia Tech, while number 9, Vanderbilt, also traded spots in the top 10 with number 10, Miami, who is tied at number 10 with undefeated BYU. Other risers included number 14, Tennessee, number 16, Louisville, number 17, Cincinnati, and number 21, Michigan, all jumping multiple spots this week. Joining the top 25 this week is number 22, Houston, number 23, USC, number 24, Utah, and number 25, Memphis. LSU, which fired head coach Brian Kelly, more on that later tonight, fell out of the rankings along with South Florida, Illinois, and Arizona State. A war of words is brewing for some reason between Phillies general manager Dave Dombrowski and first baseman Bryce Harper, which many Mets fans will undoubtedly love to see lead Harper out of the division. In Dombrowski's end-of-season press conference after the Phillies were eliminated by the Dodgers in the NLDS, he criticized Harper for having a good season, but not an elite season, and seemed to openly question whether or not he would ever be an elite player again. Harper responded on Saturday to The Athletic that he was hurt by the unprovoked attack by his own GM. "I have given my all to Philly from the start. Now there is trade talk? I made every effort to avoid this. It's all I heard in D.C. with the Nationals. I hated it. It makes me feel uncomfortable." Harper, who's 33, had a poor season by his standards with 27 homers and an 844 OPS while missing a month with a wrist injury. Harper was still above average player according to most metrics, and it would seem pretty silly to question a player who has 2 MVPs and is likely to end up in the Hall of Fame. "It's disappointing to hear me being questioned about my contribution to the team," Harper told The Athletic. "Just really hurt by that notion because I love Philly so much. From changing positions to coming back early from injury, I show total commitment for my team, and yet there is still trade talk." Here's to hoping Bryce wants out and has some interest in a short porch in right field to finish out his storied career. Some scores right now. It is scoreless in Kansas City. Monday Night Football, still early going. Commanders and Chiefs just underway. I'm sorry, in the second quarter with 11 minutes. Still scoreless in that game. Baseball, it's the World Series. And for some reason, my scores are all tied, but it's not correct. As I know, I saw Teoscar Hernandez hit a home run. It's 1-0 going into the bottom of the third. Dodgers over the Blue Jays in L.A. And we have a bunch of basketball scores going on right now tonight. In the third, it's 78-56 Cleveland over Detroit. It's 92-87 Sixers over the Magic with 1:46 left in the third. About 4 minutes before the half, the Hawks have a 49-41 lead over the Bulls. In Houston, it's 62-50 Rockets over the Nets. 4:20 left in the second there. 9 minutes left in the second. Pelicans and Celtics, 34-32 Celtics up by 2. We have 50-33 Spurs all over the Raptors early. 7 minutes left in the second there. And 19-18 Thunder over the Mavericks. 4 minutes left in the first. Still to come tonight, the Jazz and the Suns, the Timberwolves and the Nuggets, the Warriors and the Grizzlies, and the Lakers and the Trailblazers. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube on our Jabba in the Mouth handle, on Facebook. Both there and on Spotify, now in video. Make sure to like and subscribe to all our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos that you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Jabba, and Speedy for our guest on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions? What is this? We're back. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
I'm not doing any freaking tiny one.
That's Martin.
I went over like a party church. This Jabba in the dairy, never going wrong.
631-672-31 is the number to call. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth. I'm your host, the one and only Errol Marks, my co-host, Jabba Chamberlain, and Speedy Petey. Remember, you can listen to our show every single Saturday from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. New York Eastern Time only on 103.9. I just did 103.9, the LI News Radio Network. Yeah, how weird is that? I'm all over the place tonight. You can listen to our show every single week by going to www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows out the week. Every single week, you can listen to our shows from Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all the shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. I just went and I did the 103.9 take. How weird is that? I've never done that before. That's something
Josh
new.
did that once on his show where he accidentally did the outro.
That's
for
something
Off
new
the
for
Mat.
me. I never done that before. That's crazy.
Yeah.
By the way, our show is brought to you by Omaha Steaks. And ladies and gentlemen, Omaha Steaks is giving an extra 10% off for all orders if you hit the Jabba and the Mouth fan link. Just click the link by going to www.omahasteaks.com/Jabba in the Mouth or go to our website and hit the worldwidesportsradio.com network, or you could go to our website and hit our logo, Omaha Steaks logo, and you can check it out and hit it, and you get all 10% off of whatever meat you need. It's been a crazy, crazy night. I've been all over the place, but hey, it's a show. And speaking of all over the place, I'm sure he's all over the place. He's been traveling a lot, and hopefully he'll stay far away from the planes and the airports and the Ubers, because he probably is not too fond of them anymore. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now talking to New York Mets and Army football public address announcer Colin Osell. Colin, what's up, buddy?
You really cannot top that kind of an intro. Thanks for having me back. Given the last debacle when I was previously on, the fact that you allowed me to come back on the show really does mean a lot to me. So thank you for having me again.
First of all, the pleasure's all ours. First of all, because you're sensational. What you do is great, not only for the business. If you're a Met fan, when you go to the Mets stadium and you're listening to the public address announcer, that is Colin Cosell. So when you walk through the stadium and you're hearing all the public announcements, it is Colin. So if you're a Met fan, this is a man that goes to every single home game for the New York Mets. He travels a lot with the Mets organization and the team. And his grandfather is the great Howard Cosell. So it is a crazy, crazy, wraparound. And really the back end of it, the story is you used to be a manager at a bar. And really from your career, from where you are now and from where you were 10 years ago it's pretty crazy. It's just like, it's just a great story and who you are and what you've been doing in this industry for such a long time. It's great. It really is. We really appreciate you. And I know, Joe got a chance to meet you for the first time when you were hanging out at the airport, as we all know. So,
yeah.
But I want to get back into the Mets because the Mets season has been a tailspin. And we were just talking about Vladimir Guerrero Jr., a guy that the Mets were very interested in bringing in if he was a free agent going into the offseason, but he's not because the Blue Jays gave him a $325 million bonus right up front to stay with the Blue Jays.
Yeah.
So where do the Mets go in the offseason? I know they're going to do everything they can to keep Pete Alonso and make sure that he's happy. But where do they go in the offseason to become a World Series contender? Because honestly, this roster and this team is not good enough to win a World Series. The pitching staff, they got a lot of good young players. McClain looks like he could be a number one, but you're not going into the offseason and the season saying that's our number one and this is our number two. And they're not doing that. They have to look at veteran pitching. Where do the Mets go?
I mean, it's a really good question. I think at the end of the day, it's going to have to be, it's going to have to be Pete. And I think it's what the fans want. And I think the Mets want it as well. And I think I'm hoping that maybe, and it never works out this way, somehow Scott Boras always ends up getting his way somehow. It's the weirdest thing. But, maybe they'll be able to find some sort of common ground and bring him back. The options are fairly limited. And they can't even really work from within because they've been trying to manipulate and massage players into, different infield positions. And first base, they started to tinker with a little bit last year, as a just in case contingency plan sort of approach. But, ultimately, I think they're going to have to start shopping around and maybe get some sort of stopgap solution. I hear, Bryce Harper might be on the trade market. Thanks to Fish. Appreciate that. But no, in all seriousness, I think it's got to be Pete or bust at this point. You know what I mean? He has that vibe about him of being a career Met. I think the fans absolutely, he's a perfect fit, in New York in general. But I think with the fans, it's a match made in heaven because, he's just a lovable meathead who's really good at hitting dingers. So, I don't know. That's my take. It's very limited because the options are limited.
That's all you go. If you get Pete Alonso, that's what you're going into the season. You're hoping, we signed Pete Alonso.
No. I'm sorry. I was just addressing the Pete Alonso aspect of things. Okay. In terms of pitching, I do believe that McClain, obviously he's automatically, if not an ace, he's your number two. If you get Peterson back to health and you don't have him, exhausted again, I think we've got a solid pitching core. If we can get Senga to be healthy and go back to what we know he's capable of course, there's a lot of what ifs around him now because fool me once, and it just keeps happening. But there's people that we're forgetting about. Christian Scott, we just got some really good news about him. He's progressing really well off of Tommy John surgery. He's a part of that future Mets pitching rotation. You take a look at Bryce Montez de Oca. He's still out there. He can throw 1,000 miles an hour. And he learned how to control it. I used to announce him when he was in Brooklyn, and the dude could throw heat, but it was going like into the Ferris wheel, which by the way is in center field. just, control joke, obviously. That failed. I'll see myself out. I'm going to go get an Uber. My Montez de Oka joke failed. But no, now that he has control and get him back into the rotation as well, and he could be middle relief. I think there's a lot of moving parts that people are forgetting about. And I think it's something that Stearns really didn't talk about all that much because it was, the Mets want to have the image of we're all about right now. We want to win right now. And I get that because Steve Cohen, I truly believe, does want that as well. But they're also aware of the fact that they caught lightning in a bottle in 24 by signing pitchers who were trying to resurrect their careers, and they managed to do so fairly consistently. And it was a year that was supposed to be an abject failure, or at least like, a kind of a passable year, but nothing great. This year was, was supposed to be a huge year. It was supposed to be our year. We're going to win the World Series this year. Everything was going to work. And it was the same sort of approach, with signing the pitchers that we signed, and it didn't work. Trying to catch lightning in a bottle twice was not going to work. Also, you had a team that was really uninspired. The energy wasn't there. You didn't have your character players there. You didn't have your Iglesias and your oh my gods. You didn't have Winker there regularly to just be Winker. Harrison Bader is another character that was missing. The team lost a lot of its identity and its character. And what started great this season was literally still riding the high and the vibes from the season before. But that lightning that was caught in a bottle, they realized it was a very different, very talented team, but no fire there and a lot of injuries at inopportune times. And it happened a lot to pitching. And that's how we got to where we are. So I think Stearns tried to catch lightning in a bottle twice, didn't work. But I think behind the scenes, he knew we've got a lot of great things that are in the works in our youth movement and our farm system. And we're going to be bringing them up sooner rather than later.
So what are the approach with a lot of the younger players? Obviously, McLean's kind of locked in. Probably one or two in the rotation. And then Brandon Sproat looked pretty good up until towards the end of the season. I was at September 13th. I was there. I watched him pitch very well against the Texas Rangers in that game. But then also the hitters, too. Beatty, Vientos. They've been good, but the consistency still is a question for them. Do you think a lot of these roles are on that team, or could you see them use them as pieces in potential trade for pitching like you were mentioning?
I imagine that they could very well be used because, there's also some great talent coming up in the farm system in the field as well. So, they could bide their time with these players that they have right now. I think Beatty may have finally massaged himself into being a legitimate, everyday baseball player. Is he going to be cracking an all-star team? Maybe he'll have that one explosive season that players sometimes have. But otherwise, I think he'll be perfectly passable. Vientos is a head scratcher. It seemed like you were getting flashes of him and it felt like the old Studebaker. You were turning the crank. That engine was going and then it just petered out again. So it's going to be one of those things that we also have new coaches coming in and there's going to be a whole new approach to a lot of these players. And one of the things they try to preach in this organization is consistency across all coaches, across all levels. So there's going to be a bit of acclimating there. How do they approach the young talent that can be a little touchy with your Vientos, Mauricio coming back and being thrust in the situation he was, and then of course Beatty, but I think Beatty has gotten over the hump. So, if they can perform at the level that they're capable of, they could very well be a part of a championship team. Just they need to tighten up their defense desperately across the field. And that goes for, a Golden Glove winning Francisco Lindor. So it could go either way. But you hope that they're going to be in a place, especially with the new coaches joining the team, that's going to be, sustainable for the team. And if it's good enough for trade pieces, then so be it.
Yeah, Java.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about the pieces of the puzzle that that were lacking in the oh my god and the Iglesias. Do you think like
Java's watching the Dodger game? His head's all over the Dodger game.
Oh, I totally get that.
Yeah, Well, I got football on one screen, I got baseball on the other, and then I got you guys here. So
I don't blame you, man. I don't blame you at all.
Multitasking over here.
It's impressive, actually.
I mean, see, I got to cover all these things. I got to know what's going on here.
My hat's off to you.
When it came to this, obviously, the signing Pete, I think, is obviously first and foremost. But do you think they need to spend instead of all in one basket like they did with Soto, where they can get bits and pieces, the Iglesias of the world, the Baiters, where it fits that puzzle as a whole and just not one big piece to try to get them over the hump?
Absolutely. I mean, you take a look at the game of Stratomatic baseball. Have you guys played that?
I've never played.
it.
I've never played Stratomatic.
Okay.
Tell us how to play. How do you play?
If you enjoy baseball in any capacity and think you could be a good manager, I implore you to try Stratomatic baseball. It is a phenomenal simulation, albeit archaic in nature. It is about as analog as it gets, but it really takes into account the amount of chance that's in baseball, but also weighted chance based on your talent and abilities. It's really fascinating. So I strongly suggest you do it, and you can get it in a variety of years. Like you can get lineups from like 1972 or 1946. You can, it's nuts. It is, yes, Jarrett Bennett is absolutely right. It is a stat nerd's dream.
Then I wouldn't be good at it.
Well, that's the thing. Then you have to figure out the strategy that goes into it as well. And you start to realize that when it comes to a baseball team, you have your role players, you have your defensive, like that's why you have defensive, players to put in towards the end of the game to protect a lead. And so you can get those types of players who are going to be character players that are notorious for it. They tend to be the ones that are like just kind of a little, stopgap measure in a championship team. And they end up getting like 3 championships from 4 different teams for some reason. Some weird outlandish stuff happens with them. So that's basically the approach in real life with Stratomatic is, you build a team with the best possible players you can. But it's got to be weighted in certain ways, and you have to have players that can complement each other, and they don't necessarily have to be billion-dollar players. You don't have to sign them for 1 billion years. You can get someone who's like an Andrew McCutchen, who is a passable bat, is a designated hitter, is all personality, or a rugged old player who can occasionally go into the field. And he's past that, by the way. I'm just thinking of a great character in baseball. But you don't have to spend $1 billion, and you can't anymore. Right now you've got to focus on using the talent that you do have, filling in the things that need filling in, center field being one of those things. And also taking a look at some of the positives that are still there. Starling Marte had a very, very good season for someone who had to reinvent himself as a player. And he's also someone who is a great mentor and kind of a soother of Soto when he joined the team. He's one of those role-playing guys who can catch fire, can occasionally play in the field if need be, but he understands his role and he started to excel at it. So again, these are all just examples of the ways you can approach it without spending $1 billion and being married to a 30-year contract.
Well, I'll just let you know that I would not be playing that game. So I'm not a statistician. Everybody says, well, you're a stat man. You're a stat man. But I'm not going to sit there and try to figure out, hey, if there's 2 balls and 1 strike, what am I going to do here and how I'm going to do it? And where do I move my third baseman, or where do I move my second baseman? Because this guy is a pull ball hitter. I'm not into that stuff. But anyways, we are talking to New York Mets and Army football public address announcer Colin Cosell, Howard Cosell's grandson. He is a great personality. He's been on our show quite a few times, and he gets better and better every single time. We really do love him, and I'm being serious, man. I'm telling you the truth. I'm not going to lie to you. Listen, everybody that knows
going to come back. I was gonna come back.
I'm
I
gonna
want
tell
to be
you,
on I want to be on another episode where there's no baseball and I can just like go
all
like toe to
football.
toe with Jabba. That's all I want. And
Well,
he's so distracted.
then
I
Jabba
mean,
wouldn't be the guy to go toe and toe with, toe to
I
toe
mean,
with.
not even toe to toe. I don't even know why I use that. It's Monday. I'm tired. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. I don't. Yeah, I want to fight Jabba Chamberlain. That's what I'm saying. No, I want to, just have a conversation though. Like I want to have his undivided attention so we can just shoot the breeze like a couple of fellas.
Well, get his.
Well, it's tough when you got a sports equinox day.
I know, dude. I didn't realize it as soon as when I got the text. I was like, "Hell yeah, I'll be back." I've got to amend my wayward ways before. Like they called me in an absolute hellstorm of travel nightmare day, and my wife was going to kill me, and my daughter was going to kill all of us, and Uber was going to be the death of me. And it was like,
That is
"Blah,"
not
and
even
then you're going to
that
have me
bad.
back on.
That's not even that bad. I'll tell you a quick story. I was flying, so I had to go to New Orleans years and years ago, and I had Philadelphia to New Orleans. So I got to Philadelphia, and they told me my plane is going to be an hour late. Then an hour went by. Then they tell me it's going to be another hour late. Then it went from an hour to 2 hours to 8 hours. And by the time I got to New Orleans, I was probably almost, it took me almost 17 hours to get to New Orleans. So, and I'll never forget that. Yeah, it was 17 hours. Then I went to visit my friend in Colorado. I'll never forget this. I'll never go to Philadelphia again. I went from New York to Philadelphia. I got caught there for 12 hours because there was something wrong with the plane propeller or something like that. And they couldn't find another plane to fly us over there to Colorado. By the time I got to Colorado, it was the next day. I was in an airport in New York. I think it was JFK. I was in JFK for about 5 hours because I was waiting for my plane. I was waiting 12 hours in Philadelphia to get it. It took me almost 19, 20 hours to get to Colorado. So,
Damn.
Yeah, that's not it. What you were complaining about with the Uber is Uber. You know that. Just recently, we came back from Florida. So what was that? What's that? What is that? I'm trying to remember what it was going on in the city. What's that stuff going on in the city? Oh, Comic-Con. Comic-Con. There was Comic-Con going on in the city, and we forgot Comic-Con. It was Thursday. We got back and it was the first day of Comic-Con. It took us from LaGuardia to Babylon. It was 40 miles away. It usually takes about an hour. It took us 4 hours to get back, and I had to do a show that day. 4 hours.
Hey, is LaGuardia a new airport? LaGuardia? Never heard of that one.
LaGuardia.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering. I didn't know if there was a new airport. I haven't been back in a while.
You're an idiot, Jabba. Screw you, Jabba. Yeah, this guy calls me in Florida, and he says, "Yo, what's the quickest way to get to Smithtown?" And I was like, "I live in Smithtown. Why?" And he says, "Well, I got an offer, and I'm trying to figure out the best way to get there." And I'm like, "Well, you can go to Islip, and you get on that plane, and it's like 10, 15 minutes from Islip." And he's like, "Well, I don't know if I could get a plane that can fly me back that day." And I'm like, "I don't think you can get any plane to fly you back that day." So I said, "Take JFK or LaGuardia." And he looked, and he was moving on all this other stuff that he was doing. So that never came to fruition. But it's funny because he always makes jokes when I am a bad traveler. Everywhere I go, I get stuck somewhere. Something happens to the plane. Something weird happens to my suitcases. I'll never forget. I was looking for, you carry your shavers, you carry a bag with all your vitamins and all your pills.
Your toiletry kit, your DOP kit.
Yeah, my DOP kit. So I'm not going to tell you what was in it, but I had my pills and everything like that. So I'm looking, we land, and I'm looking for my pills. I get
you can't say what it is and not say what was in there. Like,
yeah,
you went to pills. Like, was there lubes? Was there some dildos? What are we talking about?
No, all right. So I obviously had a hip surgery. So I had a couple of Vicodins. I had my bottle of Vicodins. So so I'm opening up my bag, and I'm looking at my bag, and I'm like, where the hell are they? I'm ripping it apart. I rip apart my pills are gone.
And I'm like, what the hell? So I get home, I get back to my destination, I get to a family's place, and I call the airport, and I'm like, I'm missing pills. Where the hell is it? And they're like, well, it's like, I'll look into it. We'll give you a call in 24 hours. So I get a call in 24 hours, and they tell me, well, they're narcotics. And I say, okay, my name was on the bottle. Yeah, but the date of the bottle is too late. I think they said it was overdue. The bottle was overdue, so we took the Vicodins. And I said, wait a second, if my name is on the bottle, you can't take the Vicodins. And they said, well, it's overdue, so you can't do that. You can't be carrying around an overdue bottle of any narcotics. And I was like, I've never heard this before in my life. So I was fighting with them. Finally, I called my friend who's a lawyer, and my friend got on the phone with them and got me my bottle back. But it was a war on the phone with them. I had to speak to management to get my bottle back. So I have no luck traveling. So
here's my question. So with all due respect, I mean, it keeps happening to you, and you seem to be the common denominator. What is it you're doing when you travel?
First of all,
you're not going full Karen on people, are you? Like, I can't believe Delta's late again. Oh, was that too loud?
I'm not traveling with like.
Oh, he's definitely that person.
I'm not. I am not. And by the way, when I travel in small bags.
I don't go to that Starbucks. Never Starbucks by Gate 86. That barista gave me a funny look.
I haven't had Oh, there it is. I haven't had Starbucks in 6 months. Okay, stupid. I haven't had Starbucks in 6 months, guys. I have been.
That barista looked at me funny.
Thank you. Anyways, I just have bad luck, and with Brittany, when I go with Brittany can get nasty if she's with you and she's not getting something, she doesn't have her coffee, she'll rip your goddamn head off.
I'm the whiny one.
She's whiny.
Because I travel so much. I am very, very particular in the way I do things. I am the kind of traveler, I've got it down to such a science that I can arrive at LaGuardia by 15 minutes.
You guys are
sorry.
nasty.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to pile on anymore.
Colin, you're supposed to be on my side.
I apologize. I'm so sorry. I had to get one in.
These two idiots over here.
I'm so sorry. I'm such a jerk. But but no, when I get there, like literally it'll be 15 minutes before boarding because I know exactly where I'm going to go. I know where to enter. It's always Delta, or at least 95% of the time it's Delta. So I know exactly where to enter. So I avoid everything, get right through, use the Face ID, get right through there. And I'm at my gate within like 5 minutes, no wasting of time, just enough time to pee if I need, or swing by the Starbucks that gave you a funny look, whatever. And so like, that's the way I do things. When I have my wife and kid with me, I have to like take deep breaths. I have to meditate. I have to find that inner peace where I'm like, Colin, you cannot control this right now. There is a toddler who could melt down at any second. Appease that child. You have a wife who's trying to appease that child so you don't have a meltdown yourself. Just go with it. And so I can see where things can get calamitous, but like once I get it down to a science and you make it as fast as possible, very little can get in your way.
Colin, are you one of those people, if somebody sees you and notices you and they walk up to you, you're like, I'm with my family, could you leave me alone? Are you one of those people?
No one has any clue who I am. No one has. I am the least famous person who's got like semi-famous jobs. You know what I mean?
How about you, Jabba? You're in the airport.
Jabba, now that's someone, he was all over national. Like he had the entire nation riveted while swatting bugs away from his face.
Yeah, you know what? It wasn't too bad. The only time that it really like in the airport was fine, but there was a few times like I would literally be on the plane, and I always tried to take the early flight just because I could sleep, and then like. Yeah. If I was coming in from Nebraska or somewhere or Florida to New York, I tried to do it like in and out. And if you're flying into a bigger city, you can get that done. So I'd always try to take the early flight. and we would be coming in the landing, and there would be stewardess that'd come over, and I'd probably be drooling, just glasses like crooked on the thing, and they would wake me up and be like, "Hey, could we get your?" I was like, and I'm asleep, and that's the only time I'd be like, "Could you get me when we land?" Like I'm trying to sleep here, but no, I mean it's cool. They don't recognize nobodies, so at least I did something right.
Well, that's the problem, because I've been in the airport. I've seen Ernie Johnson there, and I've known Ernie for a long, long time, seen him at the TNT facilities. So he showed me around, and so he remembered me because I was the loudmouth, and he was like, "Oh, I remember you, Mr. Marks." And we were standing there. I was speaking to him. I took a picture. As soon as I took a picture with him and I was speaking to him for 15 minutes, every single person saw that it was Ernie Johnson, and they flocked over there. And I looked at him, and I apologized to him. It was in Philadelphia, and I apologized to him. I'm like, "I'm sorry, Ernie. I'm sorry." He's like, "Don't worry about it. I'll take care of it. Don't worry about it." And people were lined up straight down. "How's Shaq? How's this? How's Kenny? How's Charles?" I'm like sitting there. I'm like, "Oh my God, I feel so bad." That, and I saw Carmelo. Well, I didn't see him. My friend said recently he was on a plane with Carmelo Anthony, and he was 2 seats away from Carmelo Anthony. And you can't miss a 6'8" guy, and from New York, he's from New York. He played for the Knicks. Well, he was on a plane. He was flying, I think, to Florida or something like that. He was doing some kind of event, and he's sitting there. He put his hat down. Every single person, he mentioned it. He walked up to him and asked him for his autograph. Every single person, including the stewardess, and the flight attendants, and even the guy flying the plane. So everybody wanted his autograph. Everybody was lined. He told me everybody lined up asking for his autograph. So
I see. Here's the thing. I can slightly relate to, again, no one ever knows who I am. Like, if someone has seen me, like when I'm walking in the building, they've seen my badge. They're like, "Oh, hey, Colin." But no one's just like, and when I do meet people, they're like, "You don't sound like you do in the ballpark." I'm like, that's because if I did, I would be institutionalized. Like, can you imagine I walk around and it's just, and be like, "Can you please fill it up regular unleaded?" Like that's, if I did that,
that wouldn't make you feel good when somebody walks up to you.
I mean, it's cool when they're like, "Oh my God," because when I do, like when I speak like I do as an announcer, like, and you kind of see see it click. And now what's really cool about it is I've been doing this for, I just locked in my 8th season. So there's little kids that I'm the only voice they've ever known, me and Marisol, the other one who does the PA announcing. So like, I'm the only voice they've ever known, which is just like bonkers to me. But no one has a clue who I am. Now, growing up with my grandfather, on the other hand, was very strange because, people would be shouting at him as they were like driving by in the Hamptons or in the city or whatever. And as a little kid, that really didn't click. But, we'd go to a sporting event together. We'd go to a Rangers game. And, people would come up and start asking him for autographs. And it's like middle of the game, and he just wants to be left alone. You know what I mean? And he's just there with his family and just wants to chill. So he wasn't being, like a dick about it. He just wanted to be left alone. So, I can get that, like, if you're taking a nap, for certain, that is when I want to be left the F alone.
The funniest story I have that somebody actually noticed me was in a 7-Eleven. I think I told you guys this story. I don't know if I mentioned it to Jabba. I think I told Fish and I told Speedy. You've heard this story.
I've heard many 7-Eleven stories.
I was it, but this was a story that was pretty funny. So I walk into 7-Eleven at night at like 1:00 in the morning. There's no 24-hour Dunkin' Donuts close to me. I got to go like 3 towns over. So I get a donut at 7-Eleven. I like the jelly donuts because they're filled with jelly. So I'm standing there, and over. So where the coffee is. So there's the coffee. So there was somebody standing there right over the coffee and looking at me and staring at me. And I'm looking at the guy up front because I know the guy that works there. I'm always there. So he's staring at me and I'm like, okay, I this is weird. Then I go and get my Slurpee and I walk up and I'm like, that guy is at me, and he's like, yeah, I saw him too. That's weird. I don't know. Who are you? And I was like, what do you mean? Who am I? I come here every single night. What are you talking about? So this guy, I come up, I'm standing up there. I'm
You're rocking jelly donuts every night at 1 a.m.
No. But I go to 7-Eleven.
Live your best life.
Or 7-Eleven, excuse me.
No, I go to 7-Eleven every night. Every night, yes. I go to 7-Eleven every night. Yep.
At 1 o'clock in the morning?
Dude, I don't sleep.
It's the best time to be at 7-Eleven.
Dude, nobody's there, by the way, and it is. Colin's right.
Well,
There's
no shit.
It's dead, so it's great. Nobody bothers you.
But on the off chance someone is there, you are going to have a story about that person.
So this guy's looking.
1,000%.
I thought this guy was a freak. You know what I mean? He was wearing a Cubs hat. Never forget it.
Weird.
And I'm walking up, and then this guy comes up to me. He's like, I know you. And I said, guy, you do that show with Eric Coleman and Speedy on 103.9. He's like, my son's a big fan of you guys. Blah 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 blah. He's like, could I get a picture of you? And it's like, no. First he says, I want your autograph. So he pulls out his Cub hat. I'm not a Cubs fan. And I'm like, you want me to sign your hat? I was like, do you have it? So the guy from the 7-Eleven gives me a pen, and I'm trying to sign this Cubs hat on the fucking box. Excuse my language. I'm trying to sign it. And I'm like, okay, I'm done. I walk outside and I'm jumping in my car. The guy comes out again when my door's open and wait a second. I want to get a picture with you. So I'm sitting, my legs hanging out the door, guys, out the door. And he's right over where the door's open, and he's taking like a selfie. And he's like, he takes a picture of me, and my head's like this, and his head's like that. Dude, it was the weirdest picture I've ever taken of like a selfie with anybody. And he's like, my son's not going to believe this. Tell Speedy I said hello. And I get in the car, and I'm like, that is the freakiest, weirdest fan doing that. I was like, I wouldn't want to do this. I wouldn't want to do that. That's weird.
Errol, you want to know what kind of a celebrity I am? Okay. I was going through airport security, and the TSA agent checked my ID, and he looks up and he goes, Mr. Cosell, are you the public address announcer for the New York Mets? And I said, well, yes, I am. And it was cool because my wife and kid were with me as well. And he goes, during the pandemic, you recorded, and I did do this during the pandemic. During lockdown, I recorded a bunch of like walk-ups for people to kind of like bring the ballpark home to them when there were no sports, and we were watching Tiger King, and it was freaking weird. So just to, like, it gave me something to do, and it gave them something to like, use their walk-ups while playing wiffle ball in the backyard while everyone was locked up at home. So he said, you did one for my son during the pandemic, and it really meant a lot to us. And I was like, thank you so much. And he was like, no, thank you. And then we kept going. My wife was like, honey, you're a hero. That was the nicest thing in the world. Now, this is all a really, really heartfelt, heart-touching, like tug of the heartstrings kind of story, except that this was at Long Island MacArthur Airport. So that's that's my kind of celebrity. I get recognized at the ISP. Long Island MacArthur Airport, just ranked one of the top 5 best small airports in the country.
A crappy airport. I don't know why anybody thinks it's a good airport.
I love it.
Adorable.
Do you know what? It's adorably small. I get through there fast, and for the love of God, they recognize me.
I can't stand MacArthur Airport, and I'll tell you why. Because it's so small, and when you're standing, there are so many people waiting to get on the plane. So we're trying to get your bag, because it's not like any of the airports, JFK or LaGuardia. It's not like any of that. But you have to go from one place to another, and it's not like Florida, Tampa, where you have to go from one place to another. But the one thing I hate more than anything is that when you're waiting online, it takes them forever because they're going through the bags and they're weighing the bags and everything like that. But if you're not there early, you're not going to make your plane. So, and the planes are so damn small. It feels like I'm sitting. That's another problem with traveling. Every single time I have my girlfriend pick out the planes, I'm sitting between 2 fat people. All the time. All the time. She'll laugh at it and she'll tell you the truth. This is a true story. Every time she picks our plane tickets, she's always on the outside. We're not sitting next to each other. I'm sitting between 2 overweight, obese people. And I'll never forget the last time I traveled. I couldn't even put my hands on the armrest. I was sitting with it between my legs, guys. Between my legs, right next to my crotch. Okay, could you imagine driving 3 hours with your hands between your crotch because you can't move? All right, and one of them farting the whole time, bad gas the whole time. How does that make you feel? Job was shaking his head, but it's true. I tell her all the time. She laughs at it. She thinks it's funny, and I'm always the one who gets suckered into it.
Well, fortunately, when you're flying out of MacArthur Airport, you're not going international. You're not flying to Australia. Chances are you're going to Boston,
Florida,
Charleston at most. So it's fine for what it is. Like I love LaGuardia for what it is. My mom says it. My mom was born in Brooklyn and raised in Stuytown. So she's got like the good old fashioned like New York accent. It was always LaGuardia. She called it LaGuardia.
Dude, I'm telling you, and it laughs at it all the time. She's always giggling, and she always tells me, it's always B. I always get the B number, and you know where the B is. It's in between people. As soon as I see the B number, I'm like, you got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. And every time I walk in, I'm sitting next to two.
You do know you can like check your seats and everything, and like before you board, like if you have the app on your phone, you can select your seat.
Colin, I'm always getting screwed. That's why.
That's impressive. Hey, very quickly, just backtracking 3 minutes to the chat. Carol Baskin, they're misspelling Carol Baskin's name. It's actually spelled that bitch Carol Baskin. You can't. The official title is that bitch Carol Baskin. So please get it right if you're going to address Carol Baskin.
Isn't Carol Baskin
proper names here?
Had her husband eaten by a tiger?
Oh yeah. Yeah, Carol Baskin's got problems, my friend. She's not well.
Yeah. Did she die yet?
It's a great question. She 100% killed her husband. That is 100% accurate.
Colin, what are you doing for the rest of the night?
I am so boring now. I'm sitting here drinking my mocktail. I'm watching Jabba watch sports so that I don't have to. So I'm like watching it through osmosis.
All right.
All right. Dude, I'm chilling. What do you do? Are we hanging now? Are we?
If you want to hang first, you can hang on the show because
we're making a night of this now.
Yeah, we if you want, we can make a night of it.
Dude.
But I want to say something. So we had a big argument about this Shohei Ohtani thing. Okay. All right. And me and Fish went back and forth. Jabba likes to eat his popcorn. Okay. Now, I am not a Shohei Ohtani fan. All right. I never was, and I'll speak my piece. Jabba has a love fetish for this man. Okay. He loves this.
By the way, Jabba's going to become his future agent.
Yeah. Jabba should be his future agent. Because,
want to bet?
I don't know.
Yeah, Jabba, I'll take that. I'll take 3% of 600 million. That's fine.
And then Fish comes in, and he has his take, and I'm sitting there, and he says, if the Blue Jays lose tonight, they got to deal with Ohtani on the mound. And I said, okay, Ohtani pitched one game so far in the playoffs. Yes, he had 10 strikeouts. Yes, he had 3 home runs. That was an all-world game. The chances of that happening again is slim to none. Well, he says, it's insanity. It's not going to happen again. You will not see that again. I guarantee you. You will never see that again. And Shohei Ohtani will never again. I promise you. So he says, so we're arguing back and forth. And my argument here is, you're probably, if the Blue Jays already know Ohtani is going to be on the mound, you think they're not ready for that? You don't think they're getting ready that if they lose this game, they're going to have to contend with Ohtani? The Brewers haven't seen Ohtani all season long. They didn't see a pitch all season long. Okay. Now the Blue Jays had an opportunity to watch video and watched all the different, and they actually know what he's going to do. So in understanding that, I think the advantage goes to the Blue Jays in this game. There it is, right there between the fat people. That's true. By the way, it was a guy and a girl. So very good, Fish. It was a fat woman.
No, but Errol, Colin, let me preface this. He kind of left something out because that's kind of what it was. But Fish was coming on saying that this team is better than last year because Ohtani had a bum shoulder and wasn't pitching last year that beat the Yankees. And he said they're a better team because he is pitching. And that's how it all got started.
I disagree.
So he left that part out.
I disagree.
And okay, so in your opinion, are they a better team when Ohtani's pitching?
If you can get me any pitcher to go, and I know I'm going to hang my hat on this, but to go 6 innings and give me 6 strikeouts, I'm going to. That's my team is better because of it.
Hold on.
Now, if it has to be the name Ohtani attached to it, so be it. But what he did for that team, like what he's done for this team on both sides of the plate, is insane. That is,
You do realize he's a career 200 hitter in the playoffs.
That's fine. He hit 3 home runs in a game where he was pitching at the same time. Like that to me is super impressive because pitching to me, I kind of assimilate it with like being an ice hockey goalie. We're cut very differently from other people in sports.
Talking hockey now.
I mean, I'm just saying, as an ice hockey goalie, but we're zeroed in and we're kind of like, one of those people like you kind of handle with kitty gloves until you get to know them kind of thing. For a lot of us, not all, but most. And so, yeah, am I wrong in that, Jabba, by the way?
No, I agree. Like I'm an Ohtani fan for the mere fact that we've never seen this before. And like, you just have to shake your head because will it happen again? I have no idea. Did we think it would ever happen in the first place? No. Have we seen it before? Yes. Bob Gibson did the same thing and hit a homer in 1960 something. Yeah.
Right.
So we've seen a little bit of it. They tried to argue, well, Reggie Jackson hit 3 homers off 3 pitchers on 3 consecutive pitches. Yeah. Well, Ohtani did that and punched out 10.
Yeah.
And then the argument that Errol wanted to have with me, and I'm not discrediting Judge by any means. I'm not. Yes, Ohtani's hitting 227. And I just said to Errol, I go, yeah, but he also did exactly what Judge is doing and can do. But can he do what Ohtani does? And he's like, well, he's not a pitcher. I go, that's my point. He can't do what Judge.
All right. Ohtani's not an outfielder. He's not an outfielder.
And here's the thing. Hitting 227 in modern day baseball, in baseball 2025, that is good. That's all-star worthy. Because your strikeout rate, that's acceptable. It's no longer like boo hits. It was like, well, at least he was swinging for the fences when he went down.
Good job. Yeah.
Side note, well, before these two debate more, I do want to mention I went to a game in 2023 when he was with the Angels, Ohtani, and David Peterson was pitching for the Mets. This is what all the Mets fans were trying to recruit Ohtani there because obviously with the budget. And I was like, oh, do you really want him after he can't handle the great David Peterson?
I was working that game, and I remember I've never seen so many of my colleagues clamor into the booth, into my booth, into the neighboring booths. Like I look down, all of a sudden it's just like you would have thought the Beatles just landed. It's 1963, and like all the flock of girls were like, ah! And it's like my bosses who are normally like, Colin, good to see you. Very corporate. Okay, very good. Yep, great job. Love your voice. Okay, great. And then they're like, oh my God! And like it was crazy. And then
it was a Heritage Day, and it was a Heritage Day too, I think.
Yeah.
I will do this, and we got to go to the golf clap. We'll have Colin join us for a couple of the segments because he's just hanging out and drinking and enjoying himself. But
seltzer.
A seltzer. I'm sorry. What do I know? I don't drink, so whatever.
That's what I'm saying. It's not a hard seltzer, a regular seltzer. Seltzer with lime. I don't drink either. So
let's see. Me and you have something in common. That's good. That's a good thing.
We have a lot in common.
We do.
Errol.
The only thing is this.
No, you like Ohtani. He doesn't. So you're out.
I don't like a lot of people. All right. There are players in
a lot of people don't like you.
That's fine. I'm fine with it. I am fine with everybody or anybody that doesn't like me.
Did you like the TV show 227? Speaking of batting 227, do you remember the show 227?
No, I don't. Who's in the TV show? I got to check it out.
Jack A. It was it was a comedy.
You know what my favorite TV show growing up was? 21 Jump Street. Remember that?
Oh, yeah. Then
Johnny Depp.
I'm going to go ahead and say that 227 was not your target demographic.
No, I also liked Magnum PI. Remember that movie?
Oh,
remember that
yeah.
show? Magnum PI. I love that show. I like Tom Selleck. That's why. So
I mean, that's a mustache you could hang your hat on.
yes, Mr. Baseball. Remember that movie? I love that movie.
Mhm.
Love that movie. All time great
Tom
movie.
Selleck, he had great lip lettuce.
Lip lettuce.
It was a push broom.
All right, so we're going to keep calling on, and we're going to go right into the golf clap of the day.
This deserves a golf clap.
No doubt. Golf clap. Golf clap. So my golf clap of the day goes to Aroldis Chapman, and he's talking about maybe retiring, but he did say something very interesting over the last 24 to 48 hours. He said, Aroldis Chapman says, retiring on the spot, but if I decide to come back, it definitely won't be with the New York Yankees. Oh, you guys got to love this story. I got to read now, you know what? I'm not even going to read it. Aroldis Chapman came out as the media was talking to him, and he's pretty much announcing his retirement. He says, well, you know, would you come back and play baseball if somebody reaches out to you and needs a relief pitcher? He says, I might. There's only one team I will not come back and I would not play for if they reach out to me, and that's the New York Yankees. And then the media was trying to get so much information from him, and he wouldn't throw certain people under the bus, but you know where he was going. And there's one guy that Jabba can't stand and most ex-Yankees can't stand, and that's Brian Cashman. And the story is Brian Cashman was fighting after the second contract he got with the New York Yankees. He didn't like the contract the Yankees gave him. And I think if I'm not mistaken, the Yankees gave him $18 million a year to pitch as the closer for the New York Yankees. And the story was the Yankees were trying to trade him the last 2 years of his contract, and they couldn't move him. So the Yankees buy him out. And Aroldis Chapman was not very enthusiastic about the New York Yankees. But while he was a Yankee, he was shooting guns and missing his girlfriend by a peephole, if you know what I mean. So Aroldis Chapman comes out and takes shots at the Yankees organization, saying he'd play for anybody but the New York Yankees. So you know what I got to say to Aroldis Chapman? We don't need you. Let me ask you, Aroldis, did we ever win with you on this roster? The answer would be no. As a matter of fact, we traded you to, who did we trade you to? We traded you to the Cubs, and then we brought your ass back, which was absolutely pathetic. You know what I'd say about that?
He had like a 4.6 when he was with his last year. The Yankees, he had like a 4.69.
I know, and the Yankees were stupid enough to bring him back again. What the hell were they thinking? You trade him to bring him back? Makes no sense. So my golf clap of the day goes to Aroldis Chapman, and thank God the New York Yankees will not be giving him another contract. So my golf clap of the day goes to Aroldis Chapman's stupidity, and thank God he will not be playing for the Yankees ever again. And by the way, I could care less about his career. Is he a Hall of Famer? No. He did, when he came into the league, he threw the hardest pitch in Major League history. I think it was 103. If I'm not mistaken, it was 102, 103. It was the hardest pitch in Major League history. But obviously,
he threw harder than that this year.
Yeah. So it's not, was it 106?
Wasn't he up to 105, 106?
It was 105.8 or something.
Okay.
When he just
automatic baseball. It was Cincinnati. I remember it was. It was the Cincinnati Reds that brought him in, and the Yankees had a chance to bring him in and sign him, and it was and so did the Red Sox, but the Cincinnati Reds are the one that gave him the contract. And he was a good relief pitcher for the Cincinnati Reds, and he's been a fairly good pitcher for the Yankees. I'm not saying the Yankees are a great organization because I didn't play for them, but we've heard from Johnny Damon. Johnny Damon said the Yankees are a class act. He wouldn't play for another organization besides the Yankees. Jason Giambi. Giambi, you know this. You're a Jason Giambi fan. I heard Jason Giambi come out and say that he loved the Yankees organization, loved playing for the Yankees organization. So there are players. Wade Boggs played for the Yankees for what, 1 year, won a World Series with the Yankees. He was with the Red Sox all those years, and he said the 1 year with the Yankees was the best time of his career.
And he wore the ring to ceremony.
Yeah, it was the best part of his career was playing for the Yankees for the year that he won a World Series with the Yankees organization. So, and that's a Red Sox. Now, I don't care about Kevin Youkilis, and we all know that Chaba wasn't a big fan of Kevin Youkilis. So, well, we're not going to mention any names.
That's an understatement.
And Kurt Schilling. One. Those names, if you mention it, Chaba will chop your head off. So, Colin, I'm going to give you a tip. Never mention those two guys. Never mention.
If we had a Java most hated athletes list, Kevin Youkilis would be all the top
Number
10.
Number one.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
As Kevin Youkilis.
You know, Jabba, I'm not sure if his internet froze there or if he was giving you guys the death stare.
It was
but if that was the death stare, then lesson learned. Because normally he's got a very kind, affable face. You know what I mean? Like that's Jabba. Like it just seems like a nice guy you could go have a beer with.
Wait a second. Did you just say that Jabba Chamberlain has a kind face?
Absolutely.
That man will stare you down and want to eat you. Okay.
No, I see. That's the thing. He's capable.
Maybe
capable.
you or any of the guests. To me, the guy always looks me down like he's ready to chew my head off.
Well, listen, and I just saw him give that. I know he's capable of it,
yes,
but when I see him, he's got one of those like that's a guy I'm going to go have a beer with. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I don't drink beer.
Well, get a non-alcoholic.
Well, I will say this. Me and Jabba have been back and forth. We both have lost a significant amount of weight. Jabba's lost about 40 pounds. I've lost 32. So we're both, I wouldn't say this is a competition because it's not fair. Jabba's a lot bigger of a man, and I'm a big guy, but I'm not as tall as this man. And he's lost 40 pounds. So I think it's pretty close to one another, right? I would say, Fish, what do you think?
You say it's easier to lose weight off of a big frame as opposed to smaller frame.
I think so.
I would say it's probably true. You just don't notice it as much in the bigger frame, perhaps. I think you definitely lost a lot of weight. You could see
it also depends on your build too, because like I lost 15 pounds. Like I stopped drinking. Like I've had, I've consumed alcohol maybe 6 times completely, totally overall this year, and I've lost 15 pounds in the process. Now I still have little perky man boobs, and I look like a character from a Judy Blume novel. But my face. My face is where it shows the most, even though I decided to grow a beard and see exactly how white it is. Very impressed. Makes me look distinguished. All a lie. But that's where I lost my weight, was in my face. Otherwise, I still got the moobs. I still look like overproof dough. And, there's nothing I can do about it, no matter how much I stop drinking.
That's awesome. I never heard that before. The moves. I like that.
Got 'em.
I like that. The moves.
Yep. My eyes up here, boys. Hands off my moves.
We're still waiting for Jabba. He must have internet problems. So Jabba
Kevin Youkilis knocked out his internet.
He said something. About yeah, right.
What happened?
Youkilis did it.
I will say this. So Jabba has moved into a new house. He's getting all this, fiber optics put in. He was telling me off air, he's like, these guys, it took forever to put it in. And I'm like, fiber optics? You're using fiber optics, which is even better than regular internet. And his internet freezes all the time. It's so funny. It really is.
These things are just frightening. I just looked into the chat and I saw Moobs 2:22:40, and I was like, is that a biblical verse? Because I really wish it was.
No, so our producer, one of our producers in our board op, he cuts out drops. And
I had a feeling.
So we're going to cut it out. And we're going to use it during the show. So you're going to be.
I love the idea of that being a Bible verse. Today's reading.
Oh, we did a Bible verse.
I haven't used any of these yet.
Another toe job.
Please open your Bibles. Today's verse is Moves.
So we got a
2,
couple of new ones. We got
verses
a couple
22
I
through
get more
40.
girls in scoops.
So I got one. Whore bag. Whore bag. I got caught in the throat. Juan Soda's a bitch. So during the show, if there's if there's a take or something. So the one that's the most popular is Nathan. This guy, of course, he's got like a lot of good ones. So this guy likes to take women on leashes. So here, I got one for you.
I'm putting you on a leash now.
He's talking about women.
A lot of hot ladies. They call me the ladies' man and Mr. Steal Your Girl. I gotta go back off now. Do you want to jerk me off? Butt plug. Yum yum. Goody has no woody. Glory hole.
Hold on.
Can I touch it? Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Colin, this is what AI thinks you'd look like as a Judy Bloom character.
That's what AI thinks I look like as a Judy Bloom character?
Apparently.
That's really...
So we
Are you there, God? It's me, middle-aged, like, fanboy. I don't know what that is.
My pinky is bigger than
I don't know what's up with the jorts though. Where they made that choice, the AI.
Is it me, or does it look like there's did they add hair to my legs?
I see it. Yeah, you might have hair on your legs. Do you have hair on your legs? You shave your legs.
This is
no.
the
I'm not a
AI.
swimmer, Errol. What? Why would I shave my legs?
Hey, listen. There's a lot of guys that shave their legs.
Yeah, let me grow a beard, but shave my legs. Let's make this as inconveniently convenient as possible.
I love Lisa Ann.
Jesus Christ, dude. This is a treasure trove.
My Indo.
Colin, you mentioned the time frame being a Bible verse. If it just deserves its own testament.
Thumb up my ass.
These are all verses from the book of Moobs, chapter 2, verses 22 through 40. A reading from the book of Moobs.
Groba. Ass licker.
He hates that. I always do that to him. Hey, I got one for you. I got a really good one.
Jabba likes my shrimp cocktail.
Out of context, there's so many
I got one.
questions.
Fish wears panties.
Anyways, we call this.
Errol's like a child.
I have fun with this, man. Come on. Who doesn't love this? Come
Are
on.
these prompted, or are they just conversational? Like this is just
No, on the show. We cut them out. We used them on. They were used on a show. Here
Or on
here's-
private phone calls with Nathan.
Yes.
And I don't know if Nathan knew he was being recorded.
that sounds perfectly legal, and I can encourage you to keep that up.
I got one for you.
He's in New Jersey, doesn't have any rules.
I got the bubble.
That's true.
guts.
Everything's legal in New
I
Jersey.
written down their leg, and I gave up the booty there. Like I always gave up the booty. This makes my pecker hard. As long as she's using dude wipes and taking care of my 2-hole, I'm good.
At least 4 of those are actually during interviews.
There's a lot more too.
It's Java.
That's Java. All like at least 3 or 4 of those were like
I got
during
one.
other guys.
This is a recent one. Here's a recent one.
Like a serial killer.
That's a real man.
Wait, so we need you to weigh in on this. I don't know if you did, but Errol apparently eats string cheese.
I do.
Like a serial killer.
I am absolute serial killer when it comes to string cheese. I love it.
Do you listen to Huey Lewis in the news?
Love it. I love Huey Lewis in the news. Love him. I'm doing it all for my baby. Yeah, I love it. Come on, man. You know, Colin. You know, we listen to that kind of music.
Oh, are you kidding me, dude? I remember when I was a kid, and the video for "Happy to Be Stuck with You." It was like 1987, and I remember the whole video was like him and like this girl, and they're stuck on a deserted island, and she wants nothing to do with that Huey Lewis. She's above him, but wait a minute, we're stuck together. I guess I'll settle, and she does. And I was like, wow, what a cool love story that is, because I'm 8.
The heart of rock and roll. The heart of rock and roll. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah,
Detroit.
me too. It's funny because like Huey Lewis like had such strong dad energy, but then he like also had this soul. Like there was like an old black jazz musician trapped in this dad. This like really good looking, I live in Bronxville, New York dad who just happened to have a lot of soul to him. He's just like, I own 3 horses. And by the way, the heart of rock and roll is still beating.
Yeah, well, if I was like Huey Lewis and I had his voice, I'd make like sexual
like songs because I think that would draw more people to listen to me.
Would you title your album that, Errol? Would it be Huey Lewis's Sexual Songs? Huey Lewis's Sexual Songs to draw in the ladies?
I would call my first album
Another Toe Job.
I'm out. Bye. I'm out.
And then there's like 4 other Nithin drops he could use for his next 5 albums.
Oh, Nithin is like, dude, this is I don't even know what to go.
I Like Anal would be album 2.
Oh, I Like Anal is perfect. I like this. I like this one.
I work for lunch and dinner.
How about this one?
Athletes.
So he doesn't use, and we got to move on, but he doesn't use, he says, instead of athletes, he says athletes. So,
Athletes.
I like that. That's like old timey, like mobster talk. Like,
So I got one.
You know what
So
I do? I go down to the track and I bet on them athletes.
So I
don't know, ask Chauncey Billups.
I put 2 and 2 together. You ready?
Joba is not an athlete.
Wow.
Speaking of Chauncey Billups, I think we're going to be getting to that in a little bit.
I honestly, if I don't go help my wife put my little girl down, she's gonna kill me. How much longer are you guys on?
No, we'll be on for a while. So you can come on whenever you want.
Come
Come back in.
Can I come back in?
Yeah, you can come back in, man. Absolutely.
Let me go check in. I'll be right back. I'm gonna turn off my camera. You guys are awesome. This is great.
Oh yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we had Colin Cosell. He'll be joining us a little bit later. He's hanging out with the kids, kitties, and now we have to go to Save Your Tears.
Mom, what's one thing that you can't talk to me about?
My sexual fantasy.
Say something!
It is not ideal, but it is what means. It is not ideal, but it is not ideal. It is what means.
You can't triple stamp a double stamp. You can't triple stamp a double stamp, Lord. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. Lord, you guys, enough!
It's time for Save Your Tears.
Poor bag.
All right, everybody, welcome to Save Your Tears. We are recapping our Week 8 performance right up here in a second. Again, the winner gets the compliment chorus, and that is what we're up to tonight, that compliment chorus from everyone who did not win the competition. We're going to take a look at the standings and the final results right now. Here it comes. Here is everybody's people to pick from. You'll notice some people up there who had big games, a couple of zeros. Anyone took Jerry Jeudy, 0 points on 2 targets. Let's see who won, and it's Speedy Petey, tonight's champion. Tommy, the Bridesmaids Scoops, in second place. I got third place. Errol and Jarrett, followed by Jabba, who really struggled in this one.
Where
tonight.
is Jabba? Where the hell is he?
He did say
I don't
that,
know. He said his internet's all messed up.
Yeah, he said that something ripped out of the wall. I don't know if he's going to be joining back, but he said he has to call first thing in the morning.
Well, that means he will not be back.
Not for sure if he's coming back.
I guess he's not going to be back then.
No.
Well, I guess we'll skip Jabba. We do have to give Speedy some love. Again, they have to be 51% genuine at least.
All right,
in
hold on.
complimentary status.
Nithin replaced Jabba's compliments.
Is it like your voice?
I think you should. That'll be great.
Mario.
I mean, I don't think Nithin's just going to randomly give you compliments. Like, what have you done to earn those compliments, Speedy? That seems very greedy.
All right, no one.
I want to do a waffle.
But you got our compliments, though, Speedy. So that's something.
There's other compliments. It's kind of insulting because we have compliments for you. Like, our compliments aren't good enough?
Oh, no, Jabba's back.
Oh,
right in time.
Oh, there he is. Jabba, we're in Save Your Tears. You didn't do so hot. And we're starting right now with you. Take a look at the board. Baker Mayfield, not a good outing in this one. Ramondre Stevenson, no dice. Fannin Jr., everyone took Fannin. He had a good game. The Booty got 15 points for you. He was your top performer, Jabba. No surprise. Biggest quarterback performer was Drake May, 26.28. Maybe a top 3 quarterback in the NFL, Errol.
Thank you.
All right, Jabba, give Speedy some compliments.
Speedy's back on top. Speedy, you only beat me by 30 points. That's impressive. I mean, Speedy, you know what? Being the guy, you're back on top where you should be. The most knowing and the statistical guy. You know what? You're back on top. And I'm afraid this is going to get a hot streak, and we're going to have to contend with you every week from now on. Because Tommy, he's hanging around now. He's staying in the wedding party. But you definitely kicked him out, Speedy, and we're going to have to definitely keep you on the radar because you're going to be one to reckon with from now on.
Can you give us your definition of a wedding party?
I don't want to hear it.
All right, let's move on to Jarrett.
That one over.
Speedy, congratulations for ending Tommy's reign of terror on the league. It's been a long time coming. You're, I think, probably the one who pays the most attention to, especially NFL stats, about any of us.
Like a serial
You're a
killer.
very analytical mind. You're a very smart man. Congratulations. You do incredible work on this show. I thought I did great, and then I completely remembered just now that I picked Jerry Judy. So that was a nice, fun surprise to look into. And 69 points. Nice.
All right. Let's go to our next finisher. Errol, no points in the FedEx Cup standings for you this time.
I lost
place.
Well, Speedy needs to learn how to write, but nevertheless, forgetting words, Speedy knows how I feel about it. He's the backbone of everything that I've done over the last 13 years, and he came to me in a suit and a tie, and I haven't seen him wear one. It's but
at some point we have to animate the Speedy origin story of him showing up with a briefcase, shirt and tie from Connecticut.
It's pretty much exactly the way you're thinking.
LIRR, he's got
It's
$5 in his pocket, just a chip in a chair is all he needs.
Hold on. I don't know if he was trying to bribe me, but sometimes I would think that he was probably trying to.
Definitely was not trying to bribe you.
But Speedy's a good-hearted soul, and I know he puts his effort into everything that he does. He does all the cuts. And, he knows I love him. He's like a little brother to me. So, congratulations! Enjoy this win. Next week, I'll be one.
All right. I'm next in the compliment chorus. Third place. I get 1 point in the FedEx Cup standings, Errol. I'm catching up to you. Actually, Tommy might be leading the FedEx Cup standings.
I was going to say, Tommy's not behind in the FedEx Cup standings.
I think the past couple weeks, I haven't finished outside of top.
Yeah, he's been pretty steadily high.
Pretty steadily high. Not Errol, not Speedy, not anyone else. Pretty steadily high, Tommy Scoops. I agree with that statement in many different facets of life for that gentleman. But for Speedy Petey, what another great performance. I don't think people realize that listen to the show just how important Speedy is to everything in the backstage, to get all the videos up online, to get them so that you see them every day, so that you have cool cut-ups from everything all put together.
The streets are my britches.
The sound is Tommy, but none of those sound effects. But Speedy does do incredible amounts of work, and really, it wouldn't be very easy to do it without you, man, whatsoever. We love you, and keep kicking butt and save your tears.
Whore bag.
All right, now it's my turn to pay the respect to Mr. Speedy Petey. Look, man, I am so honored that since my crown has fallen off, you were the one to pick it back up and put it on. Like Fish was saying, carrying off of that, honestly, man, the amount of work you do for this show, the amount of hours you stayed up, even in New Orleans, we all witnessed how long you stayed up for. In New Orleans, how long you stay up in general for working on this show.
I don't care.
Like a vampire, putting in time and effort.
99% of the world would too.
I know when you're over there editing for videos, you're making sure everything's picture perfect, clear cut, making sure there's.
Enjoy.
I've never met anybody that types on a keyboard fast enough. I know Arrow mentions it all the time, but man, do you know how to type away on that keyboard. everything you do, man. And like you said, it's not even that much of a surprise that you are here, sitting at the top of the king, top of the mountain.
never heard of this
for Save Your Tears.
All right, and that has been the compliment chorus for Save Your Tears. We'll be back with Week 9's Save Your Tears on Wednesday. If you don't like the results, you can't cry about it. You gotta save your tears.
I was waiting for him to say that, ladies and gentlemen. It was definitely coming. Save your tears. Arr. Where's Goody when you need him? Speaking of Goody, well, I don't know if he knows anything. On Thursday, the FBI charged and arrested 34 NBA players and coaches that were part of a wide-range gambling investigation. Many have connections to the mafia. Point guard Terry Rozier was the most notable player involved in the investigation. His involvement has been discussed since a game in 2023 where he pulled himself from a game after just 9 minutes with an ankle injury to ensure his partners would win a prop bet of betting the under on the point total. ESPN's Brian Windhorst accused that the NBA of being involved in pulling Rozier from the game to cover up the betting scandal which Adam Silver has denied. However, the NBA did clear Rozier to play after their own investigation last season. Former NBA All-Star and Trailblazer head coach and Hall of Famer Chauncey Billups was arrested after being involved with rigged poker games tied to the Italian mafia. The FBI claims that Billups was involved in cheating people out of their money with rigged card shuffling and X-ray glasses that could read the marked cards on the poker table. Former NBA guard and assistant Damian Jones was arrested after being involved in selling information about players' injury reports, including LeBron James. The first case that came February 9th in 2023, when he told his partner to place a bet or a big bet on the under of a prop with Lakers player 3 because the player would be cut or be out. The player turned out to be LeBron James, who was sitting out for that game. The game after he broke Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's all-time scoring record, and Jones was also caught manipulating Anthony Davis's injury report on many occasions as well. Adam Silver says that the NBA is taking immediate action to the betting scandal to maintain the credibility of the league. So there's a lot to get into this with the credibility of the league, and we all know about the thing that happened years and years ago with the referee. And Speedy, you know who I asked Speedy to reach out to him, and we're going to probably get him on the show in the very near future. There's a lot to get into. There's a lot of layers to this story, and there's still layers to be told to this story. Adam Silver, to me, is the guy that I'm going to point my fingers at. He is running the organization. He is the league commissioner. And this is a guy that's been behind of the growth of the league and really understanding sports betting. He was the guy behind the sports betting when it was being legalized here in New York, legalized being brought to practically 40 or 50 different states in the country. And he's the one that has brought up that the league is going to make money and the players are going to make money. The crazy story here, and the person that has been brought into this story, and it's really been growing legs, is Chauncey Billups. Chauncey Billups is a very successful head coach, a very successful player, made a lot of money as a player. He's an all-time great point guard. He's won championships with the Detroit Pistons. I remember when he was traded to the Nuggets to play with Carmelo Anthony and he was traded for Allen Iverson, I think, and Allen Iverson was traded to Detroit. Chauncey Billups is the interesting story here. The X-ray glasses and working with the mafia, that's something that you don't understand. This is a guy that's making tons and tons of money as an NBA head coach, get a chance to be the face of an organization and being the lead guy for an organization, something that Chauncey Billups always wanted to be. I remember as a point guard, I couldn't stand Chauncey Billups because he always beat the Knicks. He always beat the teams that I rooted for. And he was always the guy that always showed up to games and was the big part. He was the point guard of those great Detroit Piston teams. I remember Rick Hamilton. I remember Prince. I remember all those great players. Rasheed Wallace came out and said some interesting things about the NBA as well, about the referees. And he believes that the referees have been part of, shaving points for years. And he came out recently and he said that on a podcast. But the one that's going to get into a lot of trouble is Damian Jones. And I think he's the one behind all these stories. He's been working with the mafia. He was the one shedding points and telling certain people and partners and mafia guys to bet on certain players that not playing in games, like LeBron James. And a lot of people think that LeBron James was a part of it. Nothing says that LeBron James was a part of any of these accusations. His name has not been brought up in any of these accusations, except that he was one of the players that was bet on after sitting out for these specific games. So, and Anthony Davis is another one that was brought up as well. But I think when you look at Terry Rozier is a player that is making a ton of money. He's making $26 million. He's made a lot of money as an NBA player. I remember when he was drafted. I remember when he was playing for Boston. He's been in the league for over 10 years. The fact that Terry Rozier is betting and shaving off points in games that he is sitting out or hurt or any of that, for $50,000 or $100,000. I don't know what the numbers are. I don't know what the total numbers are. When you're a multimillionaire, it makes no sense. The NBA for years has had these problems. And I'm talking about whenever legalized betting wasn't here. Mafia was a part of legalized betting or betting in the NCAA. I remember, has anybody seen the movie Goodfellas? Goodfellas was a part of, when you look at all the Ray Liotta and Robert De Niro and Joe Pesci, and everybody was talking about the killing and all the different things and the stealing of money. You know how those guys got caught? They got caught on sports betting. They got caught when it came to college basketball. That's how they got caught. And you talk about the NBA and professional sports. This isn't going to be the first, and it's not going to be the last time this happens. Adam Silver is a guy that should absolutely be reprimanded. And I don't know who can reprimand him. I guess the owners can reprimand him. He is the guy that let Terry Rozier walk away from this. Porter, this is a guy that was banned from the league for the rest of his life. This guy, Terry Rozier, has been caught not once but twice. The NBA investigated and it pretty much waved it off and pretty much shrugged it off like it didn't exist. Now all of a sudden he gets caught by the FBI. The FBI investigates it. And now he could go to jail for a significant amount of time. You wonder what the NBA is trying to hide, what the NBA has been hiding over the last couple of years, trying to protect the players. And again, going back to the understanding of the way the NBA works, the NBA is run by the players. I call the NBA the LGA, LeBron James Association. I do it for a reason, because LeBron James has been running the league really since he's come into the league in 2003, 2004. And you look at the league now, it's different when Michael Jordan played. It's different when Charles Barkley came out on ESPN and he spoke his piece and he took shots at Kenny Smith, and he took shots at Shaquille O'Neal. He didn't like their takes on the actual thought on the NBA, and the NBA has nothing to be blamed for. The NBA has everything to be blamed for. These players should be controlled. These players should be put in their place. If they're getting caught once, he should have been suspended for 50 games, 60 games. Look at baseball. If you're caught with steroids one time, you're out for a significant amount of time. I don't know what the number is. Speedy, you know what the number is?
It changes every year. I think the first offense was 30 games. I think the next one was 80.
80. Okay, 80. The next offense is 80. And then after that, you're suspended for life. Now, this is sports betting. This is completely different from steroids. And remember, when Bud Selig was, he had his hand dipped into this, he was trying to save baseball. That's why he shrugged it. He kind of looked over his shoulder at Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa when they were on that home run race for Roger Maris's record. Remember that? And then the Barry Bonds thing. So baseball was being attacked because of steroids. Nothing is as bad as betting on sports. Think about it. Why is, and I'll say this again, there's a player that played for Cincinnati, the Cincinnati Reds, and Speedy, you know who I'm speaking about, right? Pete Rose. Pete Rose was one of the greatest baseball players of all time, one of the greatest hitters of all time. Pete Rose has never been inducted into the Hall of Fame. Pete Rose has never gone to any baseball games. He wasn't allowed to go to baseball all-star games, any of those things after betting on baseball. Now, he didn't even bet, as far as what he has said, he didn't even bet against his own team. He bet for his team to win those games. You think about Rozier, he was betting against himself. He was betting for himself to be hurt. He's betting for the amount of minutes that he was playing and shedding points. That to me is the ultimate cheating scandal. And then you talk about the fact that Damon Jones, who I know him very, very well. I remember when he played with LeBron James with the Heat. He played with the Cavaliers. He's coached everywhere LeBron James has been, the Lakers. He's been all over there as an assistant coach. This is a guy that has been a part of LeBron James's career since he's come into the league as a player and now as a coach. And to think about what this guy was a part of, and he was a part of this as far as, shedding points and the ultimate no-no with the NBA is, and Charles Barkley said it best, is you do not, if you know a player is not playing in a game, or you know a guy is not probably going to play in a certain amount of games, you are not to tell the press, you're not to tell the media, you're not to tell anybody what you know that could happen and could affect the game and affect sports betting. Well, this guy has been doing it, and I'm sure this is not the first or second time. I'm sure he's done it multiple times. Now, they're investigating. There's still an ongoing investigation. There are other players that are not mentioned in this story that could be superstars that could come out, and they could be thrown to the wolves. And the FBI doesn't care. The FBI named all 4 mafia organization families that were a part of this. Think about that. There were 4 of them, the Gambino, all of them. I know Gambino is one of them because I'm actually related to the family. But nevertheless, this is going to get even worse. And Brian Windhorst said it best. He said it best the other day, and he said it best today on ESPN. He said that the NBA is going to do everything they can to brush this under the rug. The problem here is the story is becoming even bigger for the NBA to control. And what is it going to take? Does Adam Silver have to step down now? Because it's happening. All this stuff is happening when he is the commissioner of the league. David Stern, when all the stuff that was going on with the referees, with what's his name? Tim Donaghy. David Stern, he pretty much threw Tim Donaghy to the wolves. He said, you know what? You're never refereeing in college basketball. You're never refereeing in the NBA. You're never refereeing again. He put it all on Donaghy when there were other guys. And Donaghy was on a show today, and he even said there were other guys involved with it, other referees, other players that were involved in the scandal. And what did David Stern do? He blamed it all on me. He threw me to the wolves. He made me take the brunt and take the fall for it. Adam Silver hasn't done that. Adam Silver saved and protected Terry Rozier. He threw Porter. And if I was Porter, and I was Michael Porter's brother, and I knew about this, and I knew that Terry Rozier has been caught by the FBI, and knew that I took the fall on this, and I can never play NBA basketball again, I'm writing to the NBA. I'm suing the NBA right now because the NBA let Terry Rozier go back and play basketball. And I'm sure the NBA knew something about Damian Jones, and I absolutely knew. I don't know about Chauncey Billups because Chauncey Billups, as far as what I know, is not in the bad. They're saying that it's not as bad as Terry Rozier and Damian Jones. So the story is going to get worse, and I think we're going to hear in the next year and a half, that there are going to be more NBA players being arrested and fined and maybe seeing jail time in the very, very near future.
Yeah, you're right, because you also look at the links that can be involved too. You're talking about Damon Jones being the obvious one, linked to LeBron James. And I agree with you. I don't think LeBron was directly saying, oh, I'm not going to play tonight to him, because, again, he hasn't coached. I think he was an assistant coach with the Cavs in 2018 was the last time he was directly connected. He's not directly connected with the Lakers or conversation. That being
He's connected to LeBron James.
But he's connected to LeBron James. LeBron James, he likes
his best friend.
He likes to cherry pick
One
his
of
own. Yeah, he likes to cherry pick his own coaches. So there might be a mutual between who was on the Cavs and who was on the Lakers now, or who was on the Cavs and who was on Miami when he was a player, stuff like that. That still could get information like that. And we talked about that with other betting scandals in the past with NFL players. Some of our guests mentioned, these NFL players can know coaches who know what the game plan is going to be this week. So bet this guy to be under on the receiving yard. So that's where I think Damon Jones, and maybe there's other players that could be connected with that kind of thing too, just based on maybe
what I'm
third
reading.
and fourth links.
What I'm reading is Damon Jones is the most. He's the one that's getting thrown to the wolves. He is the most. He's getting the most trouble. He's he's in the hole right now, and he could be buried. They're saying there's just so much more intel on him and what he did than any one of these guys. And then there's Terry Rozier and then Chauncey Billups. They're saying that Chauncey Billups can actually go into court and pretty much say he doesn't know anything about this. And they can't really pin anything on him except the card games. And to me, he's not going to see any jail time. He might lose his job, but he's not going to see any jail time.
Yeah, because he wasn't the real mastermind, I think, because he was doing it with the mafia, with the Italian mafia. I forget the actual name of it, but whatever cartel he was a part of, he wasn't the main mastermind. Like Rozier obviously manipulated his own stat line. Jonte Porter manipulated his own stat line. So, like, you actually can control that. In basketball, more than any other sport, I think we talked about this at the time of the Jonte Porter incident, you can control your own outcome a lot more than any other sport. Because in baseball, you could, all right, I have an over bet for my walks. I'm not going to swing on a pitch. That doesn't mean that all the pitches are going to be out of the strike zone. In hockey, same kind of thing. You could have a shot on goal that is just clearing the puck. You're not going to be able to control that kind of thing. But in basketball, you're the one holding the ball, especially Rozier as a guard. You could hold the ball all of the time.
Just imagine if they're investigating, the FBI is still going to dig. If the FBI finds out that, I'm not going to say for sure, LeBron James was involved with this. Just think about that, because a lot of people believe LeBron James was involved with the Diddy thing. And he was going to the Diddy parties. He was a part of those parties. Imagine if LeBron James or Kyrie Irving or one of these other guys, some of these big stars, because think about it. Terry Rozier is not a big star. Chauncey Billups is. This guy is very well respected around the league. You heard from Smith, and you heard from Barkley, and you heard from Shaq that innocent until proven guilty, as Jabba uses that line all the time with Ohtani. So until proven guilty, they're going to say, well, until that is proven in a court of law, that doesn't mean anything. But again, why would the FBI mention his name and arrest him if they didn't have a lot on him? That's what I'm saying. The same thing to go with all the other guys, the 34 players that are involved with this, which were not named. Now, again, they're still digging, and I think they're going to dig even further. And I think there are going to be other big names involved in this scandal. And again, there's no way the NBA is going to brush this under the rug. And I've heard a lot of different broadcasters and analysts say, well, it's not as bad as people think it is. What are you talking about? Sports betting has become as big around the world than anything in sports. And sports betting is sports now. They're betting on everything. They're betting on parlays. They're betting on games. They're betting on if their toenail falls off their toe in a game. I mean, seriously, you could bet on anything now. You could bet in the Super Bowl what song these guys are playing in the halftime show.
Color of the Gatorade.
The color of the Gatorade. I mean, there's betting all the time now when it comes to FanDuel and DraftKings. You're going to tell me right now this isn't a big deal? This is a huge deal. Think about it. And the NBA is wrapped again around it because the NBA does not know how to control the players. They don't know how to control the coaches. It's run by the players. That's the problem right now. And I said this about all the sports. In football, the coaches are the most important position in all of sports, especially in football, because the coaches have a big part of the players and what the players do on the field and off the field. Bill Belichick, you talk about all these guys, Aaron Glenn, these guys are part of these guys' everyday lives. In the NBA, after practices, are these NBA coaches have anything to do with these guys in their lives? The answer is no. That's why every single NBA player has their own podcast. Think about it.
And one of them got hired because LeBron is his best friend of his podcast.
Exactly. Think about it. The LA Lakers coach right now is no other than the guy that was his partner on his podcast. So To me, there's nothing new to this. And I'm telling you, this is not good for the NBA, and the NBA is behind it again. They're in this scandal. When is somebody going to drop the hammer on Adam Silver? Adam Silver is running this league. He's letting the players run this league. When are they going to do something about it?
And again, there's other links. Like I think Chauncey Billups, I don't know if they have enough evidence on it yet, but there was a belief that Tyronn Lue knew something too. And obviously they're two different teams, so I don't know how connected they are with the information. And Billups obviously was coaching the Blazers, and obviously Lue coaching the Clippers. I don't know how much information that they had to be able to directly impact the results, but there's the belief that Tyronn Lue could be involved. And like we were saying with LeBron, there could be belief in other that. And that's go to the points of what you were saying before, the selective treatment that Jonte Porter got banned for life, but Terry Rozier said, oh, well, you could go back in the game and we'll shut you down for the rest of the year, but you can still play next year and we won't say anything about it. Like, why does Terry Rozier get a pass for that kind of thing? Why? Because he was a better player. Like that should not happen in the NBA whatsoever, or in any sport, just being selective treatments.
Well, that's going to happen. Obviously we've seen it with every sport. We've said it before in a lot of things. Is this going to be like tip of the iceberg? We're only seeing like this much of it, and then is more going to come out? And what are they going to where do they draw the line with that selective of, do you punish everybody the same? Do you kind of play? Because you can't really do it on an individual basis, can you? Because if there is this many, how are you going to be able to distinguish which one is worse or which one isn't? It's not good for anybody in any sport when it comes to this, because it leaves a bad taste in your mouth. And, I'll bring up the Ohtani thing. It's like, it's still talked about. And are you ever going to really know the final answer? You don't know. And with this, is stuff still going to keep coming out? Are they going to find out more stuff? It's weird in how it all kind of transgressed into one big thing, and how other names have popped up. There's been a bunch of gambling ones where I saw Antonio Gates' name and a bunch of other stuff. And it's just it feels like it's cross-pollinating in other sports too, which can never be good.
Kevin Garnett, I've heard his name being brought up in the conversation. Rasheed Wallace coming out and saying that he believes that referees throughout his career were shaving points in games. And he says that the NBA has been a hoax. And he says that as a player and as a champion, I didn't like playing in the NBA because of these situations, because he felt like the game wasn't being treated in a professional kind of way. And I think the NBA needs to look himself. I think the commissioner needs to look himself in the mirror now. They need to figure out, where is this league going now? Now that sports betting is a big part of the growth and the money that we're going to be bringing in the future, how does this work when you have players shaving points, players using those capabilities when it comes to social media and different ways of getting it out on different platforms to tell, hey, all it takes, and it's crazy to say this, if there's somebody, a janitor working at a stadium, and he sees somebody or he hears somebody saying that this guy is not playing, and then sends it to a friend, and a friend puts a prop bet on it, on a game or something of that magnitude, and it could affect the game. Anything is possible now, and it's free to, it's free, because you can't blame the janitor if he's getting information not to make a bet.
Yeah.
Well, and we talked about that too. What's stopping all these guys that you can see it, and guys that are actively involved in their sport endorsing it? And then LeBron's obviously one, but what's to say the guy that, we look at all these bets like, Super Bowl, you can go look up every bet before the game starts, and what's to say exactly the janitor, your cousin's best friend, where it's like, hey, split this 100 grand, 200 grand, 10 different ways and go put it in different spots. What's stopping them from doing it? Because it's so readily available to be able to do it that if you have a little bit of sense about it, you would never get caught.
No. And I don't think people are. I think a lot of players are going to get away with it. Superstar players, just like I believe Shohei Ohtani got away with it. I know, Jabba, you're going to stand up and you're going to believe whatever you want to believe. But the FBI was involved with that. And then all of a sudden, after 2 weeks, the FBI disappears. Nobody's speaking about it. Shohei Ohtani is pretty much everything was pushed under the rug. Nobody knows. And there were so many offshore accounts. There were so many years that this has been going on. in a 2 weeks' time, you're investigated. Look how long it took the FBI to investigate this. You're talking about 5-6 years. And now there's still more that they're investigating on it. And they still don't have the whole story. You're going to honestly tell me that in 7 years or 6 years that Shohei Ohtani was doing that, or, well, whatever, his interpreter was doing it, he knew nothing about it and no money was going to him? I just can't believe that. Now, again, he's off. He's not in trouble. He's not getting in trouble for it. And again, innocent until proven guilty, like you say, Jabba. So I guess that's the way we're going to play this game. But I just feel like the NBA has more knows more about this story, more than, what do they say? What is that Transformer saying? More than meets the eye. Okay. That's what I would say that the NBA knows. They know a lot more in depth about this story than the FBI, I think, knows. And I think,
but I feel like what you guys said, though, one of the biggest crooks is the one leading the brigade, and Adam Silver. Like,
yes,
he said he didn't know when they were talking about
which is a lie.
What's his name?
Jobby.
Yeah,
Jobby,
all the money. Yeah.
Jobby, he went on the Pat McAfee show before this announcement even came out. He was on the Pat McAfee show trying to clean this up before this story came out, and the FBI made an announcement about Terry Rozier and Chauncey Billups and Damon Jones. He came out. He was on the ESPN and Pat McAfee trying to clean this crap up before it even happened. So you're going to tell me that he didn't know anything about it? Of course he knew about it. He was just trying to clean it up, throw the dirt on it, bury it. And I don't think it's going to get buried. I think it's going to get worse. And somebody needs to be blamed for this. And it's going to be the commissioner. The commissioner needs to step up to the plate and try to find something and try to speak to the media and try to stand up for this story and try to clean up some of the story, which it doesn't make the NBA look good. It doesn't make the Chauncey Billups look good. Chauncey Billups is very well respected around the league. I feel bad for Chauncey because Chauncey's behind all of this. So even though Chauncey, out of all three of the guys that were mentioned, is the least in trouble out of both guys, but he's going to see jail time 100%, especially if he's working with the mafia. And you know it's illegal when you hear the mafia's name being brought up. And it wasn't just one family. It was 4 families being brought up in these conversations. So it's a horrible story. UFC 321. The UFC 321 heavyweight championship match between Mr. Espinal and Gane. How do you pronounce it?
Errol, before you're going, we got to get the drop in for this segment with our new guest.
Are we doing a drop? Do we have a drop?
Absolutely, when we have Caged In MMA.
Oh, nobody told me.
Derek, why'd you take your pants off? My balls was hot.
This is
Caged In MMA.
Well, I didn't know we were using that drop anymore, so that's news to me.
We haven't had a UFC fight in about a month or so, and then apparently we still didn't have one, guys. Here it is.
Oh, wow.
Here's your.
Well,
we got Jake and our former intern.
All right, so the UFC 321 heavyweight championship match Saturday afternoon at 2:00, which most people were not watching, between Tom Espinal and Cyril Gane. How do you? Is it Gane? Whatever. Ended with a no contest as Gane poked Espinal in the eye twice at the end of the first round. Espinal was not able to continue the fight and had to be rushed to the hospital after he was completely unable to see out of the right eye. Espinal also said he contemplated retirement after losing his vision in his right eye. Espinal also referenced Michael Bisping still being able to fight at a high level after going blind in his eye. I remember that, but says he would never be able to fight at that level. Former MMA champion Demetrius Johnson, as they call Mighty Mouse, stuck up for Gane, saying he doesn't think he poked Espinal in the eye deliberately. Former UFC champion Jim Miller thought the opposite, claiming that the eye poking was not an accident, and posted a screenshot on the Instagram of all the MMA rules that Gon violated. UFC fighter Alex Pereira said he is willing to move to the heavyweight to make a heavyweight. Alex Pereira said he is willing to move to heavyweight to make the heavyweight division great again and wants to fight at the White House for the super fight between him and John Jones, who said he would come out of retirement for that fight. Jones responded to Pereira saying he wants to bring the highest level of skill to the White House. And Jones also trolled Espinal on Twitter, changing his profile picture to a duck with an eye patch holding the UFC championship belt. In other fights down the other fight cards, and honestly, I'm not going to mention the other fights because nobody cared about the other fights. The fights were horrible. It was really, really just not put the way I thought that the UFC should have put the undercard fights. I just thought that the UFC and Dana White was reaching in the other fights. Everybody was looking at, if you look at Mackenzie Dern and that fight, and even Khabib's younger cousin, Umar, whatever his name is, defeated Mario Batista. All these fights were, to me, they weren't top-end fights. The UFC was reaching on this card. Last fight, and we were talking about this, Jake, last time you were on, that the last fight was sensational. I thought Dana White put it very well together, and I thought it was great the way he was putting it together. And I thought he was going to continue that way moving forward with UFC 321 and 322 and 323. This card was horrible. It really was. There was nothing that really stood out to me. There's no future champion, honestly, or top-end champion part of this. And I know you're going to say the strawweight championship. Nobody cares about the strawweight championship. No, nobody cares about that. So I just thought that the UFC and Dana White was reaching. The Espinal fight and the Gon fight was the fight that everybody wanted to see. Tom Espinal, who hasn't fought in over a year, he was supposed to fight John Jones, and John Jones decided to retire and walk away from the heavyweight division because he didn't want to fight Tom Espinal. And Espinal actually came out and gave a shout out to John Jones, when he decided to retire, and said, listen, everybody has an opportunity to retire. I don't hate him for deciding to step away from fighting and taking care of his family. And by the way, John Jones just lost a brother too. So, he's taking care of his family and all that other stuff. So John Jones has had his own demons over the years as well. So walking away from mixed martial arts in the UFC, a lot of people thought he was ducking and weaving Tom Espinal. And maybe he was. Maybe it was a mismatch for a guy like John Jones to fight Espinal. But to watch a fight like this end the way it did, it was very Mike Tyson-esque. And I'll tell you why. It kind of reminds me of the Mike Tyson Evander Holyfield fight. Now, everybody couldn't wait for that fight. Mike Tyson got out of jail, won his first fight back. And this was like the super fight. Everybody couldn't wait for Holyfield Tyson. And they were building it up. It was such a build up. And Holyfield, who is the champion and one of the greatest fighters of all time, and Mike Tyson, one of the greatest heavyweights of all time. And that fight was an absolute joke. Why? Because Mike Tyson decided to not only bite Evander Holyfield's ear once, he bit it twice. And then they called the fight, if you remember, and Mike Tyson will always be remembered as the ear biter. And as a matter of fact, he has his own weed, his weed, what do they call that? Edibles, which is Evander Holyfield's ear. So it brings up this fight. And you talk about Espinal, and you can't compare this to Michael Bisping, because Michael Bisping fought blind for years. It wasn't one fight. It was years that nobody knew he was blind. And he won a championship. He won the middleweight, I think it was the middleweight championship of the world, or was it a welterweight championship of the world? He won a champion, one of the biggest titles in UFC history, and he was blind in his right eye. This is not the same. You're fighting in a heavyweight division, and you even consider yourself fighting against some of the biggest and the baddest fighters and the heaviest fighters in all of mixed martial arts, in the hardest competition in the UFC, you would say that if Espinal is blind in that eye, I don't know if he ever fights again. And the fact that John Jones now is taking shots at Espinal on social media and calling him a duck or whatever the hell he's doing on social media is pretty pathetic, because when he decided to retire, not fight Tom Espinal, as everybody remembers, Espinal didn't attack him. It didn't call him a pussy. He didn't call him a weenie. He didn't do any of those things. He just said, enjoy your retirement, enjoy your family. You can't hate on somebody that wants to spend time with his family. So it's just pathetic that John Jones is striking a guy that's down. And that goes to Demaryius Johnson. Now, I respect Mighty Mouse. I respect him. He's one of the greatest fighters the UFC has ever seen. But he didn't fight anybody. He didn't beat anybody. And the fact that Demaryius Johnson came out and say that he doesn't blame Gane, it wasn't deliberate. How is it not deliberate when you were poked in the eye, not once, but twice in the first round? And that's why you see guys like Jim Miller come out and say, are you kidding me? If you read the instructions and you read the rule book of mixed martial arts, you would know if you do it once, you're automatically what's the word? Disqualified. That's the best word. You're automatically disqualified in the UFC rules if you poke a man in the eye when he's down. He did it twice. So in the rule book, as Jim Miller came out and said, he should have been disqualified and it shouldn't have been a draw. But the UFC decided to give it a draw, even though Espinal should have automatically won the fight. So I didn't get that. I feel bad for Tom Espinal because he hasn't fought in over a year. And now he fights in a fight that didn't really go fully through the first round. And it's a draw. And he might never fight in the UFC again because of being poked the way he was in his eye. So I don't know. I think Dana White needs to investigate this. I think there's a lot more to this story than meets the eye as well.
Yeah, I think there's a lot out there, Errol. It was really disappointing that that's the way that the fight ended on, Saturday afternoon. I was watching college football as well, so my time was a little bit split. And the card itself, you're right, it was a little bit underwhelming. I do got to give a quick shout out though to Quaylen Salkid. He had an amazing head kick knockout in the last fight of the prelims. It was unbelievable. The poor guy who he head kicked, it almost looked like he wasn't going to get up, but thankfully he was okay. But it was a crazy highlight. But yeah, for Tom Aspinall, I mean, it's really disappointing because, like you said, he's been sidelined for over a year now because he was promised John Jones. We thought all this buildup was coming. Then we got the Stipe Miocic fight, which I was like, okay, we don't really need this, but give John a tune-up for Tom Aspinall. Then he said, pay me $30 million, and Dana said, okay. And then it never happened, and it's like he just ducked Tom Aspinall the whole time because Tom was promised this fight, and he's been off a year long for a layoff. And the part that I think it's most disappointing about this is Tom Aspinall didn't even get to earn the title of being the lineal undisputed champion. Yep. He was given that title because John was in my opinion, I consider John's reign voided. That doesn't count. That's like aside from the sport. Because if you look at it, Tom Aspinall, he defended his interim championship against Curtis Blades. Like, you don't defend an interim title. An interim title is for a person to be the quote-unquote champion. While the actual champion is laid off due to injury, suspension, whatever, and then they come back and fight the undisputed champion to declare who the real champion is. I mean, it's ridiculous to think about it. And for Tom Aspinall, it's such a shame because he was training, he was working hard, he was preparing for this moment, and he was bigging up Cyril Gane, unlike most people, because most people just thought that Tom Aspinall was going to walk right through Cyril Gane. And, the first round, it did look pretty competitive. I thought that Tom Aspinall was still going to come away with the win. But Cyril Gane didn't look like he was overwhelmed. He looked like he was comfortable. He was confident in there. But like you said, the eye pokes, they were, again, and I don't think Cyril Gane is a dirty fighter, but they looked pretty intentional to me. It looked like Tom Aspinall was constantly pressuring him. And then even though Cyril Gane did get a nice jab off in Tom Aspinall's nose and he did bloody him up a little, Tom Aspinall was constantly forcing the action, forcing pressure. So Cyril Gane, if you look at if you go back into the fight, I believe it's like the second or third minute mark, Cyril Gane stuffs Tom Aspinall's takedown, but you could see his fingers were already in his face. So he was already gearing up for an eye poke, like you said, and then the second one, which was horrible, just getting his whole hand up in his face and then gouging his fingers farther into his eye. Like it's really awful to watch in slow-mo. Like I wouldn't recommend anyone to watch it. It's pretty bad. And like you said, I think that the doctors did say that Tom Aspinall, there were no serious injuries to his eye, but that is a scary thing to think about, saying he said, I can't see. You have to think about your life going forward. I mean, like, your vision is more important than your professional career. I mean, that would be awful if he was to retire. I mean, I know he doesn't have many more fights left on his contract. I believe he only has 2 or 3 fights, but
I think
that would be an awful way for his career to end if it was just by an unintentional foul, but a really awful, horrible ending it would be. And then I think there's even a clip of it going back. Like you said, there's been a problem with, eye pokes. You're supposed to get disqualified. It shouldn't have been a no contest. Jason Herzog, who was the referee of that match, is in Tom Aspinall's YouTube page. He made a clip about this. He told them that, hey, generally dirty plays, they work. It's like similar with baseball. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. I mean, as awful as that is to say, it's like you almost are incentivized to cheat a little because referees don't officiate. They should have taken a point away from Cyril Gahn had the matchup continued. I'm sure it would have been, but it should have been ruled a disqualification, not a no contest. And I mean, that's a problem with the sport. It seems that the officiating is not strongly enforced enough, and maybe that's on Dana White, who kind of gave a half-ass answer on the post-fight press conference where he said, I don't know, they're going to happen. But I mean, if you enforce the rules more, then maybe it wouldn't incentivize fighters to fight safer and not to be as loose and breaking.
I know Jason. I know him as a referee. He does a lot of amateur fights out here. He's a really straightforward guy. So I'm not going to blame Jason as far as what maybe he's told certain things from Dana White, what he sees and not to call the fight. This is a heavyweight fight. This is the best fight on the card. Think about it. This was a really bad card. We're talking about preliminary knockouts because the regular card was bad. It was bad. I was praising Dana White for the last 2 cards. I'm like, wow, these 2 cards were sensational. I can't wait to see what Dana's going to do at UFC 321. And then I'm looking at it, I'm like, this is a horrible card. And then and I hate these day games because everybody's watching college football on Saturday. And nobody's interested in watching it, so it's not very watched. So I guess that's why he didn't put so many great fights on the card, because he knows nobody's going to watch them. So
yeah, they are really saving up for that Paramount, that 1st January card. So that probably has something to do with it. But like you said, like it's during the middle of the day, it's hard to get viewership. So I guess you don't want to sell out crazy but like you said, it's a heavyweight fight and it's Tom Aspinall's return, and just the way it was supposed to carry that card. And I mean, it sucks that that's the way it ended.
Now the whole Alex Pereira thing and John Jones, I would love to see that. I would love to see it. I know for a fact John Jones is going to back out of this fight. There is no way.
I'm not as high on it. I'd rather see Aspinall versus Pereira or still Tom versus John. I mean, like, look, I get it would be a super fight, but I don't really understand what Pereira is talking about, how he's saying, oh, John Jones, let's put on the greatest, and John Jones as well, let's put on the greatest showing of the sport in terms of technique and ability. Is Pereira just like that confident? Like, if you want to fight for the heavyweight title, you got to go beat Tom Aspinall first of all. So the fact that he thinks he's just going to walk through him, like, that's a joke, because Tom Aspinall, I believe he's a black belt in jiu-jitsu, and Alex Pereira, fantastic kickboxer, and he's been amazing in his UFC career. Tom Aspinall is not going to strike with Alex Pereira. He's going to take him down and wear him down, just like Izzy did in their first fight. And he's going to wear
John Jones. John Jones is not going to stand up and fight with him.
Right, like Pereira. I mean, it's ballsy. I'll give him the credit to saying that he wants to take that challenge, but I don't think that fight's going to go as easy as he thinks it is. I mean, and I would still rather see Tom versus John, but that ain't going to happen. But if we got Pereira versus Tom, I'd be interested to see that. 2 active guys who are the 2 best guys in their divisions.
You know why John Jones will fight somebody like Alex Pereira? Because he knows he can beat Pereira. He knows that if he takes Pereira down, he's going to dominate him. He knows he can't take Tom Aspinall down. He knows that Tom Aspinall's a black belt and he's strong. He's got great upper body strength, and he can stand up and fight and box with you and kickbox with you. So
he's
that's why.
Quick and heavyweight.
Oh, 100%. And he punches heavier, and he's much stronger, I think, than Alex Pereira is on the ground and up top. So I think that's the problem right now when you look at the factors of Alex Pereira and John Jones. And I think it's going to happen. I think they will fight. John Jones, unless John Jones backs out of this, he's the only reason why he would back out of this. They're trying to put the biggest card the UFC's ever put together because it's going to be in front of the president. It's going to be at the White House. I know Conor McGregor came out and said that he would come back and he would fight only if he gets $100 million or some ridiculous number. Now I'm hearing that he might fight Michael Chandler on that card. And
yeah, that was always the plan to finish the Ultimate Fighter, but that's going to be a pricey card for Dana White. I mean, I keep hearing every single fighter pretty much say they want to fight on that card, and it's like, guys, first, we're not even there. We're not even through 2025 yet. I mean, like, that's halfway through the year now. But I mean, yeah, Conor it's the problem though, is you can't have two crazy big attraction fights like that because one of them's going to have to be the co-main event, and their egos ain't going to be like John Jones. He ain't coming out of retirement to be a co-main event fight on the White House, and Conor McGregor as well. Like, even though he's busy doing his TKO or his like bare knuckle promotion,
bare
like
knuckles, yeah.
He ain't gonna come out to be the co-main event on the White. Like, they're both gonna be the main event or nothing. Like, their egos ain't gonna be able to handle that. So who knows from now? I mean, that's far away from still. It will be great, but we'll see. I mean, I don't know.
Well, so we have somebody that knows a little bit about the UFC. You could stay on, Jake. We got Anthony Andriosi. Anthony, what's up, buddy?
What's going on, buddy? No, Speedy hit me up earlier and told me that you're going to talk about this whole eye poke thing and all that stuff and everything like that. So, I got out of work and I'm like, hopefully, but then you were still talking about, Chauncey Billups betting on an eye poke in the main event of the fight and all that stuff and everything like that. So then I figured I'd call in when I started.
No, we're speaking about the Tom Espinal eye poking, and it reminded me of Mike Tyson and Holyfield. If you think about it, it's obviously Mike Tyson bit Holyfield's ear off twice until they called the fight and disqualified him. I was surprised. I was shocked that Tom Espinal, Gane, was not suspended or disqualified for that fight. Because once you poke, the UFC rule.
It happens. Listen, the eye poke stuff happens and everything like that. Do I think it was intentional? No, I don't think it was intentional because Gane was, in my opinion, Gane was looking better in that fight anyway. I don't think it was intentional. Things happen. He got him really good. I can tell you that right now. So if anybody wants to say, that's when people are booing at Aspinall and all that, if you see the replay, I mean, he was, pretty much in the back of his skull with his fingers. So, but like I said, I don't think it was intentional or anything. Crap happens. It happens all the time.
Happens twice in the same round.
It happens. I mean, if anybody seen John Jones fights, it happens.
Yeah. Well, John Jones. John Jones is one of the greatest fighters of all time, and if he's doing it,
he was one of the biggest reasons why they started with that whole eye poke thing. Make sure you have your closed hands and all that stuff. The unfortunate thing about this is now it's going to get dragged along for another 6 months, and they're going to be a rematch. When really, probably nobody wanted to see a rematch anyway, because nobody wanted to see this fight anyway. Everybody wanted to see Aspinall and Jones. Nobody wanted to see Cyril Gane. You know what I mean? No. Why? Because Cyril Gane got his, ass handed to him by John Jones in like a minute and all that stuff. So nobody really wanted to see this. And in my opinion, Cyril Gane was not the guy to put up against Aspinall anyway. I don't really think he deserved it. I don't. Just like, people can say what they want about Aspinall. People can say what they want about John Jones and all that stuff. I don't see Aspinall beating Jones. I don't.
It's a shame.
Heavyweight division in the UFC is pretty goddamn weak. It really is. That's why you see all these signings coming over from PFL and Legacy and all these other organizations, because the heavyweight division is very weak. And unfortunately, in my opinion, Tom really has not been challenged. He's the champ. Don't get me wrong. He's the champ. But unfortunately, he had to deal with what he was given. And I don't think what he has given has really tested him to the levels that Jones and Cormier and Stipe in that division have been tested.
Well, we
You know
know.
what I mean? That's
I
what
know.
basketball.
I know you have a love fest for Stipe, so I already know. So
Hey, listen, you know what I mean? The guy may lose, but then he comes back and avenges his belts and stuff like that. People say what they want about Nagano, but last time I checked, you know, Nagano was just avenging a loss. It was 1-1. Everybody wanted to see the rubber match, which never happened. But, you know, what are you going to do? That's just what it is. Guys get older, and, you know.
We also got Francis Ngannou versus John Jones either.
That's why I like the thing with Pereira. Pereira wants to go to heavyweight. Why? Because Pereira is not a young guy. Pereira had a whole career in glory for a very long time before he even went to the UFC. He's a striker first. Yes, so people say about black belt this, black belt that. Black belts, unfortunately, yes, it shows skill, but in my opinion, it's overinflated at times. Because just like a lot of people have said, you know, these guys get black belts, but do they get black belts while they're getting punched in the face? No, they're not. It's two totally different things. Like I said, it's an achievement. Great. Wonderful. Look, there's your applause. Wonderful. Great. But how does it translate? Who the hell knows? Start punching somebody in the face while they're getting that black belt when they get promoted. That's a different story. That's why Cesar Gracie and all those guys like Nick Diaz, and, you know, he's one of the few guys that gives black belts, Gracie black belts, that is, for guys that basically compete with no gi. A lot of these other curriculums don't. They don't. And if, you know, things change, and like I said, black belts, you know, as long as you pay for them, you're going to get your black belt eventually. That's the way it goes.
you could just pay for one if you really want one.
You know, you could get your black belt. You know what I mean? That's why you see all that stuff. You know, I'm surprised that when you go to unfortunately, a lot of these jiu-jitsu studios nowadays, it's not like it used to be. Nowadays, you go and look at them, and they're almost like a freaking dollar when you're at Burger King. You know what I mean? You just, you know, this will get you this. In 6 months, that'll get you that. For $400, you'll pay this. For $400, you'll pay that. And all that stuff, you know what I mean? They'll guarantee you get your black belt in this. You know, you get a box set with the DVD, they send you a black belt in the mail. You know, I mean, so I mean, all that crap, I don't even want to freaking hear it. You know, and just like Pereira, why does Pereira want to go to heavyweight? He's not stupid. He's getting older. He can't make 205 anymore. He can't do it. He can't do it. And if they want to really stretch this whole Pereira thing, they wouldn't throw him in a heavyweight championship fight right off the bat. Champion versus champion is nothing. That's it. Really, he's not the number one contender at a heavyweight. He's not. Have him go through the course, stretch it out. Don't start destroying your company with these super fights, which unfortunately waters down all your talent pools. Because as we said millions of times, we said it on the show back in the day, and everything. The UFC does not do a good job of personalizing and educating the fans of who these guys are. It's not. You know, it's not like with Ultimate Fighter used to be back in the day when they used to have the UFC All Access, when you see behind the scenes. You know, now you get the countdown. That's great, but the fight's already happening. It's not before. You know, create a little fanfare, educate the viewers, which they don't do now because everything's pay-per-view and you got to pay 18 different subscriptions just to get the pregame. It's the stupidest damn thing I've ever seen in my entire life. You know, but that's why now the best bet that they could possibly do for that whole White House fight, whatever the hell they're doing and stuff like that, because now things are going to get pushed back, and then somebody's going to have an injury, and somebody's going to have an ass ache, and somebody's going to be pissing blood, and who got pregnant, and all that stuff. Now, Aspinall gone. Probably the rematch is going to happen at the White House. If the UFC is smart, they'll have John Jones go against Pereira on the same fight card, and then the winners fight each other later on down the road in the Garden. That would be your best way of expanding this whole thing with the viewership. You know, have have something small like that.
All right.
You know,
Anthony.
I don't know if they'd wait. I don't know if they'd wait that long. I think they'd try to do.
I'm there, guys. But anyway, listen. You guys have a good night. And I can't wait to see the comments of everybody thinking I'm smoking crack. I'm just basically smoking a double because I just got out of work.
We'll talk.
But anyway,
we'll talk after. We'll
I'll talk to you guys soon, man.
Thank you.
Have a good one. Bye.
Anthony Andriosi. Go ahead, Jake. What were you going to say?
I was going to say, sorry, I didn't know he couldn't hear me. My bad. Yeah, I don't know if they'd wait that long till the White House card for the rematch. I think they're probably going to try to shoot for March or April, depending on Tom Aspinall's injury status. And then, like I was saying, he say, you know, probably do. It sucks for Alexander Volkov because that was probably who's going to be the next challenger. But now you got to push him on a layoff as well. But we'll see with the whole John Jones, Alex Pereira thing. I mean, that would be pretty cool if you had both of those fights go on and then see super fight for the championship. But I doubt that's going to happen. But who knows? We'll see.
It's not going to happen. It absolutely. I think Alex. It's not. I think Alex Pereira will fight John Jones if John Jones wants to fight. I don't think John Jones is coming out of retirement. I don't believe it until otherwise. And remember, John Jones needs to train. He needs time. It's right around the corner. I mean, the White House is before during the summertime. So I think
it's in June, like early June.
Yeah, it's right there around the summertime. There's no way he's going to have enough time to train for that fight. John Jones is not coming back, guys. I can't see it. John Jones' brother just passed away. He's got family situations and issues right now. I just can't see him coming out of retirement and doing that. But this is a great take. Thank you to Anthony Andriosi for joining us. And you, Jake, talking UFC. Every time we talk UFC, I want you to come on and give us your take because it's great. It really is. And again, I disagree with Anthony. Gane should have been absolutely disqualified after he poked him the first time. Second time, absolutely disqualified. There shouldn't have been a draw. It shouldn't have been anything.
Yeah, it should have been a DQ, not a no contest.
Absolutely. He should have been absolutely disqualified for that fight. He cheated, and there's no doubt he cheated in that fight. So, Jake, thank you for joining us, bud.
Yep. Good seeing you, Earl. Good seeing you, boys.
Absolutely. That's Jakey Boy, man. One of our interns. He's sensational as always. And let's go through the NFL whip.
Whip around.
All right, Errol. We're going to go through this pretty quickly. There weren't any really the closest game was the Jets game, which we talked about at the top of the show. So we're going to get through this one. First one is the Thursday game. The Chargers all over the Vikings. Carson Wentz played through some pain, apparently a lot of pain. He's out for the season. Looks like J.J. McCarthy will be back next week anyway, but it wasn't particularly close. Another massive effort by the Chargers offense and Justin Herbert. And the Dolphins kind of came out of nowhere.
Actually, Wes and Reno Johnny said, go Dolphins. Go Dolphins. They were right.
Well, regardless, kind of came out of nowhere. Most people did not see them being good at one point at all this season. And the Falcons just came off of a good win, and the Falcons put up a stink bomb. They lose 34-10. Waddle had a long touchdown in that game for the Dolphins.
Justin Herbert is a beast. We saw it. And in the first quarter of the game, he was up and down. He didn't really look good. After the first quarter, Justin Herbert took over the game. The weapons that he has. And by the way, he's using a running back off the scrap heap. He doesn't even have a running back. None of his starting running backs from the beginning of the season is his running back now. He got a guy who's like off some other team's scrap heap. So it was pretty
fifth round pick or fifth or sixth round pick. This guy Vidal that they had, and everyone else is a scrap heap guy on that roster.
Yeah,
crazy.
It was crazy. And as far as the Dolphins are concerned, it just tells you, and it tells me one thing: the Falcons are not for real. I know everybody had this love fetish for Michael Penix and Bijan Robinson. How do you play the Dolphins at home and lose that game? How do you lose that game?
Yep, I was on the bandwagon too. They looked like a top 5 NFC team for a while when they beat the Bills. They had a good quality performance. Their only bad loss was to the Panthers. They hung tough with the Bucs, and now they just went in the other direction. Raheem Morris
in Atlanta. This wasn't even in Miami. This was in Atlanta.
And Errol and I have questioned Raheem Morris as a head coach on many occasions. I'm starting to question their offensive coordinator with Zach Robinson. I thought the Bijan Robinson issue was an Arthur Smith problem. He doesn't want to use him either. This is a Rams Sean McVay disciple, and they don't know what they're doing on offense. The Vikings, they just need to get healthy. I think they're still tough, but again, Carson Wentz is not the answer.
Well, I don't think Carson Wentz is going to be the answer for anybody anytime soon. The Falcons did go with was banged up. Kirk Cousins did not look very good at all in this game. The offense did not run, like you said. I don't know. If you're going with the backup quarterback, if it's me, I'm running the ball a lot, and I'm giving the ball to that playmaker. They didn't do it. That's why they lost. Next set of games. The New England Patriots keep rolling. 32-13 over the
They
Browns.
played the Browns.
Should be said, Myles Garrett in the loss, 5 sacks.
It's crazy.
Unbelievable performance by that guy. But Drake May, another 3 touchdowns, another efficient 18 of 24, 282. The guy just keeps lighting it up. It's kind of unbelievable. Travion Henderson finally getting it going. The other Ohio State running back, 10 carries, 75 yards in that one. And the Bills, I mean, all over the Panthers out
Did
of the
I not
bye,
tell you about the
40 to
Bills?
9.
I knew this was going to be an absolute time.
James Cook, 19 carries, 216, and 2 touchdowns. No run defense whatsoever in Carolina.
There's nothing to say about the Patriots. They played a lonely, bad Browns team. And Myles Garrett, like you said, 5 sacks. That's the only thing that really stood out to me. The Browns stink. I do believe they'll beat the Jets after their bye week. I think the Browns are better than the Jets are all around. But as far as the Bills are concerned, they needed this win. They needed to dominate the game. Everybody thought that the Panthers were going to be in this game. I was one of very few that thought that the Panthers had any chance in this game. And the fact that they beat them the way they did just tells you why the Bills, if they can figure out how to stop the run, why they're an elite team in the league. I worry about the Bills on stopping the run. And now losing Ed Oliver, I think they're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, you wonder if that was the depth of the defensive tackle was a question they had in the draft. That's why they traded up to get a defensive tackle in TJ Edwards in the second round. But even so, like, you're going to trust a bunch of rookies right away to be able to fill the void for Ed Oliver. Milano just came back. How healthy is he? And they had Bemper just came back from injury too. I agree with you. I'm concerned about their defense. They should prioritize at the deadline. And the Browns, it sucks that they're good rookies. They're actually the ones playing well, and they keep getting hurt. Judkins and Schlesinger, their linebacker, as well.
All right, let's go from these 2 blowouts to a couple of games that are just making people scratch their heads that we're gambling. The Ravens, without Lamar Jackson, by the way, they may be fined for how they did some of the Lamar injury reports during the week. They're saying 30-16. No Damon Jones, as far as we know, involved in that one. 2 touchdown win with Snoop Huntley at quarterback. Derrick Henry, 2 touchdowns on the ground in that one. Some bad decision-making by Caleb Williams in that one. Rome Odunze, a good game, over 100 yards. But not enough to beat a depleted Ravens team that was really struggling. And then the Texans beat the 49ers. That Texans defense was all over Mac Jones. Purdy was not ready to go in this one yet again. It was close, they thought, but no, he gets killed in this game, 26-15.
I'm not surprised about the Ravens. Lamar Jackson or no Lamar Jackson, this is a Raven team that's underachieved this year. Their defense is not elite, but they have a pretty good offense. They got weapons. I'm very surprised that the Ravens have the record that they have right now. The Bears are up and coming. Give them another year under that offense and under Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams. I think they're going to be fine. As far as the Texans are concerned, what a shocker. The 49ers that have been winning. Doesn't matter who they're playing. And I wanted to send a text to Owen so bad because I was like, what the hell? You win all these games and you're bragging about, oh, look at Mac Jones, look at this, look at that. Well, how about this game? The Texans have not looked good over the last couple of weeks. And then they go to San Francisco and beat you on your own home turf. What a joke.
Yeah, Errol and I would both pick the Ravens, and one of the main reasons why was the running. The Chicago's had trouble stopping the run this year. They're also down like pretty much their entire secondary in that game too. They already placed Kyler Gordon on injured reserve, and the Ravens were able to make it work. And like you were saying, Fish, Caleb Williams probably had a rough game. They're not a great defense, but they're still a talented enough defense. They weren't going to be this bad forever.
I will say something. Anderson, the pass rusher on the Texans, is going to be up for Defensive Player of the Year. He's having an unbelievable year right now. He's been in the league for 3 years. This guy was a a first round
third overall pick.
They traded up.
This guy is the next Myles Garrett in the league. That's how good he is. He is looking like an absolute dude. He's clotheslining people. It's unbelievable. Awesome. He is awesome. Yeah. He's going to be up for Defensive Player of the Year. Him, Myles Garrett. I mean, he's going to have the opportunity to win it. He's having just as good a year as Brian Burns, too. Yeah. I don't think Burns is going to win. I think he's going to slow down. I think Burns is going to slow down.
I think he'll get into that conversation, but I don't know how anyone's as good as Myles Garrett, to be honest with you. But, Speedy, you got this 49ers team that doesn't have an offensive line. They just can't stop a team like the Texans. What are they even playing around with? We're getting close to this deadline. Are they going to add, or this is a team that's looking to subtract? They look like they need to make a choice one way or the other.
Yeah, they lost this game in the trenches, and I'm not surprised Houston won this game. I told you, Tommy, in the car last week that I said it's going to be a very ugly, low-scoring game. The 49ers also could not rush the passer in this game against the Texans' offensive line that I guess played a little better, but it was one of the worst in the league for a while, and they couldn't rush the passer at all. And the Niners' offensive line, it's been an issue for them all year. When Houston knows how to game plan for Christian McCaffrey, again, Rebecca Ryan's coming from the Kyle Shanahan tree. They just made sure everyone else beat them, and no one else could beat them. Very simple as that.
3 Iowa State receivers getting going on that team for the Texans. Hutchinson from the couple years earlier, and then Noel and Higgins getting it going for that team. That's interesting that they did that. We got a couple more left. These were another couple of blowouts. They finally did it. They benched Spencer Rattler. They couldn't watch it anymore, Errol. They brought in Tyler Shuck, and guess what? He shucks too. They were terrible. The Buccaneers, they had a defensive lineman pick 6 in this game off of Spencer Rattler. 23-13. Baker Mayfield didn't have to do anything other than hand it off to third-string running backs in this one. And then, as predicted, that Cowboys defense, which looks like Swiss cheese, got shredded by Bo Nix and the Broncos. 44-24. In that one, 4 touchdowns for Nix for the second straight game. 111 yards on the ground for Dobbins. Troy Franklin, 6 catches, 89 yards, 2 TDs.
Who cares about the Buccaneers game? We all knew that was going to happen. The Saints, they'll probably beat the Jets, but that's about it. As far as the Broncos and the Cowboys, I got a text from the Beeve that Dak stinks. Okay, I'm laughing at it, and I'm like, "You're going to blame Dak for this?" I mean, honestly, the Cowboys ran into a jigsaw puzzle, and the jigsaw puzzle is this Broncos defense. And when they're on the top of their game, they're as good as anybody in the league. They're a top 5 defense all season long, and they're starting to play really good football. And if this offense can play like this, watch out for the Broncos.
Yeah, the Broncos' offense in the last couple of weeks has really picked it up, especially with the passing game. Bo Nix doing a great job spreading the ball around because teams are actually doing a good job containing Courtland Sutton, and he's making those secondary options work. A different one every game, kind of like what we were saying about the Colts. Now, we'll see what the injury with Patrick Surtain. He could miss some time, but don't sleep on Riley Moss. Riley Moss had a really good year as a second corner, and as long as they can still get that pass rush, they should be able to weather the storm well, depending on the schedule that they have. This is a real contender in the AFC. I think they're ahead of the Bills right now, the way they are. They're probably the second best team behind the Colts. And the Buccaneers, they look ugly, but they beat a terrible team.
Yeah, Cowboys probably could use, like a really good pass rusher right now off the edge that might help them, kind of be. Oh, wait, they had one of those guys and they got rid of him because they didn't want to win this season. All right, so here we go to the last set of games. The Colts, again, Danny Dimes, Jonathan Taylor. Again, Jonathan Taylor, 12 carries, 153 yards, 2 touchdowns. Daniel Jones, 21 of 29, 272, 3 touchdowns. Pittman with a really spectacular one-handed behind-the-body grab.
I love it. It's rolling off your tongue. Say it again. What did Danny Dimes do? What did he do?
It was very good. This team is also one of the worst teams in football, the Titans. We know that.
I'm just
It was a massacre. It wasn't close. Colts are 7-1, leading the NFL. Also doing really well are the Green Bay Packers behind Jordan Love's big fourth quarter performance. 3 touchdowns in the fourth. Love gets 360 yards and 3 touchdowns. 2 to Tucker Kraft, who had 7 catches, 143 at tight end. He's basically a top 2, top 3 tight end right now in football and fantasy. The Packers knock off Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers 35-25.
Tucker was unbelievable. Jordan Love was unbelievable. And why not do it right in front of Aaron Rodgers, in front of all the Steeler fans? That was fun to watch. I always knew that Jordan Love was going to be a good quarterback. I think he's starting to make a statement on why everybody believes it. Now, I don't know if the Packers are a contender. I don't think they're better than the Eagles. I think it's going to be very hard for them to get through the Eagles in the playoffs the way the Eagles, I believe, are going to take off in the second half of the season. But Steelers stink. And I'm going to tell you, who looks really old? TJ Watt. He has not looked like the same pass rusher and same dominant player at the line of scrimmage this season like he has over the last couple of years. I'm not saying he's not great, but he's not the same player. He got a lot of money in the offseason. He's a shell of what he was.
His PFF numbers are down. You know, we checked Micah Parsons last week. He was still ranked #1 overall as edge rusher. TJ Watt's 20th overall right now as an edge rusher. So obviously still elite, but not at the heights that we're used to with him.
As far as the Colts are concerned, not surprised. I've already told you guys. The Colts are the best team in the AFC right now, and they're going to stay the best team in the AFC all season long. Best offensive line, top 5 offensive line in football, top front 7 in football, top secondary in football, top quarterback in football, top wide receivers in football, and the best running back right now in all of football, Jonathan Taylor. I can't say anymore. And by the way, probably coach of the year in Steichen right now. So,
yeah, as long as the edge rush and the corners hold up for the Colts, they're going to be a very good team, and they're going to be the best team in the AFC all year. The offense, I don't see any flaw in. They have everything you want. Even their second receiver spot that was questionable, they have one of each type, so they can just game plan. And they took out Tyler Warren, and they still made it work. Daniel Jones was still very impressive stretching the ball down the field. The Packers, I agree with you. I think I still have them behind the Rams, Bucs, and Eagles in the NFC, but they definitely showed a little more promise on offense a little bit against the Steelers defense that still schematically is good. And Fish, you were talking about TJ Watt having a down year. There's a lot of Steelers fans that want him to be traded next season already. It's crazy to think.
okay, let's shut the music. I want to say something. I want to say something very nicely to all the Giant fans that picked on this man. And I'm going to say it very, very carefully and calmly for all of you guys to hear. If the Giants actually gave Danny Jones, I'm not going to call him Daniel Jones, I'm going to call him Danny Jones, what he was supposed to get all those years, not trade off, or I'm not trade off, let go of Saquon Barkley and maybe draft a guy like Malik Neighbors and gave him weapons, this could be the Giants right now as we speak with the defense they have. Shame on the New York Giants. That's all I'm going to say. Shame.
You're talking about the Giants defense that gave up 33 points in the fourth quarter to the Denver Broncos last week, 2 weeks ago.
Giant fans were picking on this guy that he's no good. He's not anything. He's garbage. And right now, to me, he's been the most consistent quarterback in the NFL for 8 weeks. I don't know what more you need to even watch to understand what this guy is doing right now in the NFL. So, and it's not because he's dating somebody. It's not because of this or that. He's putting on a show, and he's getting better week by week. So it just tells you that the Giants had a franchise quarterback and didn't use him the right way. So that's all I'm going to say. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we call this Dial It Up.
We interrupt this regularly scheduled hot mix to bring you an important news flow. We got a big broadcast to do here. We're about to dial it up.
All right, guys, welcome to Dial It Up. This is the lightning round sports take segment where we're going to go through some of the stories going on around the league. Errol hasn't seen it. This is going to go to outside of our usual depth, but this is a favorite story of all of us. Brian Kelly fired by LSU in the 5th year of his 10-year, $100 million contract. They owe him $54 million more on his deal. He was 34-14 in over 4 years in the Bayou, but the Tigers have lost 3 of their past 4 games, including falling to Texas A&M 49-25 on Saturday. They actually will take on number 4 Alabama after a bye. Doesn't look much more promising out there. They also got rid of their offensive coordinator, Joe Sloan, longtime Kelly lieutenant, let go on Monday. Kelly, who had more than his share of detractors over the years, and I don't think I even need to guess who I'm going to ask to talk about this one. I think our intern Jarrett might have a few things to say about Brian Kelly. For his awkward recruiting videos, his fake accents. He did the Pulp Fiction dance with recruits, if you remember. Man, what a weirdo. His other sideline antics. It should be the top job, though, now that he's gone. Open in college football. Errol, dial it up!
Well, $54 million is the number, guys. $54 million that they owed to this man. And he took this job really because of the money. I don't think he really wanted this job. He screwed up Notre Dame. Everywhere he goes, everybody says he's a great coach and all that other stuff. How many national championships does he play for? How many national championships has he won? And I understand he had a winning record. It doesn't matter. You have one of the best recruiting places in the world in LSU. You can recruit anybody. Malik Neighbors. Look at all the guys. You had a quarterback that decided to not go into last year's draft because you had a chance to win a national championship and you laid out a lousy goose egg this year, and he could have been a top 5 pick. Now he falls out of the top 5. He probably falls out of the first round maybe because of Brian Kelly. Yeah, to me, the LSU Tigers should have been a lot better than they were this year. They were expected to be a top contending team in that tournament and the top 12 teams in the country. How many wins do they have? How many losses do they have? They have more losses than they do, I believe, of wins. They've been horrible. It's been Brian Kelly is an obnoxious piece of you-know-what. Everybody would say that about him. He's obnoxious. I watched him on that NCAA SEC documentary on Netflix. He's an obnoxious piece of you-know-what. Trash. And I don't care if you're not an LSU Tiger fan or you're not an LSU fan, you know that you can't stand Brian Kelly. So good luck to the LSU Tigers paying him back $54 million. I know there's an insurance policy that's going to get paid back at least a quarter of it. It's not going to make a difference. They're going to go broke before they get the right guy in place. So I think it's the best school. Right now, it's the best job available. But who wants it, honestly?
Yeah, I was giddy hearing the news. It kind of played out like I saw a friend swim me a tweet. It played out like a South American hostage crisis going on. They're meeting with the players tonight. The coaches were just called in. There's different things being brought in one after the other. And then finally the big news. It's been a long time coming. He sucks. He's been given every resource possible to succeed. He said when he came here, I finally have the resources to win a championship like he did at Notre Dame. And you turn it into an 8-4 team. There are 2 things an LSU team should always be able to do, and that is run the football and defend. They could not do that his entire tenure, and that was all scheme-based and lousy scouting and roster construction that really made no sense. And then he responded to all the criticism by constantly blaming other people the entire time he was there. Like Garrett Nussmeier calls a bad timeout. Okay, what's he gonna do? Make the play call? No, he's gonna scream at Garrett Nussmeier for the entire timeout and then send him right back out there. That's Brian Kelly's coaching style. Absolute clown.
Isn't he the one that recruited Matt Tateo?
Yes, he was. That was the only time they went to a national.
That's a Brian Kelly guy.
Yeah. And Jared, I want to go on to allude to your point too. This was always known as DBU, cornerback U, for a while. They've not been able to develop good corners since then. They've had pass rushers that were very highly touted that have not been able to amount to anything. Mainly Harold Perkins being the biggest one that was supposed to be maybe the number 1 pick in a lot of people's early mock drafts. The last year. And Xavier Tears legend Keyshawn Boutte sat out a whole season of college football because of how much he did not like Brian Kelly there. There's been other players that have really feuded with him. This was a hire that was doomed from the start, and Arrow's absolutely right. He took it because of the money. Notre Dame's an independent team, so they're not going to have the same level of resource. Even though they're highly touted as an SEC school, you knew the NIL wave was going to come. So all of a sudden, he's going to take this job, and where did he get you? Okay, you had a couple good offensive seasons, you had a couple high draft picks, but still losing big games and still not getting anywhere in the SEC. Yeah, this was long overdue.
All right, we're going to move on from Brian Kelly just as fast as LSU did. Here we go. We're going to move into baseball. Look at that. That is the best pitcher in the world, and the reports are he is on the move. The Athletics' Jim Bowden reports that the Tigers are going to be shopping likely back-to-back AL Cy Young winner Tarik Skubal at the winter meetings this offseason. Apparently, they are about $250 million apart in negotiations, and the Tigers will likely be forced to move on and sell high on their ace. As you expect, the interested teams include all the heavyweights, the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Red Sox, the Mets, and the Giants. This is going to be a lot of what's in the news this winter, Errol. Dial it up!
I can't believe this story. It just shows you how incompetently stupid this organization really is. Think about it. You have the best pitcher in baseball for the last 2 years. The guy throws 105 miles per hour in a complete game in the 9th inning this year, and you're going to trade him? This guy's going to win the Cy Young again this year, and you're going to trade him. It makes absolutely no sense. And it just tells you why this organization doesn't know how to hold on to players, not key players. They traded away Justin Verlander. They traded away Max Scherzer. They don't keep guys there and happy. They had Miguel Cabrera for a significant amount of time, never won a championship there. And you have Skubal, who everybody makes fun of because I can't pronounce his name, Tarek Skubal. And now you're going to go to the baseball meetings in the offseason. You're going to trade him. And I'm going to tell you this right now. The team that should be absolutely lining up for him is the New York Mets. That is the team that should be lining up for him. Who cares if you trade away McClain, Tong, and any of these guys? You get this guy in, your ace. This guy's a shutdown pitcher. He's the best pitcher in baseball. You keep one of those or two of those guys. You trade McClain and a bunch of other prospects for him. I would make that deal in a heartbeat to bring in Tarek Skubal. This guy is as good as any pitcher in baseball. And I think the Yankees and the Red Sox will be interested, but the Mets have the pitching prospects to make that deal, and they have the money, the richest man in baseball. I think the Mets should be absolutely reaching out to the Detroit Tigers at the end of the season. It's a slam dunk for them.
Yeah, I was definitely seeing already enough trade rumors. I think the Mets said only Nolan McClain is the only one that's untouchable right now. So everything else, even the ones that are on the major league roster, Beatty, Vientos, etc., could make that work. Boston's got a rich group of young players too. They could definitely make that work. One team fish that wasn't on your list that I could definitely see as well as the Cubs. They have, I think, the 6th best farm system in baseball. They definitely can make a swing. They have another owner that likes to spend money, so it makes sense. The other thing I want to mention with the contract too, the report I was hearing, I forget which insider was saying it, was that the Tigers offered 10 years, $600 million. It was the projected offer that they. So it looks like they're willing to pay up for it. It just maybe is a Boris thing. Maybe
it's going to be a Met.
Maybe it's a years thing. I don't really know. Like if they want to extend a 27-year-old pitcher for even longer
I'm telling,
than a 10-year deal.
I'm telling you right now, Speedy, you don't have to speak. I'm telling you right now, book it, sail it away, as Christopher Cross always says. And he's going to be sailing away to the New York Mets. I'm telling you, they're the only organization stupid enough to give him $500 to $600 million after giving Juan Soto $700 million last year. I'm telling you, book it. The Yankees, the Red Sox, none of those teams would give him $600. The Mets will, and they would trade away prospects. It's an absolute slam dunk for the Mets. There's no more to say. He's going to be a Met. Book it. Remember, I said this.
You happy about that, Speedy? He's going to be a Met for you. Errol said so.
Book it. 100%. I'm telling you right now, bet it. I don't care what Vegas has or plus, minus, whatever the hell they do with the betting lines. He will be a New York Met. I'm telling you. Book it. After the baseball meetings, he will be traded to the New York Mets. They got the prospects, they got the money, and they got the owner who wants to win desperately. They need a number one, and they need a guy that can close in games and complete games. He's the guy.
Yeah, I agree. It's their number. It's the team with the biggest need right there at that spot. So here we go. We're moving on to the court, and that is Austin Reeves, who dropped 51 points, almost a triple-double without Luka or LeBron on the field, on the court. Without Luka, the Lakers defeated the Sacramento Kings 127-120 behind a star turn of forward Austin Reeves, a career-high 51 points, 11 rebounds, 9 assists. Especially on a night where you don't have Luka, you don't have Bron, you don't have Jackson Hayes. You got to go out there and be big for the team. I wasn't in my head thinking you got to go score 50. It was do whatever you can do to help the team win. He shot 12 of 22, 6 of 10 from 3, and went 21 of 22 from the free throw line. Now, the big question with this is, do the Lakers have a real third banana when LeBron comes back with Luka and Austin Reeves? Errol, dial it up!
They got a trade chip, and that's all they got. He's not going to be there long. Last year at the trade deadline, the New York Knicks were interested in Austin Reeves, and it never happened. It never came to fruition because the Knicks weren't willing to trade Mitchell Robinson. I do believe there'll be teams that are interested in a guy that can shoot. Austin could shoot. He's a good perimeter player. He can defend somewhat for what he can do on a basketball court. Is he a third type of player? I don't think the Lakers are a playoff team. Luka's not going to be healthy all year. LeBron James is out for 3 to 4 weeks. How many games is LeBron going to play? It seems like every year he's playing 62 to 63 games, and he misses about 20. Now he's going to miss a significant portion of the games in the first month. How many games he's going to miss between? He's getting old, and he's getting up there in age. I think LeBron James is going to be traded. It's just going to be Luka and everybody else. Austin Reeves will be a trade chip at the trade deadline. He's a young piece that other teams might be interested in bringing in and developing.
I couldn't disagree more. I mean, Austin Reeves is a really likable person. He's a he plays well. He's very somewhat inconsistent on defense, like you mentioned. About a third option for the Lakers, I don't know about that. Like you said, a chip that is going to be traded. And the thing with the Lakers, and especially in this LeBron era, they never really have a true third person. It's only you have the LeBron and AD era where they also were trying to work with Kenta. I don't remember his name. Kentavious Caldwell Pope, KCP. Everybody remembers. And then they also had another dude. I can't remember his name too. Talon Horton Tucker, another guy that was supposed to be the true third guy on their team. But none of that ended up working out. AR-15, as he likes to call himself sometimes, is a very somewhat, how would you say, reliable third option, but it's definitely not going to pan out well. He's definitely going to be traded before that.
So you agree with me, not disagree?
No, I said I couldn't agree with you more.
No, you said disagree.
You did say disagree. I did say disagree. Well, I couldn't agree with you.
I was about to say, I'm a little lost here. He looks like he's agreeing with me here. Yeah.
Throw a little curveball there.
Yeah,
no, I couldn't agree with you more.
So what do they trade for? What do they need? Do they need a point guard to go with the two of them?
We need a center.
Or do they want to have
They
a center
desperately need a center.
that's like elite, to pair with them and let those two guys handle the ball? And
You
just
want
have
to
some,
know
like,
my
combo
honest
guards?
opinion? LeBron's getting traded to Dallas. I already told you. I wouldn't be surprised if they trade Austin Reeves and LeBron for a bunch of draft picks and maybe a player or two on that roster.
So you think AR is going to
with LeBron?
With LeBron.
With LeBron in a trade, and there'll be other teams involved. There'll probably be.
I don't think they can trade him and LeBron. I think they're going to move.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because they're
Contracts
why
would
would
get
they do
different.
that?
Well, if
that's
you
a
trade-
valuable guy.
Well, I just don't know if. I don't think LeBron is staying here. I think LeBron is going to be asking his way out. And you can see Dallas has deficiencies in the first two, 3 games of the season. They got problems. So I expect LeBron James can clean up those problems. He can give you that defense. He can give you some offense. And I wouldn't even be surprised if Dallas uses LeBron James off the bench for the first time in his career. It makes a lot of sense. LeBron James can give you 20 points off the bench. I know you guys are smiling at me and looking at me. You get that consistency off the bench of LeBron James giving you 20 points off the bench. He's at that tail end of his career where he would do that to go to a championship team and be the 6th man off the bench. Mark my words, he's going to get traded to Dallas, and I believe Reeves. It's all about Luka. They're going to build the team around Luka. They're going to give him a bunch of young players, and they're going to build around through the draft. So that's what I expect.
Well, I don't know. If Damon Jones was around, I'm sure he'd be able to bet on it. Now, here is the next NBA story. Oh, my goodness. This one is hilarious. Kendrick Perkins went on social media and said back when they were all together in Oklahoma City talking about Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook, and James Harden, it was not any of the 3 of them. It was him, the great Kendrick Perkins, who was the locker room leader in Oklahoma City. His quote, and I put a few of the quotes up here. When I was with OKC, it wasn't KD, it wasn't Russ, it wasn't James. I was the one leading. And then Kevin Durant responded, I know this may be a reach, but this comment is by far the craziest S I've seen this week. He went on to continue to rip on Kendrick Perkins on social media, calling him the actual real MVP. And Perkins then fired back, says, that's cap, you know that's cap, and said that he and Nick Collison, the role-playing forward from that team were the real leaders of the young guns of KD, James Harden, and Russell Westbrook. Errol, I don't know. The words say it all for me right here. Dial it up.
I would love to hear what when he was saying this, Kendrick Perkins was drinking, smoking, or whatever drugs he was on when he actually believes this. The one time I would agree with Kevin Durant on any conversation or even takes, to think that he was the leader. I didn't even know Kendrick Perkins was on that team. Honestly, I knew Nick Collison. I knew what Serge Ibaka. I knew that team. I don't even remember Kendrick Perkins on those teams. That tells me I could give a rat's ass if Kendrick Perkins was on that team. Why would anybody listen to Kendrick Perkins when you have three superstars like James Harden, Russell Westbrook, even Serge Ibaka, and Kevin Durant on the same team? I think Kendrick Perkins is out of his damn mind. I really think he believes this. And you want to know something? He's either trying to get more followers on his social medias, or he's trying to find another job because he's getting fired from ESPN and First Take. This is a ridiculous take. If I was Kevin Durant, I would reach out. I'd actually make an extra Twitter account and just make fun of this thing. I would have 8 Twitter accounts instead of 7. It's a joke. An absolute joke.
He probably did do that, to be honest. But to be fair, it was only about 2 weekends ago that I went to see my nephews out in New Jersey. And I took my nephew and I put him on my lap and I just told him the story of the greatness of Kendrick Perkins playing center for that Oklahoma City team, getting about 6 rebounds off the bench, getting taken out because he couldn't shoot foul shots late in games. So he was really just like kind of a body in there. But he was the body that we all watched. He was the one that I told my nephew about, that I remembered years later from that wonderful OKC team. It was Kendrick Perkins, the leader. Perk himself that we remember.
What? I'm hanging out with my little furry friend over here, my furry little ball over here. And I think this furry ball is worth more than what Kendrick Perkins was on that OKC Thunder team. Okay? Honestly. I have no idea what is going on in that man's head.
It's unbelievable. Like, he was a rotation. Like, he was in there, but, like, let's face it, he didn't play the whole game.
I remember him on the Celtics. I barely remember him on OKC.
He was there. It was he was there. Collison and Ibaka and him were kind of rotating depending on how they wanted to play, but he wasn't like a star player by any stretch of the imagination.
A leader? Why would I be listening to a guy that averaged 2 points a game?
Basically. All right, we got one last story. I wanted to make everyone laugh before, kind of talking about the saddest thing that happened, which was, of course, the passing of Nick Mangold at the age of 41. Complications. I brought this up. I didn't realize how serious it was when we talked about it in the Sports Minute. I think it was only 3 weeks ago, not even maybe, where he put out a plea on social media looking for a kidney, that he needed a transplant. Apparently did not get it in time. Passed away at the age of 41 from a kidney disease that he had been fighting for apparently the last decade plus, since he was, I think, still in the NFL. He was a 7-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro, including 2-time first-team All-Pro. Inducted in the Jets Ring of Honor in 2022. He moved into the final 52 some odd players for the National Football Hall of Fame. The next round is the semi-finalist cuts. Don't know if he'll make that, but he is being considered for that currently. As you know, he played his entire 11-year career with the Jets. I'll let you start with this one, Errol. I think everyone might want to have at least a little bit to say about Nick Mangold here when you dial it up.
I met Nick 4 times, maybe even 5 times. One of the nicest down-to-earth people you'll ever meet. Good person, kind soul, had 4 or 5 kids, very good father, great wife. He lived his best life. One of the greatest centers of all time. I say all time, not just because he was a Jet. If you look at what he has done as a professional player, there's only a few centers in history that did what Nick Mangold did. Now, he never won a Super Bowl because he stayed with the Jets, and the Jets are a horrible organization. But the guy was a first-round talent. He was drafted in the same draft as Ferguson. I remember that draft very, very well when they decided to build around the offensive line, and those two guys played practically their whole careers together. Fairly healthy his whole career, dominant force in the middle, one of the best leaders you'll ever meet. Rex Ryan said it best, there's not a bad thing you can say about this man. And when you heard the story that he needs a kidney a couple of weeks ago, and I know you announced that, Fish, on your Sports Minute, I thought somebody was going to, with the money and all the opportunities that these athletes have, they were going to find a kidney for him. And unfortunately, it was a lot worse than we could have thought. And to hear a story like this, and then watch the Jets win their first game, you could tell that they were playing for Nick. You could tell they were playing for Nick in the fourth quarter. And you heard it from Aaron Glenn at the end of the game when the media asked him and said, did you do this for Nick? And he says, Nick was not only one of the faces of this team and this organization, he was a great person and a great I forget what he said exactly, but he said when you consider some of the greatest players of this era and some of the greatest players at his position of all time, you would think of Nick Mangold. A sad loss, and will sadly be missed. It's just a horrible story. I couldn't believe it when I heard it. So
yeah, I couldn't believe it. I was devastated. When you think about somebody that really was a heart and soul of an offensive line for a very long time, and I agree with you, he's easily one of the top 5 centers of all time. Probably him and Jeff Saturday were probably the 2 best centers that I see watch play football. And he did it on a team that, again, dealt with a lot of dysfunction, but he was a remarkable leader on and off the field, very good in the community, everything I've heard. And this was the most sad thing I heard about it. Apparently he was having this kind of condition, I think, towards the end of his first year in the NFL, and there were not a lot of just information on that kind of thing at the time. So it was going on a lot longer, him needing that specific type of kidney transplant, that type of specific donor, and hearing that they just couldn't get that for decades. It's so sad to hear. And for somebody that really was such a good person, like you're saying, Errol, really good with the fans, really good with the community.
I want to say something. Yeah. Geno Smith went on social media, Brickishaw Ferguson, every single one of the players that played with him said that he was the heart and soul of that organization for a significant amount of time. Even Brickishaw Ferguson, who was there as long as Nick Mangold, because they were drafted in the same draft, he said he was the heart and soul of that team. He was the heart and soul of that offensive line. It's a horrible loss. 41 years old, 41.
Yeah. And you were mentioning too with the Buckeyes too, even the community he had over there with those Jim Tressel teams. A guest of the show, Bobby Carpenter, posted on his Instagram how much he was hurt by somebody losing somebody like Mangold, who was really that good of a teammate, really that good of a friend to everybody, and he will definitely miss at 41 years old.
First time I ever met him was at a cigar event in Miami. And he was walking around and there were girls taking pictures, and I was taking a picture in front of a pool, and I have the picture. I'll show you guys a picture. He went behind me to take a picture with me. He did one of those photo drops. I was taking a picture. Photo bombs. He was behind me. He smiled, and did one of those photo bombs with me. That was the first time I met Nick Mangold. And I told him how big of a Jet fan I was, and hung out with him and a bunch of those complete idiots over there at the NFL. So.
I would say, it's been around football and playing. I'm sure, Errol, when you played hockey, it was also similar. Like, sometimes you just play with somebody that you're just like, not so much like you're in awe of them, but you're just like, wow, this guy, I want to play with this guy. I want this guy to be my teammate. Like, this guy is awesome to play with. I want him to be the one next to me, fighting with me. Like, every story you hear about Mangold he was like the quintessential, teammate, leader, everything. If you wanted, like, a tackle is really important, right? No one's saying, we're not going to compare if he was more important to the team than Brickishaw Ferguson or not. But I will say this. Being able to set the tone and have that for a decade behind center, it's so huge for the stability of a franchise. You don't realize how important having that kind of a force there, which not just like for the X's and O's, but for, as they say, the Jimmies and the Joes. that are, you know, on the team that need to look to somebody to try to right the ship. I know I watch a program right now, the New York Giants, where they don't know who to follow, it looks like. You know, it was pretty obvious when Mangold was there who everyone was following. And
Just think about it. Think of all the rough things that the Jets have been going through over the last couple of months. Mark Sanchez getting arrested because he's attacking an old man. And now you lose the center that you built and really held to a pedestal, and he dies from a kidney failure. It's a horrible, horrible story. And my heart goes out to him and his family. My heart goes out to his father. I met his father. Father's one of the nicest people you ever meet. His mom, his family. He's got a bunch of brothers and sisters too. His sister is like a weightlifter, a championship. I think she
Olympic.
Olympics, yeah, Olympic champion.
Olympics.
So it's a horrible, horrible story. It really is. It really is.
All right, and that's Dial It Up, everybody.
All right, that's it for our show, ladies and gentlemen. It went a little too late. I know there was a lot of craziness on the show tonight, but, you know, it happens. I'm a little tired. What can I say? And, you know, the beginning of the shows could be a little crazy, and, you know, my heart goes out to the people that deal with me sometimes. I don't know what to say. Whatever. Anyways, everybody knows who I'm talking about, and I apologize, everybody. Anyways, thank you to the one and only Colin Cosell for joining us. He was in, he was out. He loved my take when it came to the NBA, and then he jumps right out, you know. Great points, Errol. Bye. I love Colin. He is such a good person, man. And check him out. If you're a Met fan, you go check him out. Or you're an Army fan, you could go check him out. Public address announcer Howard Cosell's grandson, a guy that I would have loved to meet, man. You hear the stories about Howard Cosell. It's amazing, amazing. If you're a media guy and you're a broadcaster and you don't know who Howard Cosell is, you're an idiot. That's all I'm going to say. You're a complete jackass.
Or a child. You know, they're, you know, I remember from being a kid, used to hear, you know how like the Yankees, they still have Bob Shepard's voice in the stadium. Like,
well, Derek Jeter was the last person to use the Bob Shepard, and I don't think anybody uses it anymore.
But they still use his voice like before the game, and they play a clip of him.
Have you ever met Bob Shepard?
I never met Bob Shepard. He also did the Giants games though too.
I'm going to tell you guys a quick story. I was DJing a wedding. All right, this is a funny story. So I'm DJing and I'm talking about the Yankees and all this stuff. This was like 5 years ago. And I realized that the bride's last name is Shepard. So I'm like, and then I see a bunch of people there, and this old guy gets wheeled in, and I'm like, is that Bob Shepard? That can't be Bob Shepard. So I'm DJing and I'm dancing around the tables like I always do. And there's like a stoppage, the DJ is stopping, and I'm sitting right next to him, and I'm like, you look like Bob Shepard. You Bob Shepard? And he looked at me and says, who wants to know? And I said, a big Yankee fan. And he says, yeah, I'm Bob Shepard. And I couldn't believe, my mouth dropped. I took a picture with Bob Shepard. I don't take pictures with people, but Bob Shepard is a god, okay? To know Bob Shepard was doing it when Reggie Jackson, Mickey Mantle, Yogi Berra, he was around all those greats. I mean, and to get a chance to meet the guy that announced their names, it was one of the greatest experiences I've had. I've met so many people, but when you meet a god like that, you have to take a picture with him. So I got a chance to meet Bob Shepard at the tail end of his life. So it was something that I'll always remember. So, and I was DJing his granddaughter's wedding.
Wild.
So, true story. Out here, Long Island, New York. So great story. And one of the nicest people you ever meet. His wife was such a sweet woman too. The whole family was so nice. I got pictures with the whole family. I had pictures. So Bob, I asked Bob if I could sit on top of his lap in the wheelchair. He says, no, not a chance in hell. But you know how stupid I could be. But I got a picture with Bob, and it was something that I'll always remember. So good story. I know Jabba met Bob, so we all know Jabba met Bob. Jabba met Bob, Don, and everybody else. Anyways, thank you to all the fans on Spotify and Apple following us. Thank you for all the fans that tune in and check us out on YouTube and obviously are downloading us and checking out all our clips. We're almost at the 4,000 mark of monetization for hours on YouTube. We had over 180 something thousand downloads of unique downloads on Spotify and Apple this past month. So thank you to all the fans tuning into us and Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, all of them. Jabba in the Mouth, Worldwide Sports Radio, as always. Who do we have on Wednesday?
Our friend Obi Muhaley coming back on at 9 o'clock.
Moo. Do it, Speedy.
Moo Haley.
No. Do it. Moo. It's like it's like Nithin's mom. You gotta moo.
Nithin's mom? What?
What did Nithin's mom have to do with this? I'm gonna have to have Nithin do that drop. Moo.
Wait, Speedy, do it one more time.
Moo. Sounds like you're constipated.
Really? You had to bring back that?
Sounds like constipated.
Drink a lot of milk.
Milk. It does the body good. Anyways, it does me good, and I'm getting the hell out of here because I'm tired. I got other things to do. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed a very new episode of Jabba in the Mouth, and we'll see you Wednesday. Jabba, get your damn optimization fixed over there. Your world-renowned Wi-Fi over there that you had done by all these professionals in your new house. Get it fixed. We'll see you on Wednesday.
It's the worldwide